Well, good Saturday morning. I would like to open the joint meeting between the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee. Today is March 11th, 2023, at 8:31 a.m. May I have a roll call, please, of the Board of Selectmen?
Teresa A. Morse present. Veronica Patel present.
Chaz Sexton Duranian present. And if you'd like to open your board.
Okay, this is the Finance Committee, also March 11th, 8:31 a.m. We're call the meeting to order at 8:31. Roll call vote for FinCom members.
Carolyn Bezekas.
Mark Hussey.
Andrea Wood.
And Don Hayes. That's 4. That is the quorum. Very good. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted.
Okay.
John,
Yes.
perhaps you should check. I seem to remember that years ago that a person on the phone did not constitute, could not add, could not make it a quorum.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true or not. It was at the time. It may not be now. As a selectman, they should know.
We are still on.
We're still under the rules that allows.
Yeah, but we were on our board.
Yes.
Until the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So until the end of this month, we are under rules that allow remote participation.
Okay, and thank you for.
Is everybody in
Validating.
agreement with that?
Yeah.
Sounds
Yeah.
good to me.
We know that that's something we've been keeping an eye on.
Let's just dodge the pen on making any votes.
Can I have a pledge of allegiance, please? Pledge of allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all those in service, those who have served, and our current police and fire department. And thank you for your service. This meeting is being recorded, and chairman's additions or deletions, I do not have any. We are going to be taking the agenda probably out of order to who shows up at what time, if that's okay with the rest of the board and the finance committee.
That is fine with me.
Okay. So we're going to go to 2.1. We'll start off with review town budgets. Each budget group will be reviewed depending upon whatever questions there are. I'd like to be able to keep decorum, but I do want to say that in the beginning. So if there's any questions, they really should come through the chair first. If there is any questions in regards to each department. So we'll start off with the assessors.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, when the finance committee was first informed, the direction was a 2% pay raise with level funding on expense lines.
That's what we.
And if that is that the direction that we are reviewing this budget to.
So this budget has built in a 2% raise plus steps with instructions to level fund non.
Okay, so it's a step plus 2%.
A 2% COLA
Yeah, the 2% COLA.
plus
plus
the
steps.
step based on evaluation. So it's 4%.
At the line
Throughout this budget.
throughout this budget.
Except where the person on the personal service contract that comes with it. Or they're not, or they're not in a union, in which
There's
case.
only a couple of those.
And
Non-union
there are-
gets
I
nothing.
do have some questions.
They get the COLA.
I do have some questions and even not all.
We'll get to those when we get to those.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're the.
Well, do you want to speak to how we put it together, the budget right now, the way it is?
Sure. So the basic premises behind the current draft budget that is in front of everyone. The first we already spoke to, which is a 2% COLA on top of steps if eligible. The second one, this budget, basically has us, with a $315,000 increase into the North Middlesex Regional School District budget. It's not what they voted on, but that's what this balanced budget set aside for an appropriation for an increase for the budget.
And that is a 2.6% increase.
That's a 2.6% increase. The way that I achieved that increase was I took our total increase in revenue year over year, and then subtracted the 2.5% for our 2.5% reduction in enrollment with the regional school district. That actually brought us below net school spending, so that we would not, that amount was lower than our net school spending amount was. So I increased it back up to slightly more than net school spending. Net school spending, I think, was 312,000 and change we would have to meet for net school spending. So this budget is slightly more than our net school spending, but that's how I came to the 315,000. Which the effort was to give the schools their share of our increased revenue, counting in the fact that we're losing in other towns.
So our actual increase for the town, for the school, is 2.6%.
2.6% was what
A lot better than the 6 I was thinking of earlier.
well,
That's
that's our budget.
That's okay. Okay.
That's what they're asking for.
That's what I wanted to make sure.
The school is asking for, so their total increase in the budget is 6.27%. The problem is a significant portion of their budget is funded by the state, and their increase was less than 0.5%. So all of the increase is falling on the town. So I think for the town of Townsend, it's around 10%. For the town of Pepperell, I think they were at 15%, 14%.
14.
And Ashby is a kind of in between. They're like 12, between 12 and 13%. So their total ask for us is about $820,000 more than we have budgeted. So they wanted the 1.6 million. And that is in the budget they passed earlier this week. They passed on Monday. So there's going to have to be a Prop 2.5 override in order to meet that gap. Other than that, you know, there are obviously for each department there are going to be requests that came in that for specific alterations, but that will address it like the department level.
Okay, thank you, Rick. So the Board of Assessors. Does anybody have any questions or comments in regards to that budget? Did you want to address anything on that, Vicki?
No, pretty straightforward.
Okay.
So if I could just speak real quick, the Board of Assessors message is one that came in, as requested. The only increases are in the salary and wages lines.
Yeah.
And then the one piece of note in this budget is the $5,000 request for the Patriot Consulting for the reval, which we have to do every 5 years.
Yeah, that's why that's in there. That's
Yeah.
right. As far as you have repair and maintenance of equipment, is there any additional equipment that you're going to be needing down there?
No.
Not in the next year?
Then one other due line, if folks will note at the very bottom, is the Board of Assessors training. This is part of our goal to have kind of a succession plan in the Board of Assessors office, so that Jody is going to start her training in the anticipation that
When I retire.
when Vicki retires, won't have her services anymore, and we can hopefully
Is
get
the
Jody-
600 adequate for that for fiscal year?
She'll have to take, she's taken 2 classes already. I think she's got 4 left to take. We could probably double that if she wanted to take 2 this year, but I didn't know if we could ask for that.
I'm just curious as to what equipment you have that we repair.
You know, it's not really equipment, it's our software. I don't know why it's.
Okay, okay, all right.
That's the
It's a
line
supplement.
item.
It's just a.
Oh,
it's been
okay, so licensing.
Since 2020.
Mhm.
Since 2002.
Some things are hard to change. All right, thank you.
Yeah, that's really our Patriot software and our Esri.
Okay.
Now is Patriot gonna be updated? Do you know? I heard that there was 24 or 25 that they were gonna update.
It is coming out,
Yeah,
but I think once, that's something we'd have to talk about. Probably not for 24, but 25, and I think there might need to be some hardware updates for that.
yeah, we're gonna have to put in a new server for you guys. Yeah, okay. But we
Can
can,
I ask a question about that?
sure,
So that sort of equipment, if it's a new server, that goes under the MIS budget, so not the BO. Right.
well, I'm aware of that, but I'm just wanting to
Mhm.
make sure that,
I'm just getting clarified.
that was for my own notation. I'm okay with everything here. You guys have any
I
questions?
have no question.
Any committee, do you guys have any questions?
Um, I have no questions. We had worked with this, I know earlier on in the budgeting process, the Patriot Consulting for Reval had a submit in there. So this is the final quote, which has been updated.
Yeah.
Vicky has updated, so,
Okay.
keeping that.
What is the support staff? Is that just a?
That's Joe. That's
Assistant,
the administrative.
Oh, okay, okay, all right, okay, thank you, yeah.
Can I ask a question then?
sure.
All right, so why do we have a line for, line 55? Why is that in there when it's all zeroed out? I have that question on a lot of these
Which
budget lines. There's principal assessor,
Well, we-
operating staff, and support staff.
We used to have a property lister, and I would love to have that back. That's what that was. We had a person that went out and did all the permits and everything.
Hmm.
It was a specific.
Okay, because it's been zeroed for the past, what? So this is the third year.
When was the last time we had that on
When
staff?
did Janet move to the building department? No, Karen Chapman was the last person, so 2016 and 17.
Because you could ask the same question about data verification as well. You know, why are we keeping things that have been zeroed for many years?
Yeah, because the data verification is actually a warrant article.
Oh,
That's the $8,000 that we put on the warrant.
That's, so
Where's the one?
it's line 65.
You don't have any line.
Oh, you don't have line, why do we have that line number?
You got line numbers because I put in the line numbers before I printed it out for you yesterday.
You have legal paper and the chair doesn't, but that's okay.
Former chair, that many days. Anyway, okay. So yeah, that data verification has been a warrant article for every,
Right.
and it gets moved from free cash. So is this just,
We didn't do that in the last 2 years, did we?
oh yeah, under a warrant
We have a
article?
warrant article, so that way, whatever, some years you get a lot done, some years you don't get a lot done, so the money is able to move forward rather than getting.
Oh, and there's an existing line item for that when it
Right.
gets moved,
Yeah.
gotcha, okay.
Mm-mm. It doesn't ever get moved because it's an ATM article number, so it would have to be released.
Right.
So no, it would never fall back into here.
No,
Just until it's used.
yeah,
Well, do we need a
No,
line
it's,
item
it's
for
in the budget as an ATM article. I think there's 3 years back, if you look at the budget.
Oh, yeah, so it's
Yeah.
just, but those,
it just shows in a different place.
yeah,
It
Right.
doesn't show here.
it'll never go back to free cash unless we release it.
So.
And we're not doing that.
So,
Right.
So I guess the question is, should we just remove data verification from the
Yeah,
budget?
we can do that.
because it's not part of the budget, it's part of the free cash allowance. But if we do that, do we lose the fact that we need to have it?
Right. I was gonna say, what's the trigger to do the warrant article if we don't have this line?
Just the fact that it's in the warrant every year.
Yeah.
But again, is there a trigger? Somebody, somebody prepares the warrant that doesn't know that that's the trigger. You know, do we have any set procedures that say,
How do you guys do your warrant article now for that?
I forwarded to the town.
Do you just remember it?
Do you remember?
Yeah, I almost didn't remember it. When Andy was here, one of the first years, and he caught it, fortunately, he put it in there.
So maybe we should keep it in there.
But what's the trigger for catching it? Is it that you see this here and saying, oh, that's a
yeah,
zero?
why is it? Say,
That's actually not, that's not the worst way
Yeah.
to catch it, is, you know,
Okay, all right, just,
have this question come up at every meeting and make sure that we can.
yeah.
Anything else?
I got nothing, anything from, finance committee?
I'm good.
Okay, and Andrea, you probably,
That's fine.
okay,
We don't have to vote on anything here, right? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right, we're all set. Thank you, Vicky.
thank you, thanks.
Thank Jody too for all the work that you both do. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, well, Vicky's on the properties committee and she's probably acting up. I did want to mention, there is an item under the Board of Selectmen, for this year, for properties, I believe.
Yeah, it's the fourth, the third expense line.
Under, Board of Selectmen professional services land transfer, we're putting some money into the budget, trying to put money into budget, so that if the properties committee is recommending something, there is money to go after. We can make that recommendation to the Board of Selectmen.
We have to have a survey or something to look his property before we bill it.
Or the fees for registering.
For registering the transfer and all of that kind of stuff.
It's a start. It's kind of like, we were going over it in the properties committee, so I just wanted to mention that. Well,
That's important because there's probably going to be a lot of action on that the next couple of years, I would think.
So we can have more conversations about that and see if we can do something more formal for next year. Sure.
Okay. Town clerk. Oh, Kathy, anything that you want to bring to our attention here?
I don't think so. I mean, it's all, Jess is now getting, her longevity this year. She'll get that in September because she's been here 5 years.
Okay,
So there's the increase there. Elections went down a little bit because we're having 2 elections instead of, or am I jumping ahead?
okay.
Okay. Because we're having 2 elections this year, but we still have, for both those elections, we will have, early voting in person for the presidential primary and then vote by mail.
Okay.
So, and that's been a huge increase.
That's, yeah, the vote by mail, roughly how much do you think that has increased for you?
Well, so just for the postage alone, last year for 2 elections was roughly $2,000 for the postage.
Okay.
But this year being in 2024, it's a presidential year. So, you know, I suspect we'll probably send out about 3,000 ballots.
Okay.
Is my guesstimate on that. So the, thought I put in postage.
Yeah, there's a lot, it's the third up from the bottom.
Yeah, third up
With elections.
$4,000.
So there's 2 lines for postage. There's postage under town clerk, that's regular postage, and then you have it also under election. So I assume that's just for the election, the mail.
Yes. And normally we get, it's an unfunded mandate. So normally we get, reimbursed for that. But for the September and the November election, we still have not been reimbursed. So I'm not sure how that reimbursement is going to work and when it's going to end.
Do we have to ask for it or is it automatic?
They send out a a survey and we put in what our costs were
Mhm.
and they're supposed to reimburse it.
Yeah, well. If we owe them, we have to owe them now. If it's reimbursed,
Yeah.
whenever we get it, I guess.
To take it out of Melissa's budget.
Yep.
For postage, so that's why I have it in there. So hopefully we will get reimbursed, but I hate to get caught short too.
Now, I have a couple of questions if you don't mind.
Sure.
Those, the new polling pads,
Yes,
what's up with that?
so we will have the, maintenance this year, but that will be covered under ARPA funds, I believe. We had discussed that.
Yeah, okay.
Did we? A question, did we? To reallocate funds, there's a policy for that. So we need to know, the funds are there, we purchased them for, the other thing that you were gonna buy, the, clickers.
The clickers, yeah. That was my next
And,
question.
and so there needs to be a, allocation, reallocation form that's turned into the selectmen for, so that accounting knows to allow for, pay for that when it cuts. The Board of Selectmen has to approve the change in
I
allocation.
thought that was already approved.
Yeah, I thought you were on that.
When was that approved? When did it come
First-
before the board?
I believe when we first bought the pole pads,
We did it
the
for
first year
1 year.
maintenance was gonna be covered under.
There was
It
for
is,
the
it is
first
covered.
year.
We just need to know so that the money can be allocated.
Yeah.
It was, it.
Okay, I haven't received a bill or anything yet, so I don't have the exact amount.
Okay.
Was it done last year?
No, because it was the
Oh,
first
so the
year.
first time is already covered. So I guess for future years, because we
Going
did
forward.
put forward another 20,000 or 18,000 or something.
Yep.
For the clickers. And if we're not getting the clickers, then if you go to the selectmen's policy, there's an allocation, reallocation policy. Just say, not using it for pole pads, but I do need it for the,
The maintenance.
The
the
main,
maintenance. And then the selectmen have to vote on that and ship it down so that, they know
accounting
to
will,
pay it and
yeah.
so that Jennifer knows that it's allowed.
Thought you
When-
already completed that. Didn't you work with Alex on that? Because I know you talked about it.
Yeah, I
You
thought
brought it up.
we did that.
Yeah.
I don't know that I don't think that we did a reallocation for future years for maintenance. I don't think we
Oh,
did that.
future.
For future years, the only thing we did, we agreed, we approved getting the pole pads and the
The
first year,
Of me
correct?
will be
But
this year.
yeah,
Okay.
I
Okay,
just wanted
so
to make
going
sure that you,
So,
Okay.
yeah, if you're not gonna buy the clickers, and the Board of Selectmen, the entire Board of Selectmen needs to vote on that. There's policy on that.
Yeah.
So you're reallocating those funds to the maintenance on the pole pad for the
Okay.
next,
and then we
next
can just,
number of,
Okay,
till the end of the life of ARPA fund.
yeah,
Yeah.
okay,
So that's all.
okay.
so we're not going forward with the clickers, all right? Anything else, Kathy?
I don't believe so. I mean, everything else is pretty much, street listings went up because of the cost of paper and, the increase in mailing. So street listings include the census,
Mhm.
and we have more residents for them to go out to, plus the fact that people don't respond to the census, so we're required to do a second mailing, which is usually about 1,100. Last year it was 1,300. So,
Remail? Be remailed?
yeah,
Is there a certain percentage we have to get back?
well, it'd be nice if they all came down.
Well, I agree there.
No,
but-
no.
Okay,
So anybody that doesn't respond to the second mailing, is flagged as inactive, which is really inconvenient at the election. If you've ever been an inactive voter and you have to go and fill out forms with the warden before you can vote.
correct.
So,
Okay, I'm okay with everything. Are you guys okay with everything? Yeah? Veronica?
No. the full pads for enrollment class.
And just for future planning, what is the maintenance fee on the full pads?
I'm not real sure, I haven't gotten a bill on it yet, but I thought it was $300 per full pad, and we have 4, so it'd be about $1,200. I remember off the top of my head.
Okay, it's a placeholder, but as we look forward, let's say that comes off ARPA funds at some point, we have to
Right,
pay it out of
right, and
operating budget.
it would go into our maintenance, repair and maintenance, because that is for the, voting tabulators that we use. They come out once a year and they maintain and plug all the balls and issues or whatever.
Okay, and I know there's 2 smaller ones in the back parking for.
Yeah, parking clerk,
I
very late, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure we touched on it, but I didn't see anything.
Yeah, no increase in those.
Yeah.
Those are real small.
Yeah, those are very small and, following the adjustment on the stipends or salary, whatever it happens to be.
All set? We all set?
Anything else for town clerk from? Anything?
Thank you and Jessica for all the work you do down there, and I appreciate it. Okay. Next up would be facility. And Rob, you're here for facilities.
Oh my God.
I have the unnumbered one, so I don't.
After land use.
Rob, you want to speak to your budget?
Well, first off, my line item is stuck in my printer downstairs right now, all chewed up.
I suppose you want a new printer
That was donated by you.
now.
Hang on. See if we can get you.
Yeah, so if I could just lay out some of the larger ones that Rob and I discussed. So there are 2 lines under salaries and wages that have significant increases. The administrative assistant, it has an increase that's contemplated to go from the current 2 hours to 10 hours. That has been a very successful 2 hours. But the current administrative assistant has made very clear that there's more than 2 hours worth of work that she has to it would be of an assistant to the facilities department, and so that's the request to increase that.
Do you want to put this now or later?
Well, let me, if I have one more, which is the second line item includes an increase of temporary help that is for more hours for to provide facilities assistance. I think his hours were cut in the FY23 budget from 19 to 15 and were restored back to 8.
They weren't.
No, I don't think.
We didn't cut any hours there. We had, this was also a question with the library as well.
Or maybe it was an earlier year.
It was an earlier version of what we did, but when we actually went to town hall, we restored everything to where it was.
If you look at the FY22, it was 13,390. FY23 went up to 13,792. We did not cut those hours. If they were cut, they were cut many years ago.
Okay.
We did have the case where we were not going to provide increases to non-union people. So that was valid, but we didn't cut hours from 19 to 15.
Okay. And so those are the 2 under salaries and wages that are the increase. This also, this budget is reflective of the capital plan recommendation to fund a truck for facilities department. And so it removes the $6,000 stipend. Obviously, if we go through with a capital plan that doesn't include that vehicle, this, the salary wages line would increase by 6,000. So that would.
What is the 6,000 stipend for?
Fuel,
Sure.
No, it's an auto, well, it's because of
Vehicle
using
stipend.
his own
Right.
vehicle.
Personal vehicle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's contractual.
Right.
It's a 500 a month, I think.
But the capital plan recommends
Please.
a vehicle, so that would
We
be.
recommended that last year
Provided.
as well, but we weren't able to provide it. It comes
Right,
down
but I don't want to
funding
talk about
in
the
end.
capital plan right now. So we're talking about it's the budget that's.
Right, but that's why it's there.
We took that stipend away or whatever we're calling it, paper.
That would pay for what?
The vehicle.
Over the course
Over a course
of
of
about
years.
7
So-
years.
I guess,
Five.
a lot of questions
I
probably
call it 40,000.
related to the truck, but the other is, if the capital plan does come in, does that need to modify this budget to put in maintenance and fuel and items like that?
That's actually in the second to the last facility. I hadn't gotten to the expense
Okay.
line, second to the last
Yeah,
expense.
so it's all lumped under there, including additional insurance expense.
Yeah, so I just gotta kind of let folks know that like this, that's why those things are in this budget, because it's reflective of
And it's
that.
probably going up almost 3,000 because they didn't need that before. Because he used his own truck and had the 6,000, that's correct.
Correct.
Well,
Go ahead.
you ready for me?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start up with the wages piece. On the increase in hours for the administrative assistant, do we have a job description for that? That is something that was never really run through the union. It was only 2 hours last year, so it wasn't a big deal. We rolled it in the highway. I would really, this is a future thing, but I would really like to see reconsideration of a DPW and to have a single administrative assistant for highway facilities, cemetery and parks. So it's a little bit beyond what we can do for this year's budget, but that's a futures thing. But I would like to see a job description, like what are the things that were felt couldn't be done in the 2 hours, because I thought it was mostly Warren that we were looking at. If there's something beyond that, I want to know what that job is before I would be comfortable approving it.
Sure, so I can certainly sit down with Katie and.
Okay. So what is that person doing?
You know,
Um,
so does that also tie into the highway department requesting additional administrative hours?
That, I mean, obviously the highway department is also requesting additional administrative hours on top of this request for the facility department. But
So that would take and trigger 30 hours total for
yes,
that.
For
Okay,
an individual.
for an individual.
And that has been consistent. The highway department has been asking for additional hours as
Mhm.
well for administrative. This is why I think we need to really think forecasting, somebody that's going to be scoped on all of these utilities. I think
all of the public work.
public works, yeah.
Um,
It makes much more sense to have one person dealing with all of those together. That way we can budget properly.
It's also from the temporary help side of things. We have temporary help. There's an addition, I know we're not in highway right now, but there's also an addition of temporary help in highway. If we had a DPW, how do you figure the number of hours that you need additionally? Is there data on that? Is there data for the highway department for temporary help? Temporary help at cemetery and parks as well.
Mhm.
So why don't we just have a DPW with a pool of temporary helpers that can, go wherever.
Work in whatever.
Yeah.
And we also have a lot of dangling parts, in the public works sector, that I would like to see, covered here. That's not being covered by the superintendent, the dam being an inspection, being the most recent, example of why there needs to be oversight. That isn't happening individually in each department. The stormwater plan for the town, we have a stormwater requirements that aren't handled, just kind of out there till, oh no, we need a report. So things like that need to be looked at a higher level. Okay, so that's just my
Sure.
diatribe on temporary additional hours for temporary help and additional hours in the admin assistant. I'm not saying they aren't needed, but it would be good to know what they are, how those hours are being used, and how we're doing it across all the departments.
Yeah, and that's not a problem. Katie and I discussed it. I mean, we discussed it 2 months into her having her 2 hours, working the 2 hours, that it wasn't enough. So putting that together is not a problem.
Okay, so are we going down to the expenses line now? That's,
Unless anybody else had questions on the wait.
I do want to talk about the auto thing.
The temporary help, I mean, if they need assistance in facility, I don't understand why we have a temporary help line. Can't we do part-time or something like that, or per diem as opposed to temporary help?
Well, I think at the end of the day, it all comes out in the wash. It's just, I think that's just a matter of what we call it. We could change the title of that line to something different if that would better reflect.
Well, I'm just thinking of if it is, as far as the duties are concerned, why wouldn't we be able to get personnel to get those duties done, whatever they are? I'll just say in general, on the 20,000 foot level, I want to see a report for each municipal building on what needs to be done as far as repair is concerned. I've been asking for that for 2 years. I also think that would be something that we would then be able to better plan with the expenses that we're doing on a year-to-year basis, because I feel like we're kind of throwing money at things that, it's presumed for this particular thing, but it gets allocated for something else within the facilities department. If it's windows that we need to, or it's painting that we need to spend it on windows and painting. But we don't really know, and I'm seeing these recurring coming up all at the same time. So I'd like to see a more detailed report of where we're at with the buildings, what needs to be done. Is there a 3-year plan, a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan, so that we can better plan for these things? Anybody have
So
any?
we're down into expenses now?
Yeah, now we are.
Okay, so looking at the repair and maintenance of the building, I looked at the budget that's current through the expenses, current through the end of February. And it looks like last year there was a $30,600 repair and maintenance for buildings. And of that, about 18K has been used. We have 4 months left in the fiscal year.
Mhm.
And now we have a request for another $36,720. So an increase of $6,000 when we still have 18,000 left in this year. So I guess my question for you, Rob, is what is the plan for the remaining 18K? And what is the plan?
Brandon Sullivan's gonna eat up a lot of it at the senior center. We had major boiler problems. We almost lost that building during that cold snap. The boilers, they gotta be all ripped down and rebuilt. So I have cost of $6,000 for one, $4,000 for another. So I'm crippling along on the large boiler right now. We partially cleaned it and we put it back together. A lot of it was the Unitil wasn't supplying enough gas to this area, but there are big issues. And I just had a major repair done downstairs in this mechanical room with circulator pumps.
So is there a need to work with the Energy Committee to have Rise Engineering do an assessment of the, the systems in
Well,
the
that's all well and
building.
good, but I gotta keep the buildings going in the meantime.
But what I'm saying is for future, and where are the, have you seen the cost estimates for these?
For the boilers, we talked, yeah.
We've talked about it, yeah.
I've seen the preliminary cost estimates for the boilers, yeah.
Okay, so you're planning to spend the 18K that's remaining for this year on the boilers?
Yep.
So the 36,000 projected for next year, what is that?
That's gonna be repair and maintenance. We was gonna tie something in, to go through the historic commission we talked about, try to get some kind of matching funds to start repairs on this building.
Well, there's an article from last year that was, let me pull this up.
I desperately need, flammable storage lockers.
That's
on capital
capital,
planning.
that's capital, that's
We'll
separate.
address that later.
I'm looking at last year's ATM for Memorial Hall, 23,208. It looks like two of these were put together, the Harbor Fire and Memorial Hall. I'm not sure why those two were put together. I think they did do the Harbor Fire Station work,
We
correct?
repaired the exterior of the building.
Right, so there was 10K that we allocated last year in town meeting for that, together with the 20K in Memorial Hall.
And this,
And it looks like our accountant munged those two together.
Yeah, I don't know why those would be
Yeah,
together. but I
they
can
should,
check.
they were always separate before, but in any event,
But there
it
were
looks
two
like
separate
that,
lines
Yeah,
in
Yeah.
that section, and they both.
the stairs still gotta get repaired, well, removed and replaced over the rec center. I think that was about 5K.
the rec center was that's a different article. But this is the Memorial Hall 20K for this year, so what was that planned for? And when is that work being done? Because I know there's an additional 20K being asked for next year.
Yeah.
So I guess without the plan that Chaz refers to know what's going on, and oh, by the way, there's this. Where is all that written down so that we can see it and so that we can budget responsibly for the future? Because if I look at this, we're upping the budget, the 30,600 by 6,120. We don't know why we're doing that, but we're doing that. That 6,120 could be used elsewhere, is what I'm saying, without a plan going forward. And in addition, we have 20K from last year for Memorial Hall that hasn't been spent yet. No real plan for it that I can tell. And we're asking for 20K again for next year. So I guess I don't mind spending the money if we, the town, know what it's going to be used for and have a plan to actually get the work done.
We try to move forward on the window repairs, the sashes, the trim, the rotted trim. The thing of it is we went out, I was putting bids out and entertaining contractors, and then all of a sudden, all this lead paint issue started cropping up, and I just seemed like there was people that are not interested in taking part in the project. So that was my whole intent on that 20K, was to start to fix the exterior of this building. And I was gonna have to do it in phases.
Right?
Mhm.
So I think what I would like to see, and I guess this mirrors what Chaz does, is a plan for Memorial Hall that goes out 5 years, that itemizes what's going to be done, and what's the anticipated cost, understanding the costs go up all the time. But what is it? How do we plan for that?
I would like to be able to allocate the money properly to town hall to get it fixed. I mean, I'm very adamant about our historic buildings here in town. I think they need to be preserved. I think they need to be taken care of. I think that's what our ancestors deserve that, number one. Number two is that in order for us to be fiscally responsible for the citizens of this town, we have to make sure that we're spending the money properly. The way in which you know, the society is right now, everybody's looking at all the pennies, and I want to make sure that we're spending them properly. So having a plan is something that we need to have going forward so that we know we're spending the money properly. Also, I think that, have you looked into doing any grants, looking for any grants, or you said that the plan was to talk with the Historic Commission? But has there been any work on looking to see what we can get for outside sources, especially federally, for any of these buildings? Like having these buildings on the federal register, we may be able to get funding
We
for
did,
that.
Eric and I did
Yeah,
discuss
we are
that.
working on the timing for a grant, the historic grant to try to get some historic ones to match.
Okay, and those are the large scoping things that we really need to start looking into so that we have a plan, we have somewhat of a roadmap, and then, you know, we get privy to certain grants that pop up saying we have an additional $10,000 for blah, blah, blah. And we look at what we have planned and we can earmark that money for it. So having a solid plan for us to be able to look at would be really important.
Well, there's an earmark for, Lori Trahan for Tuesday would be this building. I also want to put in a plug right now for the community preservation.
Mhm.
Because if we were a CPA community, one of the uses of those funds is historic preservation. And those funds could be, you know, the town puts in a teeny little bit to get more funds every year for the purposes of historic preservation, affordable housing, and open space.
Sure.
Rob, I heard you talk about, lead paint. What part of the outside of this building is lead paint?
According to the contractors, they all come in here and they look at the date of the building and they just shy away from it because they talk about lead paint on those windows around here. And I find that hard to believe because this went through a major renovation. So
Couldn't we test that?
when this was gonna call the gentleman in that did the gazebo project and have him go around and check various parts of this building.
Kind of lead, but, if we do have lead paint, you got a big problem because bandstand lead paint, bandstand.
Yeah. We'll get into that in a minute. Teresa wanted to add in.
Okay, if it's okay, I'd like to kind of move on, but we can come back to the plan. But I think you got a sense, we all do need that, and it's very simple. I think you know it's simple. Just write the whole list of things that need to be done and put them in an order that makes sense. But you obviously wouldn't paint the building and then stick out the windows. So I don't think we're asking for a lot there, but we need to see what that list is and what it looks like spread out. But I was and when you started to talk about the boiler, and I know that was something that the green energy was looking at, but I was shocked, and I know energy costs are going up, but you have it listed as a $50,000, almost $50,000 increase. Was that because of the inefficiency, or is that the sheer cost that you expected to be, or?
That is my edit to this. That is reflective of the real energy costs that we had to pay in FY22.
Okay.
So in FY22, we had to come in because we were $70,000 short in energy costs at the end of FY22. Now, in the interim, we've done some things. The Board of Selectmen signed up for a lower cost energy town buildings, so we're paying less than we were paying back in FY22.
Right. Have you seen any change in that? Because I know that a couple of departments have made comments about their bills being much less.
It's a real, and we checked the bills, and so we are getting that rate, which is it's a real savings over, unfortunately what the private sector has to pay right now. That being said, the cost of natural gas has gone up, the cost of oil has gone up. Every bit of place where we have energy has gone up since FY22, and FY22 that line was 140,000.
So you took what the actual bill was and kind of forecasted for what it's going to be for this budget, and it came up to be the 48.5.
That's yes, and that's
What do we see? One bill over there in the senior library at 10,000 1 month.
Yes.
How many buildings does this cover? About, not just town hall, I'm getting at.
Well, the police department, fire department have their own budget,
Yes.
but I'm dealing with Memorial Hall, the senior library, the West Townsend Reading Room,
Yeah.
the municipal garage.
Yeah.
You don't have to go on, I just want to make sure it was multiple.
Rec
buildings,
department.
And I knew.
Yeah, rec department.
Fire department.
And
So-
one
The
other
old art library, that's
question.
just lights.
Yeah, okay.
Can you explain to me what is covered? It just seems high, but I know it still seems high to me. Can you explain to me what's covered, under professional services at 37,000?
That would take the line item out of services that, from like Green and Sullivan and, Bedoin Heating and Plumbing, plumbers, OG Proto.
Yeah.
The list goes on.
Your contract.
Every,
Okay, so that.
every time we have,
Things like that. Okay, I was thinking it was training and,
No,
Okay.
So we budgeted 31,410 last year. We have remaining 27,881 as of today, which means we've spent about 4,000.
That's pest
Of that,
control, all of that.
And so my question is, why are we, it goes with what Teresa just said. Why, if the 31,410 hasn't been expended 2/3 of the way into the year, what are we spending the rest of that 31,410 on this year? And why do we need an increase of 6,282?
yeah,
What
so-
is that for?
yeah, so this is, yeah. These numbers were kind of based on more, not just an FY 23 year-to-date expenditures, but more looking over the expenditures over the last few years out of these lines.
So this is the line that we took the mowing out of
Right.
to save 30,000 last year, in order to give increases to the staff in the town. So, and it appears that we didn't need the 57,000 and we don't need the 31,000 that was remaining after we did the reallocation. Just looking at what's here, unless there's something happening between now and then, now and the end of the fiscal year that we don't know about.
Yeah.
But why are we increasing it by $6,000? So it's just a historical amount as opposed to going by the data.
Yeah, because so unfortunately for these lines, they're often not spent as like a salary line you would expect to be spent a
Consistently.
quarter of the way, quarter of the money's gone, half the way, half the money's gone. Lines like these are often spent sporadically. And so there's often larger charges that come in. And the town has consistently spent in the non mowing contract portion of this line has often overspent this line. And covered it from other lines. No, these lines come in at negative, on over the years, and they're covered from other lines that are not at the negative.
I know that at last year and the prior year, and this is why, and you're always saying, oh, they're taking money away from my budget. It is often when we do municipal transfers at the end of the year, this is one of the lines that we have funds left over in that we take money from for other departments. It is consistently the case.
Right, and that's something for 2 years that we've been looking at. Anything that a municipal transfer comes in at fiscal year end, I've been keeping track of what those are. Why is there so much money left over, and why are we doing this every year? And if we have been doing it every year.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
Plans. I understand unexpected, but we have no plans.
sure. And so Rob and I talked about it. Last year, the reason why this line wasn't spent was because of in FY 22 was because Rob was trying to cover the energy overage. And so he was not doing things that you would normally expect to be done and putting them off to the next fiscal year because we had that $70,000 overage in the energy line. You know, so that's one reason why they're trying to maintain an internal balance in the facilities line item. You know, I think if we fund energy appropriately, I 100% agree with you that the best thing to do would be to have a plan and figure out how we're going to spend this money every year. And so I think that's, you know, definitely something that Rob and I have talked about, and to try to present to the Board of Selectmen that plan is real.
I haven't even started the cooling season yet to get out of the heating season and start up the AC units. And I already know I have to replace a compressor out there.
It's $6,000.
Right, so this falls in line with what I was saying before, is that having these kinds of forecasting, we're able to better budget. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know.
And then there's the unseen things. When things break down, they break down.
Mhm.
And the age of some of this equipment.
And I'm
has
trying
been
to
here
make,
since
and
the
I'm trying to
90s.
make them that they're not unseen. That's
No.
what I'm trying to do. So if we can forecast this or document what happened this year, so that next year we can say, oh, well, this happened here.
Absolutely.
Do we need to budget for it? That's all I'm saying. I want to be able to have all departments being very transparent. So we, as the fiduciary responsibility of the town, be able to, you know, say to the taxpayers, yes, we are doing the best we can with every penny that we have.
And that's what I've been trying to do.
Yeah.
Everything around here has a shelf life.
No
policy.
question about that. I appreciate everything you do, sir. So
So-
that has nothing, that's should be going without saying. You do a great job, and we just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing.
It's just like we had to go before the finance committee about this unforeseen code change to do with an $8,000 repair on an elevator.
Yeah, so,
And we're
and
still standing in line in that.
that's why we all get paid the big bucks. You know, let us handle
So,
it.
you know, we're not panic stricken, but you running a facilities, you don't know what's around the corner.
Yep.
When you're gonna come in and throw the light switch on and what's gonna.
If we plan accordingly and something like that happens, we have the wherewithal to be able to cover those expenses once they happen. But if we plan accordingly, those surprises will be less. That's all I'm saying, that we can do.
Can we get a vehicle?
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's make the assumption that we do fund the, facility trust through the capital expenses, and the 6,000 goes away on the auto allowance.
Mhm.
Why are vehicle supplies increasing from $1,020 to $4,000?
Just pay for gas, so you can have maintenance on the vehicle.
And probably buy a ladder rack for it.
Do you have to pay the insurance? Is there insurance? I don't cover that or?
Town covers it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's on
Yeah, the insurance on the town vehicle.
Sure.
They do.
Yeah.
Yet there's nothing for mileage down there, and I'm assuming that we are not paying mileage if we have an in-house vehicle.
Correct. Oh, right.
Correct. So, but now we have to pay vehicle supplies. In other words, there's
gonna be
an
$4,000 every
increase
year.
of $3,000 to lose the 6,000 for the auto allowance. Is it really worth it?
Well, I mean, I think so I will be perfectly blunt. I've never seen a town with a facilities department that doesn't have a vehicle. I don't understand. So that as a kind of as a baseline seems to me that, you know, if we're gonna have an expectation that the facilities department moves equipment or does things like that they should have a vehicle. That the reality is, under a lot of these stipends that were set up a while ago, they don't cover the employees' costs. Certainly not with the cost of gas, is what it's gone up there. And that, so we're asking for
That's the highway pump, right? The
Well,
pumped highway.
yeah, but the highway department's gas costs didn't go up. It's in this budget. It's gonna be supplementing the highway department's
I
gas
pay for
costs.
my own gas on my own vehicle,
Yeah.
so the stipends I receive is it's inferior to what today's reality is.
So I think the best practice is for the town to own the vehicle, the town to do the maintenance on the vehicle and pay for the gas for its use in town. It is not going to be a vehicle that the employee gets to drive home. A vehicle is going to be here, only used in town, and that's, you know, that we don't have that we don't have that data for how much that's going to cost.
So the gassing up happens at the highway department.
Correct.
So these funds are actually, how do they get charged? Does highway have a meter that says, oh, this is for facilities, and they're
You have a pro
really
key.
charged?
That keeps track of, each vehicle.
Yeah. So each vehicle's gas consumption is triggered by the key that triggers the.
And
gas
it comes
line.
out of, and the payment for the gas comes out of separate, in other words, this is another DPW thing. The gas could be one budget item.
Yeah.
if we had it.
And
I think even if we don't have a DPW head, we should start putting these three departments together as far as budgeting goes for the town,
Sure.
because I think that, I think it's functional, again, gonna wind up being charged out of the correct line item.
Sure. Well, I think that the goal would be to see how if we have a full year of that vehicle, see how much that gas is, and then just drop that amount from the facilities line and put it into the gas line of the for over at highway, or plus a little bit extra probably for raising prices.
Well, we reimburse for gas now, don't we?
No.
Not if somebody has a stipend.
No, not for the stipend, is to cover that. That is the purpose for the stipend,
Well, see, that's.
to make it a fixed amount,
Right, which is,
so that,
that's
no.
problematic.
So I'm looking at cemetery and park vehicular supply. So is that their gas? In other words, it's really, really hard to keep track of things like groundskeeping supplies, vehicular supplies, and to know if you're budgeting properly, if there's not a consistent way of doing things across the board.
So with this current budget, the vehicle supplies are $4,000. Is it gonna be $4,000 next year? Is it gonna be $4,000 a year after that? My understanding is that the budget should reflect what is going to be a typical yearly cost. If this has a ladder rack in it, that's not gonna be something they're gonna have next year.
Right. So then that would drop off of off the budget. And I also think that this is because this is the first time that the department has had this, this a vehicle like this, it's important to track those costs.
Wouldn't the ladder rack and things like that be part of the cost of the vehicle?
No.
But couldn't it be budgeted as part of the cost of the vehicle, if that is something that we know ahead of time is needed?
Yes.
Well, with a toolbox and ladder rack.
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
I mean,
it can be.
that's-
I used to do this. So you can buy a vehicle with the toolbox and a ladder rack, and it'll be one cost.
I think you would
that
pay
shouldn't
more
be
though
in
than
there.
with a,
Yeah,
if you
right.
bought it separately.
Separately, yeah.
That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, but I think maybe you would pay more, but it should be in the capital plan as part of the cost of that.
That's
vehicle.
exactly right.
Well, I think
Whether
that
it gets purchased as a single, all in one package, or whether it's an add-on after you purchase the vehicle, it seems that that should be part of capital, not part of the facilities budget, because it's a one.
I agree with that.
Thing.
So do I.
Okay, let's move on.
So I just wanted to point out to folks the time, we've moved over our time limit.
Um,
All right. Anything else
We're done.
from either department? Okay,
I think I said everything that I needed.
okay. You're all set. Finance is all set. Yeah,
Yeah, all the questions are in the same.
thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
All right.
So if I might make a suggestion that we skip over the remainder of general government, that,
If it has
Not
anything to
personally,
do with the police department,
and then we let fire take the, do we need to, do folks feel like we need a 5-minute break?
5-minute break.
Yeah.
Breaks.
you do 5 minute, we'll do police, and then we'll do fire.
Yeah.
I actually suggested that we do fire first, and then because the fire chief has an appointment. If that's okay with the chair.
So you're okay?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Jay's been here quite a while.
Jim?
Nice and quiet over there.
I do have just a quick handout to make it a little easier to, for you to kind of get right to my area and you could just.
Sure.
Let me grab it myself.
Thank you.
Yeah, while those get,
Can I just say one very quick thing before? So one very important thing to note about both the police and the fire budget is that unlike last year, where the salary funds did not reflect the ARPA, the salaries that are being paid by ARPA, that is different this year. ARPA is coming into this budget as a revenue source, and therefore those salaries are in this budget. So you're going to see an increase in the salary line in both police and fire that is not indicative of an actual increase. It just means we're moving to demonstrate that where the ARPA funds are in a better manner, more transparent manner.
So if we actually hired people,
I think that's a good question for the chief.
okay.
so, yeah, I think I'll cover that as
All right.
as I go through my presentation
Sure.
real quick, but first things first, I appreciate your time and attention to these issues. I really do. I know we all give up our time on the weekend and meetings. I do appreciate the volunteer here in the room for sure. Couple things to start. First of all, zero-based budgeting. I say it every year. I said it all 5 or 6 budget I've prepared for the community here. And I do want you to know that I do zero-based each of those lines. They do get zeroed out and rebuilt every single year without exception. There's a couple of things that we've got going on the side that I think would answer a couple of questions as we go through. First things first is the title of some of the lines. I've heard that come up in some of the earlier presentations. It is something that I have spoken with Mr. Slagle about, and we'll address some of those. A couple of them are vehicle supplies. It's called gasoline. New equipment, it's only vehicles. Repair and maintain equipment is every bit of equipment in the building and exterior to the building. So it's my cruiser maintenance, and it is really a lot in there. And I would like to break that one apart a little bit, and I'll work with Mr. Slagle to kind of see if we can do that maybe at a special town meeting, whatever we need to do to get that kind of stuff done. A couple other things I've got hanging out there as far as what I would like to do is create a couple revolving accounts to deal with some of the fees that we have seen increase in our building for sure. One of them is the public records. We have an inanimate amount of public records that we have experienced over my time there, working with Mr. Slagle and the town clerk to kind of determine what type of fees to charge. The advent of the body cameras has exacerbated those requests and given it a little bit of a technology spin that have made it a little bit difficult for us in terms of labor and that type of thing. So we have begun charging fees that are approved by the state to do that. And I would look at developing, and I'm kind of still in the study phase of looking at a revolving fund to make sure that I can backfill and utilize fees to pay directly for some of the services that we're rendering in that light. To build on it a little bit, we also, a number of years ago, the Board of Selectmen and I worked extensively to bring in a fingerprinting technology in the bill, which is a fantastic, efficient, best thing we ever did as far as that is concerned. There are some maintenance fees that go along with that. We do charge for firearms licensing fees. They go back to the general fund. We would like to see if we can set something up to have some sort of revolving fund to pay for those fees and ease my budget a little bit and have those funds actually used for their intended purpose.
What's the rough estimate on how many you get?
I actually have, I did a report earlier this week, very much in the studies phases, but I actually have the fee report here. We taken about $6,000 in the time that we had run this was the last really good dates we had. We took about $6,000 in fees in that.
And that's
That
just
would
the
have been-
application fee?
It's broken up. There's an application fee in that some of it goes to the state, some of it goes to us. It's returned to the general fund. We have a way of collecting that $100 or whatever the applicant gives us, and then it comes down to town hall and gets broken up into 2 different accounts. Again, I think it would be good clerically to have an in and out account to better track that. I do think, and it's interesting because that's about the amount of the fees for the fingerprinting machine. We obviously use that for booking. There is an APHIS component to it, works with the federal government, very efficient for our men, backfills their booking sheets. I mean, there's some ancillary benefits from the software for sure, but it would be a good way of paying for those fees. One of the major drivers for a lot of our lines, I think, and I speak across departments, I think, are software fees. It's become a significant component to my budget. It has for a number of years. This has been a decade in the making. I think across all planes, right? My software fees for records management, for my basic office applications. I mean, you name it, we've got a software fee for it. That seems to be the rage all these days. So there's just a couple things to just start off. I wanted to make sure I covered that we've got going on the side. Other thing we've got is the transition to Patriot for the police department. We'll get to that when I get to the comm part of it about the drivers, of some of those costs. But while we're in my budget, I just would like to point out that that has allowed us to kind of take a step back and look at our phone bills. Remember, we operated a 9/11 center at that building for many, many years, and many phone numbers have been given out for all kinds of different reasons. And I'm hesitant to just shut down lines, even though we don't use a significant number of them. Because if the elevator in your building uses that line to contact the police department, that could be causing some problems. So Captain Grimley and I are going through these legacy type of issues to see if I can pare down those costs now that we really need phone lines for a small business as opposed to a 9/11 center. That's something else that's on our agenda. We're working through that. So you'll find on the second page of my handout for you is just some thought bubbles just to drive discussion and that type of thing. And at the end of my little soiree here, you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. You're going to see a big up and down on those lines in the wages line, and that is to account for the second lieutenant's position not being filled. This restructuring was the focus of a meeting with the Board of Selectmen a number of months ago, and that has come to fruition. You'll also see the big bump in the line below that, and that is to the fact that that funding largely was transitioned into a person's salary to be elevated to the rank of sergeant. One thing I will point out, and kind of made it audible, I mentioned it to Eric this morning. From the fourth bubble down, it is our stipend certification line. I projected that to be 81,000. In light of our new hires not needing the Quinn that I had worst case scenario kind of planned and not filling that lieutenant's position will allow me to cut that 10,000. So we'll not be asking for 81, we'll be asking for 71. I'll circle back with Mr. Slagle and make sure that that is reflected in the budget moving forward.
Where does that 10,000 get absorbed? Even though it's not the Quinn, isn't it needed elsewhere?
So no, what ended up happening is I ended up planning for a couple hired worst case scenario with the Quinn. They don't get that. They were hired. They don't have the college that would get them the Quinn. So there was a little offset there. And any elevation made from sergeant to lieutenant would be half Quinn. So it calculating that out, if I reduce that to 71, I will be able to do that for sure. So just a straight cut with no offset and no need to put it anywhere else or be anywhere else.
So that makes the bottom line number 1,782 change to 1,772.
Correct. Yeah. And I would work with Mrs. Slade to make sure he has that figured down exactly. But
thank you.
The only other thing I think that drive the other drivers here are certainly our salary numbers, our internal steps. If we have longevity payments that need to be made, if there were any person moving from a 1-year guy to a 2-year guy or a 2-year guy to a 3-year guy, those were some of those changes you'll see in the salary line. But aside from those things, there is no major structural things going on that had any budget implications. In the expenses line, it's energy, and energy is the drivers for my increases for the most part. The gasoline line being the biggest bump. One of the interesting things I'm hearing the conversation about highway overseeing gasoline. One of the things that's interesting here is I have to actually budget what we pay at the pump. And it's my understanding the town gets a rebate they don't pay taxes on gasoline. However, we do in our budget. And that any sort of rebate comes back, and it's my understanding does not go to my budget, it goes to the general fund or something like that. So unlike in the past, in my previous life, I was able to budget the pump and I had a buffer. If the pump is 305, I know darn well I'm really only getting charged 225 or something on them lines. Here it's been a little bit of a role for me. And one is determining the exact amount of gas usage, which I was able to predict and able to predict fairly well, about 12,000 gallons a year, give or take. But the gallon cost, we might as well be sitting around my living room trying to figure out our house bills because it's very similar prediction. So that is what drives that cost. We went through some volatile expenses that this year. However, I think we were able to muscle through it fairly well. I predicted 325 a gallon. Who knows? I don't know. But that is what drives that line to be that much of an increase.
Do your guys fill up at highway or do they?
We have the same process of
Yeah,
heat and
that's what I figured.
security. Each car has, each guy has a backhoe.
So that's under, I'm trying to figure out the gas. So that's under vehicular supply.
Correct.
For you.
And it's only gas.
And when it gets billed, how does the billing work?
So what ends up happening is they run a report on a monthly basis and they run my report of all the keys that we have and they send us a bill and we do an internal transfer here at the building to kind of make it.
All right. So a similar thing would happen with facilities.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So vehicular supplies, that's only gas, you're saying?
Precisely. I
get a lot of gas.
I inherited
12,000 gallons.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I
it's,
tell you that you're right on target from, if I look at the budget, the expense report from the end of February, you're at 67%, which is
chairman-
exactly where you should be.
the chairman of the board of selectmen, the House is a man named Mark Review. He's an energies guy. And every year for the past decade, I've called him and had him predict the gallon of gas average for the next year. And so invest with Mark Review. So he is money.
So did he
He
figure
did.
out your?
He did. Yes, he did.
Okay.
I'm not that smart. I just surround myself with smart people. That's how that works.
The one other thing I wanted to point out to folks, so there was a question that came up at the Board of Selectmen meeting about the capital plan, was the $75,000 for new equipment down at the
Yes.
bottom is the cruisers. So that does not need to be a capital expense. We are paying for the cruisers in the
In
budget.
the general
That's how
fund.
it's always been. As
It
far as I
is,
know.
it was just last year, we were so.
We were stuck in. on the
Yeah, we
budget.
went back and forth on that.
that-
Yes, we
that
did.
was, last year,
We
so
don't think
that
it
we
should
could
be
fund
there.
the school.
Yeah, so I just wanted to let folks know that.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you.
And while you're looking at that figure, I may be able to adjust that figure now that I know the lease payment. And I think we may be able to shave a couple $1,000 there. I'll work with Mr. Slade on that. Because I do think the lease payment's probably gonna come in a little less than 75 for now.
So maybe.
Three cents.
figure that.
So I have a question on the deputy chief. I know you presented to us the new structure hierarchy that you have, but I can't remember, did it eliminate this position of deputy chief or do you still have that position?
That's more of a question of, I think of charter, or I don't even know where to put it as to whether or not it would exist if we ever tried to bring it back. We have no plans of bringing it back.
You
It wasn't
don't
being,
know. Okay, so
But whether or not
there's
they-
no possibility of it being filled and having come up with the money because of the way you restructured that. I pay attention, but I don't have it memorized. I just wanna.
We
make
went
sure.
with 2 lieutenants instead of a deputy chief, the first year that I was in selection, that was like 3 years ago.
And then he
So,
presented.
Didn't we
Yeah,
end
but I
up
think
with
it's not
deputy?
gone.
And the line stayed there that's where the second lieutenant, where the monies were reflected.
Right, and I
in the
figured
budget.
we could keep that on it just to talk about it if it came up as, how does this wall work? You can actually look back at those previous years and kind of, where'd that $100,000 go? Well, it feathered out. Didn't go away, it feathered out into other lines.
Right.
I think historically, I think probably next year it loses its relevance if it makes any sense.
And I didn't get to look at it, I didn't get to compare it, but, I see that you're decreasing, the overtime, but I know when you presented that plan, you did feel, that there would be, even more, I felt that you felt there'd be even a more significant decrease in overtime. You're representing a 6%, decrease, here. Do you feel that that's a safe decrease? Do you think it's potentially more or?
I feel comfortable with that increase. I think it's fairly bold, to be frank. That said, I do think we have scheduling software at the police department that has allowed me to get very granular as to where my overtime is going. We have scheduling software now that if I backfill overtime for sick time, I can tell you what that figure is. If I backfill it for court, I can tell you what that figure is. If I backfill it for emergency reasons, I can tell you. I've developed some categories to be able to track that. And when I estimate the last year's usage and I project one more year and I use those same calculations adjusting for full staffing once everybody gets out of training, I think that that's a fairly bold, but I think it's accomplished. I really do. the other benefit to the scheduling software that I'm discussing is we should be able to, within a few months, as soon as the town hall is ready, just kick over a CSV file electronically for payroll and get rid of paper. And I've talked with the auditors about that, and they say it's okay because of the digital signatures that are present in the software. Anything outside of that, officers or staff persons' normal pay is actually required to have a digital signature and acceptable to the auditors, which would make my life a lot easier. Right now, there are so many data entry points that the chances for mistake are very, very high. And I think those of you that have worked with me the last few years, we have found payroll mistakes that were pretty profound. I think we ended up having to pay one guy $12,000. It's absurd in my first 3 years here. So we're really getting rid of that paper, and you don't have the fat thumbs and all the things that happens when we have multiple points of entry, PDFs rather than Excel spreadsheets, and we got people doing the calculations. We're at a point where we'll be able to kick over a CSV file that is exactly 100% mirrors our staffing.
Don, did you have something?
I'm
have one last
trying to get
question.
my head around, I haven't seen an organization chart, but I'm seeing that the lieutenant is roughly cutting in half. And so that salary is being picked up in the operating staff. So I'm looking at for the numbers. Are we decreasing the number of lieutenants?
Yeah, we have 2, and we are not filling one of those positions due to an inexperienced staff.
Okay.
I can kind of get one here for you. And if you try to flip it over, you'll find that our current staffing sheet, what positions we have allotted, which ones are full. I am very pleased to say that we are one of the only agencies in the area that are fully staffed. I don't have everybody functioning in the role that they will eventually be in, because we have one in the academy, a couple of field training and that type of thing, but we are one of the only agencies that I know of that are fully staffed.
One last question. The 18% increase in holiday pay, was there a change to the rate of holiday pay? Is that just to increase in wages?
We have an extra holiday, Juneteenth.
Thank you very
And
much.
there's also, with the move from a lieutenant to a sergeant, and not having that means that they actually work holidays. So
Thank you very much.
I just, on that org chart, just to build on what you said, you added a sergeant position with we have 3 sergeants right now, and it was 2 lieutenants. So the idea is to add a sergeant and eventually promote from within into the lieutenant position. And so it's worked out so that it all evens out when that promotion occurs.
Okay, but would the sergeant promotion and then we drop down the number of sergeants, or would then there be a hiring for?
we probably have to have that discussion then, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I've got my own, I've got the
That's-
plans.
Yeah.
It's only funded the way it's funded for the next.
I'll be sure to
fiscal year.
bounce it off when it happens.
I'm sure he'll have a detailed report with
Sure.
PowerPoint presentation and the whole.
And then
I'll try.
On the, also, are we adding in the upper number that was, last year it was upper money funding?
It would be.
Yeah, so
But
The-
there was one that we didn't budget for last year. It was a $0.
right, and that's what I meant said earlier. So there's
So,
$72,000 in ARPA money in our recap for revenue
Yeah.
that will be offsetting $72,000 in salary from this
from
line.
this line. Okay, that's fine. It's,
We never used it last.
Yeah,
year.
it didn't get used in FY
It was
'23.
higher in.
I realize we never hired enough people to have.
The only other thing I wanted to make sure we covered was that this budget, finally, we do kind of get to a point now where we are level in terms of these crazy goofy user fees that I was speaking of. One of the other licensing fees that we deal with extensively is the body cameras. We have licensing fees for those things. There's some upload and download issues, and it is a pretty significant annual expense. When we applied for their grant, it was a pretty significant grant. It is sunsetted, and we have incorporated this into our budget. So we have absorbed that increase that really was a new expense when we brought on body cameras. So now we're able to, we have that in our budget, and absent any sort of swings one way or another, and I will closely review that. We are good as far as that is concerned within the budget.
What line item incorporates that?
Repair and maintain equipment.
Okay, because I'd like to address that. Do you have your questions?
You can go ahead. I think I'm I think I got a couple of my answers,
Okay.
so I think that's good.
I have a couple of general ones. I'd like to say to both Chief Shepherd as well, and even to Karen, since you're here. I'd like to be able to, for us to see a plan from each department that are ARPA funded employees, where their sustainability plan is for those particular positions. If we can kind of start forecasting that now so that we get an idea of where those departments are going with those particular positions, so we have a better feel for what's going to happen. I also think that we do need to investigate fees for records requests, whether it be at the police department or the town hall, or how we're going to do that. Maybe we need to assess what the current request level is, if it's going to go up, and how we're going to handle that. Because I agree with the chief that if they are getting requests for something and they're charging, it should be going, some kind of account for the police department to be able to track it.
Yeah, so that we've had multiple discussions between myself and the chief and the town clerk about it, and I think the first hurdle, which I think we've already crossed, is actually charging and being consistent.
Correct.
So completely, statutorily compliant with our fees. Because I think there was a time when I think we were just trying to absorb the costs for those fees and not charge the public, but I think that time has passed.
Yes, I agree.
So
I do know that in any other, within my position, I've had to ask for records requests, and every single one has come back with this is how much it will cost.
yeah, and so that's the way we're doing it now. And I think we've had some abnormal levels of public records considering the size of the town for records requests. My hope is that that's starting to wind down. And so it won't be as burdensome on folks, but we're tracking it. I mean,
I just want to be responsible that we're addressing that particular situation, because I see an increase in all of that as well.
One comment I would have about that is I've had extensive conversations with the state regarding public records and our processes to determine that we were doing the right things. All of our staff, our record staff, we're cross-trained and trained in that regard. One of the things I find to be a recurring theme when they discuss these types of things is uniformity, and making sure that you're not charging only some people because it's a little bit more. And you would think what that means is that, we're only charging, for excessive. No, charge all the time. It's not necessarily the extent of it, because that's the firm foundation. So if you spend, and some of ours are 2 hours in redaction. I've got somebody standing in front of a video, watching the video for 2 hours.
Yes.
It's a pretty significant.
That's what I'm concerned about, especially with the video portion. It's going to incrementally go up, and I just don't want to see that we're spending a lot of time with your personnel going over, especially for redaction or anything like that. I think it's going to turn into an excessive cost, and we need to kind of nip that in the bud. I'd also like to see the chief brings up two most important things that I wanted to address as a whole. Software licensing is going to be huge in all departments. It's going to be something that I think we need to separate and figure out how we're going to deal with going forward, because every department is going to be affected by it. So we need to have some kind of vision looking forward to it. And that's all I had. The finance, do you guys have anything?
Let me say something on
No.
Okay.
You had your chance. Yeah, you.
Not relatively, this is a generic energy cost thing. And this builds on the facilities discussion that we've had, where we have almost 50% increase, more than that, in the thing. So looking at police and fire, I think has a 0% energy cost increase. It varies. You do, 0% on energy cost. That's one of my questions. But police put in 13%, and 13% of the 75K on the energy line in facilities is $9,750. Yeah, we're increasing that line by $48,000, I think. I guess I would like to see some consistency in energy increases,
Sure,
especially given the municipal aggregation that we put in place.
I think the difference is that the chief's budget was much more realistic than the energy budget for stuff. We knew that the
Oh, the
energy budget for
original-
facilities
the
in
original.
FY 22 was just, it was wrong 2 years ago, and then we carried it over wrong.
Okay.
And we
I
pay
can accept
70,000
that,
more to
but I
straighten it out.
still do think, if I look at the fact that we've used at, 2/3 into the year, we've used almost the entire budget that was, you know, we should be able to take 1/3 of that 75K and add that on, or, yeah, 1/3 of the 75K added on and make it, is what I'm saying, especially given that we didn't have municipal aggregation in effect for the entire year. So I think that something like 30,000 is more realistic there. That's. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything from finance?
I'd be happy to go into communication if you,
Well,
I just, one thing, and it's probably more for the future, is how long on records, how long do you have to keep body cam?
so that's another project that we've got going within town. First question that we had answered was, what do we have to keep if we're scanning stuff? There is a process, believe it or not, if you're going to destroy written, printed copies of things, even though you have them electronically, it is still a permission you need to seek from the state. So when we went fairly paperless, which we have reduced our paper building exponentially. We also got our mind wrapped around the schedule. The schedule is dependent on the incident. So it falls into the same exact thing as the paper copy back in the day. One of these things, and this is 100 years since Calvin Coolidge ascended the presidency, one of the things that he said, I think is exactly appropriate here, is sometimes you have to let administration catch up with legislation. That legislation is so antiquated, it does not meet the needs of a 2023 society. And it is causing us a lot of problems from a records retention standpoint. Generally, I would answer the general answer, probably about 7 years or so. We have a plan in place and we have proper storage, electronic storage to make good on that. We have some other commitments to the legal system and such as well. But we really are revisiting and looking at that schedule and working with the state extensively to get rid of records we are no longer obligated. It only provides us with a liability. But in my department and in our profession, that is much different than in the average office. Right.
And I was just concerned that continues to increase if you have that additional size of storage.
Sure.
You're gonna need either space somewhere or a hard copy of it.
Right.
Backed up.
There is one of the two things that I'll bring up. We also have a retention schedule for emails in it for Heritage. One of the things I did is we actually had, believe it or not, the police department had its own email server when I got there. Zero IT help, but our own email server. Gee, how could it go wrong? Well, it did go wrong. Now we have it hosted by Gmail. And we gave Gmail, through our IT people, the algorithm of the retention schedule. So it automatically knows what it has to keep and how it has to keep it. I'm exploring the similar approach to our video-based evidence or records as well, and set up an algorithm that accounts for it. Flag it if it needs to be held longer, but the routine one would fall off consistent with state law and the permissions of the state.
Thank you. Anything else for the police chief, from finance committee?
Very good.
Andrea? No.
Nope, I'm fine.
Okay.
So the communications budget is a one-trick pony, really. The centers, we regionalized it. It's an interesting thing. I submitted my annual report, which I'd be happy to email to you if you want to get an advanced copy prior to the town meeting. But in doing it, I actually did not include it in my first draft, which is indicative of how smoothly this transition went. I didn't even think of it. It has been fantastic. Fire Chief here, I won't speak for him, but we have been tickled with the service that we are receiving. I will bring you all back to the beginning of our discussion, which is a 3 or 4 year process when we talked about regionalization and leaving the Neshoba and moving to Patriot. I explained then it wasn't going to be a cost saving measure. I said it every single time we've ever talked about costs of a regional center. It's not going to be a money saver. It's It's a public service increase. It's better services, but it will not get cheaper. And I think that, that kind of came through. What ended up happening, I think that drove these costs increase from the center, called the director last night to make sure my talking points were as accurate as I think they are. What drove it is the software and the incentive grants that we are given to run 9/11 centers of all of them. They come into two categories. One is what they call a development grant, support and incentives, and development. So there are two different grants. Patriot had the support and incentive grant that allowed them to pay through the state the director's fee if they decided to regionalize for a period of 3 years. Well, music stopped, that incentive got pulled back. So now our assessment fee incorporates 38% because that's our share of the center of that salary. In addition, back to our discussion about software fees for that center also drove that number north as well, as Patriot incorporated certain programs to run a regional center as opposed to a one-trick pony. And that also was a major cost driver. And we are where we are. We have a committee, the fire chief and I sit on it as well as Kathy Rimley. We attend those meetings. We are on top of their budget, much like you folks are doing this morning. We did at one meeting. We've got another one coming up. If I can get that figure to be lower, I certainly will. But again, I would just remind you that I do not think that regionalization is going to get us much cheaper than where we are. We already had our major incentive to move from our own dispatch to a regional. We're never going to get those opportunities again. That's a one-time thing. I have heard municipalities that were able to negotiate 5 years of no fees. I've heard organizations that moved and did it on their own with no help from the state. So it really varies. And I think those of you that will remember back when we met with 911 relative to can we leave Neshoba, they're very non-committal about telling you how they figure out these grants. It is really smoke and mirrors, and they will not get very detailed about how they figure out who gets what. I just wish I could explain it some other way, but there really is no other way to explain it. Fire chief and I are on top of it. We pressed them pretty good at the finance meeting that we had. We learned a little bit more. I'm not speaking for the fire chief, but I think we learned more about the operation that's there. I think there are some areas that we could be more efficient, but it's a work in progress.
Well, I know the general complaints have gone down substantially.
Oh, without question. And it's the things that are intangible, I think, are important. The efficiencies of the operation are just so much better. Getting 9/11 tapes, getting camera footage, getting radio footage, recordings, those types of things. All the little things that aren't so hot and fun to talk about, but they really do make a difference. The radio coverage, even something as simple as that, and those improvements, those types of things have increased significantly. And again, the fact that I forgot to include it in my annual report illustrates exactly how good it is going. The other big increase was the communication line. And what that is adjusting to, we have a repeater that requires both electric service and Wi-Fi, believe it or not, or internet capabilities. So I just bumped that line up to accommodate those expenses.
Right. Well, Chief, thank you very much for your work. Again, thank you for your service, and you guys are doing a great job. I also just want to point out that your use of grants and all of that, I appreciate that because that's helping all of us here in town. I mean, you do a great job in looking to see what's available and supplementing your own budget with what the services we can get out there. So I just want you to.
You're very welcome. I'll pass one to the staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready for fire?
Ready for fire.
You want to do Board of Health since you got to come in? How long? It's all. Go ahead. Yeah, you leaving?
No, it's all right.
Hey. Well, if we up first, you or I got first after 7 years on finance, I appreciate what you all do and recognize the challenge. The challenge with a little bit of humor is, we start with a department budget, we have an omnibus budget, we have a finance budget, we have a selectmen's budget, and then we finalize it all and put it in line for the accountant is how I look at it. So take your pick. So when I submitted my first round of budget, and then Eric gave it back, he had added a few more lines. So I went from approximately 45 lines down to 21 or 22 lines. And And then somehow Eric added water and it grew back, so. I'm happy to touch upon all those things, including what you had said, Veronica, how I was zero, increase on my expenses for energy. I think I'd like to stay at a higher level right now with, a little bit of eye on time. As, we've had some really significant challenges in the past few years. I don't think the department, today looks like it did in September of 2021, with no disrespect to anyone. We made some changes. It's an incredible volatile operation. We don't know what call is going to come in, what the staffing is going to need, which really plays a challenge to the proposed budget tracking on payroll. I don't know how we'll ever do that like a lot of the other departments. However, I had suggested that from 2023 of approximately 524,000 for wages that we increase it to 804 and 804,000, and included a number of things in there because of that volatility. I also broke it out for overtime, paid call, some of those other things that are on my first budget. So I guess I'm not sure which actual version you're looking at. The one that
The last one I sent you.
The one that Eric sent. Okay, so I may appear to be a little greener than not, but I can assure you that I understand the numbers and where they belong. So with that, I would say I'm prepared to answer your questions before I give you more commentary on the very large overview of where we are and where we're going.
That's if I can just make a really brief statement also. Once again, this budget has both in the personnel line and also in the expense line. There's ARPA money that had been designated for both fire wages and fire expenses that didn't show up in last year's budget that is indicated in this year's budget. So that if you see the increases in salary, in personnel salary, and in expenses, quite frankly, the bulk of that is ARPA. So for all intents and purposes, the chief has submitted a level funded budget from last year.
So for example, the EMS coordinator, which is showing 112 increase,
14?
that's due to ARPA?
No.
What's that due to?
Well, this is, I guess, where Eric and I may have to have a transparent conversation. We've always had that that position. The APA funding last year was for a fire lieutenant around 85,000. I believe there was 146,000. And Veronica and I have had this conversation a few times. My numbers show it as $146,000 delta between the budget as presented for last year, 2023, and then the APA addition. There should be an $85,000 APA fund were used for the fire lieutenant. Those monies we have not touched. And as I go sideways, sorry, Teresa, Veronica was looking at estimates of where we are. If you look at our overall payroll budget and our overall expense budget, I've kind of applied a number of private industry, not public sector thoughts, and we should be not much over 50%.
But this is a union position, which in 1 year is basically doubling?
It is not.
Okay,
I'm confused.
yeah, so it's kind of like I'm on that line too. So last year the captain's salary says 114,500. This year it's saying 227. That's the difference you're looking for. On the captain line, it's the second line down.
112.5 increase.
112.5 increase.
Yeah, that's anticipated for another individual.
You're adding another.
So we're adding a second position.
So let's pull back on our collective. We're going to go back up
Yep.
a little bit higher. One of the challenges that we've had is we were traditionally for years a volunteer, then we went to pay call, and as it transforms itself, there are less and less folks that volunteer to come out at all hours of the day and night and deal with what has been accentuated by COVID. So we have to find full-time folks that'll staff us, minimum staffing for those hours as well as during the day, and that's what it's part of. I can drag you right into the weeds on it, but that's the high level.
Can I say something?
Sure.
I think that if you look at the operation staff per diem, you see a negative
Right, I saw that.
128,000.
Correct.
And that sort of offsets that because my understanding of what fire and police have been doing over the past couple years is trying to staff up with full-time people as opposed to paying for per diems or overtime for existing staff. In order, we were 3 years ago, we were $278,000 in the hole for overtime for fire. And it was out of control. So the idea is to get things up to where we're working with permanent staff more than paying the minuscule amount that we were paying for per diem, making it hard to get per diem and therefore having to pay overtime for and overworking, quite frankly, our first responders. So I think that fire and police have done an excellent job of getting it to a more level place. That's where our goal has been.
Yeah, and I think that I think both police and fire have been going through this transition over the last several years. I think that police is a little bit further along than fire is, and fire is just about there.
Yeah.
But to understand that some of these lines, some of the salary lines are likely to be in flux based on how the chief feels like he's going to staff. The overall amount, I think, for salary that is kind of more the kind of the driver.
Okay, but I think as the explanation needs to go, we need to be straightforward. If we look at the lines, it was 0 last year for the lieutenant on the first line here.
Right.
And so there was actually a 1 and it's staying a 1, but
Right.
we're seeing money this year. On the next line, it looks like it was 1 last year at 114 and this year it's going to be 2. So the position add, is it something that existed last year and it was actually 2 and came from there, or
No, that's a new.
it's a new position?
Do you want me to answer that?
I'm happy to, but you
Last
may,
March, we looked at an overview. We, the Board of Selectmen, were presented by the fire chief an overview for an org chart for the fire department that restructured things to allow for these. So I wasn't surprised to see this because I knew that structure. Maybe what we need is to have the structure, what the chief just gave you. We have that, and that's what we've been working
Right,
with.
but I think what you're saying is, we did talk about the removal of the per diem, and that's picked up in the 1 position, but there's still 1 additional position. It's not 1 for 1. There's still 1 additional line item on line 285, and that's why at the bottom line, not saying it's not needed. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying, let's be transparent that at the end of the thing, we are talking about 1 additional funded position, which accounts for the change in $100,000 in the budget.
Well, although I would say the change of $100,000 in the budget is accounted for by the ARPA money showing as revenue as opposed to the ARPA money disappearing. The way that the chief has allocated funding for the new position is by eliminating overtime and reducing the per diem funds and moving staff around. So that $100,000 is not to pay for a new position. That $100,000 is because we're showing ARPA as a revenue coming into the fire department for approximately $100,000.
I'd like to just point in a couple pieces not to confuse, because I know you want to keep this high and somewhat expedited. Our budget for 2023 should have been $1,504,000. Our proposed budget for 2024 is $1,494,000. So $11,000 less than last year. And I think a lot of that is a kind of a management view of how we can adjust, how we can best utilize my background, best utilizing the scarcities that we have, whether it be inputs or expenses or labor, in adjusting them. And I think we have to adjust payroll and staffing more to get away from that 1,000% over on some line items, and individuals that were with overtime, the highest price folks in the town of Townsend at $180,000 a year.
Hey, yeah,
So I agree. The org chart, I think, is gonna be a thing that will,
I think that's the biggest thing.
Will be
If this
helpful.
was approved in March of last year, it should have been in the FY '23 budget at that level, showing two people at this position.
Well, I believe it did,
That's
but
weird.
we knew it, but it was that ARPA piece. We kind of shifted it out, so it didn't appear.
But
Because we
ARPA,
also didn't know if it was going to be, possible to hire it.
did
So
ARPA
we reserved it as ARPA funded last year. And so although you see a zero in the lieutenant and you only see the one in it was last year that we put this in place, but it was ARPA and people didn't want the ARPA money showing up in the general budget. And so it didn't.
Oh,
yeah.
We also didn't know the timeline of the hire. So.
well, I think we
now
contemplated that the timeline of the hire was going to be after FY '23.
That's
why it was
correct.
That is a highly complex change in the department structure.
Mhm.
Well, and that's the piece. It's kind of like, and when you're saying ARPA money, I thought the ARPA money went with the operating staff lieutenant, not on the capital line.
There were two positions.
Two positions funded by ARPA last year?
Yeah, one was
That's-
partial, and in police, there was, I think police was, partial. So it was a full position and a half position, I think, and, I'd have to look at my
Yeah,
notes,
But
and
that's the piece that it's missing. It's kind of like,
I think if we had the recap sheet or whatever that Ross had worked out, you would see things in there.
okay.
from last
I think,
year.
We didn't see a lot last year, so.
yeah, I think the reality is that, you know, showing it the way that we're showing it, I think in FY '24 is a better practice because it's actually showing the actual staffing and showing ARPA as wherever, and I understand that people didn't want to do that last year, and, you know, we can't
And it was all
recreate the
new.
wheel.
I mean,
It was all
all the
new.
movies were all new last year. It wasn't anything that we had accounted for in the budget.
Certainly by 2025, fire department would like to have those numbers real.
Yeah,
Yes,
yes.
that would be the
That-
goal.
And I agree.
And the town needs it.
We can't recreate what happened last year, but that was all new, especially with, researching the ARPA, what it's gonna be with ARPA, how we're gonna report it. I mean, we were more concerned about making sure we had policies and procedures set up for that, right, to allocate or to set aside funds for it. And
There are all the decisions happening right at the town meeting
yeah, yeah.
about that.
So everything was just kind of like last minute, so it wasn't like,
Yeah.
there wasn't like there was much done. Any other questions?
I get a couple comments if you give me a minute to close up.
Sure.
Just to give you an idea where we think we're going, a very different environment than we had. I think Jay, from his experiences, without putting him on the spot, can probably attest that changing a culture is really challenging. Working the numbers is easy. You got a union contract and you have personality and you have the limited ability to grab folks that are willing to deal with the dead and dying, as well as the traumatic events that they go through. There's been a significant 40% folks have turned in their tickets this past year for either being a medic or an EMT. The challenge of hiring has been really challenging. That I underscore that. Last year, our run count was 1,659. Prior to 2020, it was hanging around 1,000. The types of calls, the challenges with those calls are something that doesn't belong in an open discussion. So that's the direction we're going. That trend is continuing. Capital planning has seen a request from us for a third ambulance because it's a 3-year lag time in order for us to get an ambulance. They've seen a request for us for another engine in order to maintain ISO for the town. Keep your insurance. If you choose not to do it, I understand. It has to be a decision made by others, not by us. But we've got to make sure our equipment, our people have the right equipment to be able to perform the jobs that they need to do in order to be able to maintain so many other things that are going on. So I appreciate your support. I'd love to have you all come down, look at our org chart, see how we operate, understand, what we're doing, how we interface with the police department, how we work very, very closely with the comm center. The world that we live in is a little bit different than Jay's world, but we share the same. I can tell you that Patriot has been more than a godsend. We really enjoy them. We're putting a backup module in our station at our watch desk so that EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, if it's ever called up, we can. If there's ever a failure in Pepperell, we're working with Dave Stairs, the director down there. We have a fallback position, and for both towns in Pepperell and Ashby, and the closeness of the 3 towns with the school and everything that we do and the dispatches, it really fits like a glove. So there's a lot of good that's going on. And I'll also state one last time, we're $11,000 less than we were last year. Frankly, if this continues in the next couple of years, my projection is it's going to be 1.7 to 1.75. You asked Chaz for sustainability, really the sustainability part for ARPA. I think the town's got to direct us how we're going to do it. Our ambulance reserve receipt accounts are north of 300 this year. I talked to Eric, and I talked to capital planning, and hopefully anything over 600,000 we can keep towards the purchase of a new ambulance, and then we can get back on the fact that we can have a revenue stream to supply the product that we need, rather than allow those funds to be utilized in other places throughout the town. I know we're going to have a labor issue, and you need to be prepared that those labor numbers are going to go up. You can't have 16% an inflation expecting folks to work with a 2.5% bump. It's not going to work, because they'll go someplace else. We do have the regular 2.5 and then regular steps, but there's plenty of things that we can chat about, the equipment that we use and the life-saving measures that we've done and the fire prevention that we've done. And now we've got a new dynamic, which is Allison Alert, that nobody wants to think about it until it happens, whether you go into a school with a weapon, you go into a public building with a weapon, or you go into a private industry with a weapon. But we have to be ready for warfare, and that's the word that they use. And Jay and I have those conversations. We don't make them too public, but as soon as we make them public, people start to think about how and what they can do about it. But we are prepared on our side at an entry level for warfare combat if it ever comes to Townsend or the region. And we need your support. That's all I got.
Can I ask a question? All right, so I have 2 questions on your budget. One is the energy increase.
Sure.
I mean, your budgeted amount is
38,000.
correct, and it's remained flat. You've used about 70% of that 78,000, 2/3 into the year. So I believe you do need a little bit of a bump up there, even with the you have a 0% increase.
So,
And I think we as a town should figure out what that percent increase is and apply that across the board to all the energy lines in every department that has an energy line, because it varies.
can I offer
so-
2 responses to that?
Sure.
First is in December when you asked, and we hadn't seen some of those significant increases that have now since come. Maybe you've seen them in your own personal, I would assume you're regularly. That's part 1, but part 2, I think the previous number was not reflective of what the usage were. So it's going to take me time to get there, but I really think I'm reasonably close. What is my total expense percentage right now?
70.
No, total.
Oh, on the bottom line of your whole department,
Do you mean the dollars
The
that you
percentage.
spent?
Total percentage of
the
expense.
percentage of expenses on.
Oh, at the total.
Yeah.
At the bottom. It's around 59%.
60%. So, and we're more than whatever percentage we are through the, is that through the end of February?
Correct.
So I think we're tracking well, but there are some unknowns there, and maybe you're right that we should see a bump, but everything remaining equal in November, December, when this was started, I felt that that was a reasonable expectation.
The reality is that from the chief's presentation, we have an extra $10,000 that was not accounted for in this budget. So if, I do think it's reasonable to use some of that to supplement
It doesn't
energy
need to
costs
be
for the fire
huge,
department.
And that 70% does include only for a small bit the municipal aggregations.
Right.
So, but I do think even though your whole numbers overall are tracking, it would be good to add a little bit then. And then the other question I had is, I need an explanation for what EMS patient care reporting is that's been added.
Love to.
For $32,461.
So different than, a records request, we have to track with Coastal, we have to track with insurance companies, we have to track with a variety of folks and how we integrate between patient care, insurances, Medicaid, Medicare, how that all comes together for a billing is, under one platform. I believe, Jay, trying to get your attention on that, that's gonna ultimately fall towards communication or a portion of that. And then, that increase, I think I've got to find it on my side because it's a little bit antiquated what we're doing right now. And, we need to step that up.
Yeah, I think it harkens to the discussion we've had over the years about the centralizing of communication expenses, right? So when we inherited that communications budget, we were in the process of blowing it up and then trying to determine where do these expenses fall? Are they a fire expense? Are they a police expense? Because all the residual things that the communication center did for each of our departments is really difficult to parse out. So where we've kind of settled, not kind of, where we have settled is that communication budget represents an IT budget and our dispatch budget. So when you look at those things, then it becomes a matter of, isn't everything IT? So that we're constantly kind of going back and forth about this. Anytime we add something to the comm center budget, meaning Patriot, then we're only paying 38 cents on the dollar of the expense. So we'd like to do that, but in some of these instances where they're so unique to our own agencies and are not part of the regional approach, we have the situation we're in here. So I think what the thought process was to limp through fiscal 24 and then readdress this for 25.
Well, yeah, 23 by 24, we got to implement it. And one of our vendors is telling us, look, implement it now and then figure out how you're going to get it done. But it is very antiquated. Extremely antiquated and our ability to track. Right now, we have $400,000 in Coastal of uncollected fees. Now imagine if the $1 million that we've got sitting there, we could collect more of that by our tracking and presentation to it versus not, is going to make a big difference in the town budget. Certainly in my budget.
There's a comment to ambulance receipts and kind of what we've talked about and what I kind of talked about to folks is to hope to use the increase in those ambulance receipts to fund the fire department capital infrastructure. So it's not coming off of the general fund. And that's kind of the goal is to, I mean, this is a kind of a necessary evil in order to make our kind of reporting and collection system modern and up to date, which should allow those ambulance receipts to increase even more than they already have. And that in turn will allow us to turn around and fund this line along with funding the new ambulance and the new fire truck. So that's kind of the.
So we have exciting things going on. I think we work well with the police department. Sometimes we get a giggle, but good to have a few laughs in this. But between communications, police, and fire, I think the town of Townsend's in a tremendous place, and better than they have been for years. Only because the world's changed.
Yeah. Any other questions from the board? No? Finance?
No, I guess if we are having a new position, I just want to make sure the benefits are reflected in the health insurance budget. That's what we get.
Well, it was 22,000 was assigned to ARPA, 22,785 was assigned to ARPA for the new position last year. So that's part of the,
Still
I've sent that to you, yes. And it wasn't used last year because the position wasn't there, but we did take into account the benefits.
Okay.
Which means it has to be taken into account in the general budget when we bring everything back in.
Okay.
Not using the ARPA, so
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
Jake, can I have one last question if you're done with me? Without opening too much of a can of worms, one of the challenges that we have is that hiring these folks to come in and do this job. And one of the bigger problems is retired health insurance. Is Townsend still considering that?
We are still considering that. Yeah.
Any closer?
Yes. I mean, yeah, I think we have a lot more information than we had before. And I think I'm hopeful that we're going to get some more real, number answers, shortly.
Anything else I can do to confuse or add time?
Chief Shepherd, I just want to say thank you very much for your service as well. I know that you do a phenomenal job. You have been doing a phenomenal job. I think both the police and fire are very, very important for the community. I want to say that I am very happy to hear that the community our complaints about the communication center has substantially dropped, which is wonderful to see and hear. But I just want to keep up the collaboration. I think it's really important. And there's a lot of important things that we have to prepare for going forward. And I agree with you 100%. But just keep us apprised of what's going on. And if we can assist you, let us know. Okay. Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Everybody's here.
Everybody's here. So we're gonna go with Board of Health next. Board of Health?
Yes.
I see.
Up front.
I can see it. Nobody can see you though.
But that's it.
Yeah, so in reality, Chris, the owl's gonna have trouble picking you up that far away.
I'm only here to just make. I'll sit where everybody else sits.
There you go.
When it's their turn.
My question.
Do you have anything in regards to just in general about your budget?
Nope. Other than the 3,000 that we requested.
Yeah, and I was gonna,
Because, the recycle center is, as we all know, is a separate entity from the town. The town pays nothing for it. We live strictly on the cost of emptying the dumpsters to support it to keep going. With the mattresses and the furniture that this poor man has to pick up and the stuff dumped at the highway department, not the highway, the cemetery department, all goes to the recycle center. We can't, with the cost of the refrigerators and the electronics and the mattresses have all gone up. We can't sustain paying for those ourselves. They need to be paid for by the town. So we requested a $3,000, and I think that would help Jim some for, so it doesn't cost him anything to bring them to us. And we've always done it for free. We work very well with it. But we like, if you remember, Veronica, you said, I want to make sure you guys are good because I don't want you coming for money. Unfortunately, costs go up, dumping charges and everything else goes up, and we can't sustain paying for everybody else's stuff. We just
So
don't have the money.
a question that I would have is,
Yes.
is it possible, because the dump is on a revolving fund, that's how it's funded through the fees.
Yes.
So is it possible to increase the fees by a small amount
We are
in
going
order
to do that also. This is just to cover our costs, not the cost of the stuff picked up on the side of the road.
The actual dumping
Because
cost.
I thought it was the.
That's what we're looking for the $3,000 for, to cover the cost of stuff that we are not taking money in for, to pay for the cost to get rid of it.
yeah, so I think,
Pay for it
We
anyway.
have to pay for
I
it
think
anyway.
I think the reality is over the past probably 4 years, the trash, refuse and recycling world has radically changed. Things that were once able to be dumped in the trash are no longer eligible for the trash. Things that once were able to be recycled for free now cost to be recycled. And so in the past, when a department has had something dumped on their property or where there's been dumping on a piece of public property that highway's been called out to come and pick up, those items were dropped off at the recycling center and the town did not pay a fee, even though a resident doing the same thing would have to pay a fee. This $3,000 is basically to catch ourselves up back to reality, because our dumping, the town's, people illegal dumping things in towns is costing us at the recycle center, they're costing the town money. And so this $3,000 is a first attempt to try and capture a way to recoup it. I mean, we are also increasing the fines for illegal dumping.
Yeah.
The Board of Health.
Where do those fines go? Into general fund or?
Right now, they go into general fund. Come special meeting, we're gonna try and get them put into a revolving account for Well, not actually.
No,
we're
that's
not
not,
doing that.
we're not doing
We're
that.
doing
We're talking about the tobacco funds. Those funds go into the general fund, and that would be basically what would be funding this $3,000. So if we wrote 10 tickets during the year, it would fund this $3,000 and well, and got it paid.
Have we been effective at all at catching anybody?
I'm gonna have to say no. We caught one person. One person and we have not been paid yet. And I don't think we ever will.
The challenges with illegal dumping in a place like Townsend is there's too many stretches of rural road with no lighting and no, obviously no cameras, but like not even people where things can just get dumped on the side of the road. There's, in order to catch someone doing illegal dumping, you have to have a camera that can catch a license plate at the time of the dumping. And that means you have to have the camera pointed to that spot. And, you know, that's hard. We're going to try to get one. There's plans to try to get a camera out at the recycle center so that we can have that area
I
at
thought
least.
there already was.
Yeah, we have game cameras.
And
We're
there's,
looking for,
Maybe you should aim them a different way.
they're new. They are new. I
Oh,
put
they've
the
been
money
there
out.
for
I put
years.
them, no, they're not.
They have
no.
been there
That
since at
does-
least 2016.
That does not record. They're only surrounded the building. I have put out $700 of my own money to buy game cameras to place to catch these people dumping illegally at the recycle center.
And that's
we have.
dumping right at the gate and stuff, because I've seen that as well,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yes,
So have we,
we
But we
have
have
caught
not.
people. But people walk in with stuff. We had one guy come in, jump the gate with a trash bag. Now, we are a recycle center. We're not a trash collection place. He probably threw it in our trash dumpster we had for the facility. All we see is a guy's face. We've talked to the chief, I think. Didn't Colin give you some information? We had someone illegally dump and we found paperwork with somebody's name in the bag from somewhere in New Hampshire, wasn't it?
Yes.
So we're doing our part to catch people. We feel pretty confident with what we have now, but I think, what was that?
we're talking about getting, when we get the fiber out there, we can
The
get-
fiber optics, we can actually get real cameras.
Yep, yeah.
You know,
Talk about
yeah,
that.
that's-
We-
that
will
that-
help.
That's on the radar
Yes,
to do that.
that's what we're hoping for.
All right, well, can I ask you a couple questions?
Absolutely.
So this $3,000 is just really your cost to dispose of the items wherever they come from?
Yes.
Okay. Highway department, how much time do you guys spend on that, picking that stuff up?
Everything that's.
Too much, yeah, I'm saying it affects your, correct, and what about, cemetery, they also are
Cemetery,
affected by
I
it.
can, Jesus, I might even have pictures of stuff from cemetery that Roger sent.
But Roger just told me to. It's-
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying, so we have more than just one area doing that.
Yes.
Throwing money at it is not gonna help us, as far as I see it.
Well,
But
it's
it's
only
gonna-
gonna help recoup the cost of the
That's
recycle.
And let me get there.
Yeah.
So as far as our disposal with the town costing the town, we really shouldn't be affecting their budget because of these. So I see that that's reasonable, but we need to monitor that to make sure that that's A, it's being spent there and B, is at an appropriate amount of money. And so we can revisit this again next year. I also would like to have some idea of how much time and effort it's from the highway and the cemetery department with this. And just to make sure that the fees that you're trying to collect are appropriate.
I can show you a picture
What's that?
of stuff. Of stuff dumped at the cemetery. That has to go to the recycle center that we have to pay to get rid of, which we can't.
and I guess if we don't couple this with an enforcement program to catch the people, are we encouraging dumping in Townsend because, oh, the town will pick it up and pay for it? And you don't have to pay. So, so you want to get rid of a refrigerator, dump it in Townsend. There's no, it's good. The community pays for the disposal. I mean, you do have to get rid, you have to pick it up. You have to get rid of it. You can't leave.
We
it.
already do.
But I think it has to be coupled with an enforcement program that is thought out.
So I think right now, let's put that on the side burner. That is definitely an important conversation to have. But as far as the budget is concerned, let's kind of stay focused on that. Enforcement, I would like to put that on a future Board of Selectmen agenda for us to talk
So
about.
who's gonna pay for all this then?
What are you talking
The
about?
materials that are taken to the recycle center.
What's the
We're leaving it in the
They're
budget.
leaving it in the budget.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you would take it.
No.
Oh, thank you.
I just have a question about,
Yeah.
will you be reimbursing the highway department also for their time out of this 3,000? Or is this just for?
That's just the
disposal?
cost of material.
That's just.
Okay,
okay.
We're gonna
Yeah,
monitor
yeah.
it.
If he wants to put more money in, I would.
But I agree with you. I'd like to know how much time the highway is spending,
Yeah.
how much the cemetery is spending. But these are all the extemporaneous things that are happening that I think if we go with what we had discussed earlier, we can get a better idea of what's going on.
Absolutely.
And then we can talk about enforcement, when we get there. Any other questions from the board in regards to the,
Okay, so this is the whole energy consistency thing. The energy bill at the landfill has a negative $10 drop. So we're increasing in some places, we're zero funding, we're mega increasing in some places, and we're dropping at the landfill by $10. Why is that?
Where line is that?
Which,
It's on, if you have the line.
I have line numbers.
556. We're the only ones with the line numbers.
Under the solid waste,
Solid waste, it's a couple it's right after highway. If you can find it that way. I mean, that's just a question,
how much does it say it was?
it was 3,060, now it's 3,050.
right?
That could be just the actual trash dumpster that's there?
No, it's the energy, the electricity, is there electricity in the
There's
dumpster?
electricity.
In the dumpster?
No, there's just electricity in the
At the
building.
building.
Oh, at the building.
And
So-
it might be due to fuel costs that we get diesel from. Maybe they didn't use as much diesel in the machine. They might have not used as much heat because it was a warm winter pretty much this year.
So it's not supplied by Unitil, it's.
Well, the gas we get from propane
Yeah.
to heat the place. Unitel is obviously the electrical. There's no other choice on
I
that.
apologize, I didn't check this line to see
Yeah.
where we were so far
Okay.
for the year.
Okay, well, we're at 58% usage at 0.666 of the year, so we're on target with what is there, for sure, but does it, do we account for the energy increase that everybody has experienced?
Yeah.
And now we're going in the opposite direction, and,
It might just have been slightly, this is such a small amount, it's easy to over budget by rounding up to the next 100 or
okay,
something like that. That's the only thing I can make. I don't have a history on the
Right,
line.
but what I heard is it's heated by diesel, not
No,
by
it's heated by propane.
propane. Sorry,
Yeah.
kind of like you said that.
propane's
It's
on
diesel.
cost, so we heat the barn by propane,
Yeah.
they have not
Very
gone
expensive.
down,
So,
so.
but like I
But
said,
it's
it's been fairly mild winter.
Exactly, that's
So
power.
they probably haven't used as much heat. That might be the,
But
The
do we
reason why.
know what, so
And
you're
next year's
in,
gonna be,
yeah, I mean, so this is the budget for next year.
yeah,
So
I mean,
you're
that's
saying-
true.
So we should at least level fund as opposed to go down.
I agree with that.
I mean,
I
the
appreciate that very
Roll it
much.
up to 3,100 or something.
Well, to 3,060, just keep it level the way fire did.
Right.
Fire kept theirs level
Just in
too.
case.
We can try to do it, but
Nope, that's good. I also want to say that I did, in looking at your last meeting, there was a comment in regards to Unitil, your Unitil bill going down. And that's because we had approved a municipal, aggregation so that you will see a decrease
Oh,
in
thank you.
your electric.
we get a piece of your, solar panel.
Run according, yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Line 561, this is the landfill. Professional services, North Central Regional Solid Waste, it's zero all the way across. So why is this line here? Is that something that you anticipate happening, and what is it for?
Let me get my glove on.
If you want, I can check with Carla,
Yeah, please do. I'm not really sure what that one is.
see if that's a historic line that could just be cut.
Yeah. If it's
Thank
been
you.
zero for
I didn't
multiple
know if
years,
it
it
was
may
like
have gotten
pumping
an
of
old.
septic that's out there, or, yeah, who knows?
I can check and see if we can find out what it is. It's not necessary anymore for some reason, then we can.
Anything else?
Okay.
Finance? All good?
Passed.
Yeah.
Oh, can I ask one more question? To show the Board of Health,
Yes.
we have increases there. How are they determined? Is there a contract clause?
There is. We have to pay them a certain amount of money. Their cost went up. I don't know exactly why. I can't give you that answer right now. But
And-
their cost went up. It's usually probably goes up almost every year.
And is that a contract that the Board of Selectmen needs to, be aware of and sign?
I don't think so.
Oh, I can double check that.
Check
Yeah.
on that, yeah.
I
Thank you.
would think that might be part of the health. Like the trash that we don't.
Yeah, I'll just double check.
Our contract is different
Right,
from
right.
yours.
All
I
right,
know
thank you very much, and thank you, everything that you guys
Enjoy the
do
rest
for
of
us.
your weekend.
Yeah, you as well.
All right, who's up next?
Council on Aging,
I thought it was highway next.
is it? No, I had Council on Aging, then Highway.
Okay.
I'm taking them as they come in.
Hi, everybody.
All right, do you want to start off and give us a general overview, or?
Well, I would like to start by saying something that was alluded to with, fire and police. Their requirements are increasing, and part of that may be because, our population is aging. 30% of towns is 60 and over.
Wow.
And that is the population that is going to be requiring emergency services. That trend is not expected to level off until 2035. So by then, close to 50% is expected to be 60 and over,
50% of the town.
almost like
Almost,
48%.
Be what age?
That's the
60 and over?
60 and over,
What year?
2035. That's when it's gonna start leveling off. So.
When does it go the other direction?
When
We will
we
see.
all die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. Anyway, so I just wanted to, first of all, thank both boards for their support for the Council on Aging this last year. As you know, the biggest thing that happened for us was we received a 2,000 square foot addition. And we dedicated that at the end of March last year. And if you build it, they will come. Our
Exactly,
participation is up 33%.
good.
Before, when I was asking for the addition, we were getting an average about 60 people a day. We're now averaging 85, 90. We had 120 people in last Tuesday. So we're doing a good job. And I want to introduce Elise. She's my assistant director. And hopefully next year, she or someone else will be doing this and not me. So if you look at my budget or our budget, you will see that we are asking that the assistant director wages be put fully into the municipal account instead of partially in ARPA. And I see that you've made a correction to the outreach coordinator. And there are other increases as well, and that expenses are minimally increased. As you look at our funding at the request of $175,000, I would like to also point out that that is just not a little over half of what we use for funding in a year. We also get $150,000 from other sources. So, and the largest part of that being the Lowell Regional Transit Authority. They give us approximately $75,000 a year to run the van. So it's pretty cut and dry. Of course, things may change mid-year if staffing changes. But I think we've been pretty consistent in staying within our parameters and doing a good job with what we have. I think that's pretty much what I have for you guys. Any questions?
So the increase of 21,000, that's because ARPA funding paid last year for this position. Okay.
A percentage.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
And what's happening to,
Yeah.
the outreach coordinator?
Yeah.
The community outreach coordinator, that is Emily McCaffrey's position.
Yeah, it's in the Board of Selectmen fully. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
Yeah,
last year it was funded
yeah, we-
partially through BOA fund. 10K of it came
Right,
from Council on Aging.
okay.
So I think a lower than 10% increase is a really good investment for the town.
Can I ask a question? No, we have questions, I'm sorry. On longevity, I see that there's, the library budget, there's a decrease in longevity and an increase. I know Elise has been an employee for a while. And so I was wondering why there was a decrease in longevity at the library of 600 and only a 100 increase at the.
I actually was looking at that line as well, and I need to go back and look at my budget.
Because it seems to me that should
It
be,
should have transferred over.
Yeah.
I agree with you there and take a look at that. So the employees that qualify for longevity are myself, Elise, and Donna Fenton. So that's it. It should be 1,400. Yeah, I missed one person there. I don't know how. So it was probably Elise. Sorry.
I just saw that, that library line is right down at the bottom, and I'm like, but why minus here? And I don't know who else the library has lost, and,
So I'd like to ask, not really ask questions, this is more directed towards you, Eric.
Uh-oh.
We will have to be spending, more money IT-wise in the Council on Aging. There probably needs to, I shouldn't say probably, there will need to be upgrades, in regards to, wiring, and, equipment, because of the library switch. There is some very important, restructuring of the IT over there. We need to strengthen what she has over there. We also need to be able to coordinate with the meeting rooms that they have there so that they can support the services that they do in those meeting rooms. So, Karen, at some point, I'd like to be able to sit down and the three of us kind of hammer out those needs that you have so that we can get those in. I would assume that we can figure out the funding. It doesn't need to be in their budget, but we do need to address that sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
since we're directing questions at Eric, right? There is a discrepancy on the salary line for the cemetery and park, council on aging and facilities directors or superintendents or whatever you want to call them. They should all be at the same step on the wage and class scale, and the salary should be consistent across. So I'm just requesting.
What are the three departments again?
Cemetery and park director, council on aging director, and facilities director, or the superintendent, or whatever the terms are in the contracts.
Okay.
Head person in all three departments should be at the same wage and same wage, same step and class. This was all when we put everybody on columns, they were put on columns at the same location. And the salaries were the same, and I don't know where the discrepancy has come from, but I think that needs to be.
Yeah, then,
One is just off by $1, and another one is
Cemetery and
off by
Parks was, Cemetery and
$300.
Parks was wrong last year.
Yeah, there was something wrong, and,
I thought we corrected that.
I thought we did too. Who knows? We didn't.
It's so much between now and then.
So what I will do, I will go to the treasurer and just figure out what that number is, and we'll make sure that number is across all.
Any other questions from the board in regards to the council meeting? Finance?
I just had a question on the repair and maintenance of the equipment. What equipment and
Primarily, that was put in place for a contract we have for our copier.
Okay.
But now it is rolling into any repairs for copiers, printers. We've got monitors for the event keeper, software, things like that. So I just,
Like a kiosk system. that they have
Kiosk,
over
yeah.
there.
okay, it's separate from Guardian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I think we really need to look at, because your needs are substantial in that area. And we were kind of waiting to see after the change from the library.
yes.
We need to make sure that your network, meaning all of your employees, are secure you're now on the town network, but we need to secure those lines.
We have noticed the slowdown.
That's because you guys are, well, I don't want to get into the
Because we're
detail.
forward.
Don't want to go to the details, but there's some substantial changes that we need to make on a wiring basis. But I'd like to talk with you in regards to forecasting what you're looking for in the future, so that I can support that and we can get that up and running for you.
Absolutely.
Anything else, anybody? No, I just want to thank you. You guys are doing a phenomenal job over there. There's a lot of really good things that come out of the Council on Aging. I know that our population in town is very appreciative of all of your work, both of your work. But you guys are doing a great job.
One more thing, just for future planning, before I leave, I am going to put in place a 5-year plan.
Good.
And a big thing is the pay matrix. Please consider redoing the pay matrix. I've had 2 employees come to me in the last 2 weeks asking whether they're not making minimum wage. So,
I thought you have employees that are not making minimum wage?
because it just went up again, didn't it?
Was it
January?
15 now?
15 now.
I thought we adjusted.
We adjusted some things last
Last year.
summer,
That we weren't hiring in that, on that one.
and that was but that was when the minimum wage was 14. Now the minimum wage. is
Well, we
15.
just need to look at
We
that
gotta look
then,
at
because we did adjust that. There shouldn't be any.
And I think that we should just make that adjustment. You know, this is us. I mean, we can.
You want me to send you an email or?
Yeah.
Like,
And I can put it on the May 28th,
all right.
March 28th meeting. Yeah.
Good timing. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Highway is next.
Back up the other way.
So, if I could just say a couple of brief things about the highway department before, we can move into questions. This is one of the few departments that asked for and received a new staff member. So this includes an operating staff under the second line of salaries, and another equipment operator position.
Do we have to that?
It's the request is in the budget, so you would be asked to be approved if it's part of the budget process. But it has not been approved
In a meeting.
in a meeting.
Discussed in a meeting.
It's a request that came in. And this also, as we kind of talked about earlier, it includes a request to increase the hours for the admin.
From where to where? From 15, I think we were at 15.
Yes, it's 15 to 20.
To 20 or 19.
20.
So we're adding benefits?
Do we,
She was also the one doing the work for facilities. So,
But she was not benefited last year.
correct.
Yeah.
Kind of like, but
so that's,
the same
that request would
hours.
include a request for benefit. That would be
Correct.
included.
So if it increased, it would be benefited.
Correct, to be a 30-hour position.
So it would be how many hours, and is this a single person across facilities and highway, or is this two separate people?
Well, we could decide, I mean, I think that's up for discussion. You know, we could break it down into a 10-hour person and a 19-hour person. If that, if that's more palatable, it's just harder to get folks.
Deferring to the chair, I think what I'd like to see is an organization chart for these new staff people. Like, where are they? Where are we adding benefits? Because a benefits addition is like a $23,000 over and above what's sitting here.
Sure.
So I would like to see that.
So what I would want to extend the same comment that I made in regards to the facilities department, is that the highway department, I would definitely need to see a 3, a 5, in a 10-year plan going out, especially if they're adding, employees, so that we can plan accordingly as far as the budget is concerned. I'd like to be able to see how better budgeting we can do with the snow and ice as well. Because that always seems to be something that we're always adding money into. I think we can do somewhat of a better job forecasting that, so that we can have a better idea of what's going on. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, what I'm noticing, yeah, I guess so. I'm seeing that we have doubled effectively the highway department budget this year from last year.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, my note to myself here is, why do we need such an increase in highway? I'd rather see a DPW head and have things consolidated across facilities, cemetery and parks, and highway, because this is we doubled it. This isn't a 50% increase, it's a doubling.
And I'd just like to comment that the biggest line is the addition of the pavement.
The pavement grant.
Yeah, that's the one
That's the line that's throwing the budget.
It's not in the change side, though.
It's not in the change.
Oh,
That because it's
didn't
a new,
populate.
that was one of the things I went through and wrote all the new expenses. There were a few lines with new expenses, like the Board of Health, 3,000. This is a line that we didn't see in the budget in 23, because we didn't have the money to.
Well, yeah, I've
appropriate
been
it.
every different school.
Yeah, so this is what
Taking that in and taking it.
this is the one that we're trying to so of the $316,000 increase in highway, $223,000 of it is this pavement management.
And pretty much we weren't doing it in the general budget. It was a warrant article, I thought, that is to be brought forward to the town every year by bylaw. That every year that pavement management plan has to come out. That stuff, so that the monies are specific. And we backed out every year.
And so the money that is there, I don't think is, I mean, my concern about putting in a warrant article is, I don't know that money complies with the warrant.
Okay, so maybe this is where Andrew would then, because there's a
She-
caveat
Andrew,
on
thank you.
that, I know. Because there's a caveat on there that if we don't have the money, we do not fund it. And so to put it in as part of the general fund, is questionable from my standpoint. And in any event, that's pretty much what I say. Moving on, I also want to know what the temporary health loan is for when we already have temporary health down under snow and ice.
So
And we're adding a staff person
Right, the new,
in the regular staffing. So I just need more. I
The
need an
new-
explanation and data.
the added employee is reestablishing that position. So I believe it was 2 or 3 years ago, we had lost, a guy had resigned and we never hired him back. I was never able to hire him back. I was told that we couldn't. So I'm just trying to reestablish that.
That was before my time. I mean.
But I'm just saying so I'm trying to reestablish that. And then with the temp help, that was taken out of my budget as well. I'm not really quite sure when. I realized that it wasn't even in there when I went to try to get help. So we use that for cemetery help because we're such short staff. We got 4 guys, 100 miles of road, 750 catch basins, endless culverts,
Yeah, so
manholes. So what I do is I try to use some of the cemetery part-timers to help fill in, you know,
The
when,
cemetery has the big temp help thing.
Right.
Again, another.
But I don't have a
reason to
budget
have
line.
A CPW.
I don't have
So
a
this
budget
is
line.
all- You know, if
I love you
people are
taking-
complaining,
I'd love you to take comments from the gallery.
No, we're not.
they're not me.
So if I just say very briefly, one of the challenges that the highway department has with the level of staff is you have equipment operators, you have a truck driver position. But there are things that are within the highway department's jurisdiction, like mowing and cutting of limbs and that don't require you to be an equipment operator. You're basically, that's laborer work, but they don't have any laborers. So the reason that the temp line was put in there was to allow the department to get laborer level staff to help them seasonally with things that then would be taken off of the plates of the equipment operators so they could be doing things more in level with what their job is.
I understand.
So you're having, you use temporary help from the cemetery when possible, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, when we need it.
Yeah,
And when they're free. Like we just used some for snow and ice after that ice storm that we had. There was a lot of falling debris. I'm sure everybody's seen it. So it was all over the roads.
yeah.
I'd used, I believe, 4 of the cemetery, seasonal help.
Right,
And it really helped us tremendously.
okay,
We couldn't have done it without them.
right.
Or we would have had to hire it out.
I think this is one of those things
Which is
that
really
if we had a DPW, I mean, there's a need for temporary help. Facilities, we're seeing that, cemetery and parks, and we're seeing it here. It should be, and it seems like they borrow back and forth, at least highway and cemetery and parks.
And facilities too. I mean, I've been trying to encourage that, but it's just a matter of
So in.
they should be, if they're doing work for facilities, it should be funded from the facilities budget. If they're doing work for highway, it should be funded from the highway budget. Cemetery and park shouldn't have to subsidize those
The
other
other
departments.
departments.
So
That
that's
is
why you
true.
see these numbers on the other.
So I think I would like, that's why a CPW would be, we could put that in there, you know, and it would be a pool of money. It's easier to see how things are working out when it's in one place as opposed to 3 different places
And it's,
for the same type of
it's
thing.
much more logically budgeted that way as well, so that we know what is available. I agree with you, Veronica, on that. Any other questions in regards to the budget?
Just one, Mr. Chair, the proposal, the idea of GPW, that's not anything you're proposing for fiscal year 24. That's just an idea for the future, correct?
We're not, yeah, we're not sure yet.
Okay.
It's definitely something that we're seeing a need for. I was waiting for it to see how the conversations are happening here.
Thank you.
Which is actually solidifying my thoughts that we really seriously need to look into it.
Mr. Chair, if I could make one comment in request to the response to the snow and ice budget. So when it comes to the snow and ice budget, I'm quite frankly of 2 minds, because snow and ice is the one budget that the town is allowed to run in the red every year as long as we want. we are allowed to go into free cash for the next year to pay off the past year's snow and ice budget. So under budgeting for snow and ice, the one thing that you're allowed to do by statute. However, you're only allowed to do that if you level fund or increase the snow and ice budget. My concern is if we increase it, that we're gonna to a level, it's gonna have to stay at that level, can never go down again, or else we're no longer allowed to kind of backfill it with free cash. And that's just my concern. Because while I agree with you that it would be great if that budget was closer to reality, I don't want to get it to the point where we might need to contemplate cutting it in a future year, because if we do, then we're not eligible to
Bring it back up again.
to pay it with free cash.
Right.
So that's just my concern. So the reason why this is level funded is for that concern alone, not because I don't think we should.
I believe that's why it's always been like.
Yeah, so that's why it always stays. You want to keep it at a point where you know you're going to spend more than that.
Just that historically,
We're paying more.
3 years, we've been taking more and more out of free cash. You know, it used to be that it
For
was
snow and
for snow and ice, right, in that warrant article. And so where you see, you have 500,000 of free cash, well, at least half of that is going to snow and ice, pretty consistently every year. So we just need to keep that in mind, that where you think you have this great free cash number, you're really.
So that,
Yeah, it's a tension.
Right, it's a balance, we try to.
I really thought we were spending less money.
This year, this year we are.
Yeah.
I was not saying Tuesday's gonna break it.
We didn't get a lot of snow, but we got a lot of ice, believe it or not. The ice really costs a lot of money. You can throw material at it, it freezes, and the material and it freezes.
Right.
It's a Tuesday.
So if
But geez,
you
I really
look
thought
at
we were
that bottom
Good the
line
last three,
number,
4 years.
under, snow and ice, the 216, we're 176% over after 2/3 of the year.
right.
And I know that
On
the
snow and
net,
ice,
when snow and
that's
ice,
salt went up.
yeah, I mean, it's just that, the salt is huge, 413%
Yeah.
salt increase.
I'll show you the bills.
Yeah, it's not, this is not a
It's
critique. I'm
not.
trying to make sure that financially that we're kind of being sound.
Yeah, we have to put a stretcher on it. too,
Yeah,
so-
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
The file.
Yeah, and I also want to say, Mr. Chair, for the record, the highway superintendent did ask for an increase in snow and ice, and I'm the one who did that. So blame me.
I think he should keep it like that.
This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying decrease it. I'm saying that if
I
we
know.
need to increase it, because every year since I've been in selectmen, we've had to,
If you added $100,000 to this budget, we would still be fine. Because we'd still spend more and we wouldn't risk ever going down.
We could drop it. We can drop it.
If we dropped it, then we wouldn't be eligible to use free cash.
increase. But that's my thinking, is that if we increased it, we wouldn't have to throw in so much, free cash at the end of the year.
Well, maybe if you'd like, I can try and, there's gonna be some
But
that,
then it's a budget, because you, correct? Because
Well-
you don't have to balance,
Get that
if
one.
we increase it, say 100,000, just to throw a number out there, not that I want to do that.
Yeah.
But if, then that would be 100,000 more from the general fund that we would need to account for in other places.
right, well, but so for instance, I was telling the chair earlier, there is one source of revenue from the water reimbursement that is not accounted for in this current budget. So there's probably $20,000, I'm guessing, there that we haven't allocated. If there's $5,000 left from the 10 that the chief found in police, it's possible that we could do a modest increase, and if we put that in for a couple of years, $25,000 this year and maybe $25,000 next year, then all of a sudden in a few years, I think you'd have a more realistic budget without breaking the bank in 1 year.
Right.
Okay.
So I can certainly look at that, but maybe that's something I'll discuss with the board when we get that number, is that's how they would like to Just spend that.
Any other?
I will say that I think as far as the plow, contracts and all, I think we did the right thing. Jim had requested that we do early, sign up for plows. I think that was the right
Worked out
thing.
well.
Yeah, I think so too.
And there's still municipalities that have requests for plow drivers, even though, well, because they know we're gonna have another.
We did the early thing. It was well worth it.
Any other questions from the board?
No, man, Mr. Chair. Sorry, sir.
Finance?
No, I think everything. Covered. Nothing from me. Anybody else?
I'm good.
James, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you for everything you do over there. We do appreciate it. I know the townspeople appreciate it.
There's only 4 of us, but we tried.
Incredible job, really.
Every weekend.
Cemetery is next.
I'm John Barrett, Chairman of the Cemetery Parks Commission. And, we had a level funded budget. I understand that the town found some more money, and so we'll get some, I guess, increases for COLA. I don't think there's too much to say about the budget. It's just tracking, what we had previously based on the, COLA, and I guess there is some increase in terms of the temporary help because we wanted to bring them up to minimum wage. So that figure is based on minimum wage for our temporary help.
Okay.
The only thing that may be questioned is the 4,000 for on-call for the superintendent. That was something that was in the budget a couple of years ago, somehow got left out. And that's because basically Roger is on call 24/7. And that was, I think, negotiated 2 or 3 years ago.
That part, he's a union member, that's part of the union contract.
He
As
is.
far as I know, and I thought that went away before my time as part of the, that was my question, the stipend for what?
Yeah, because
I
he's
know-
on call, but the other folks aren't on call that are in that same category as department managers.
Highway? No, I guess it would be,
But at his level of managers, I don't think he's on the same plane as the highway department, I don't believe.
he's an F. He's a different staff, but he's on, level up. I think this is a union discussion.
Yeah, I would have to, this is, came into the budget, and I just was gonna refer to the board and see if they were aware of that request.
What do we need to do? Check with the union?
Yeah, I can certainly, I'll check in with the union contract and see if there's anything that reflects that.
And it's just the line item is, other stipend? Is that what you're talking about?
That's,
Right.
yes, that's what we're talking about.
That's on call, yeah.
Okay. Back in 2018,
Yeah, that's before my time.
because the superintendent is on call 24/7. Because he gets the calls from cemetery, from other funeral homes, Sunday, Saturday, Thursday night, whatever they call. So a lot of this was because he's on call 24/7. So back in 2018, this is when that happened, and then at some point with budget reductions, it was taken out and never put back in.
I think that was part of the union negotiation. Again, this is before my time as a selectman, because this has never been on the table or discussed.
Well, it was in the budget previously. It got,
2018.
yeah, and it got somehow missed 2000, I believe, or 2021. So we're trying to,
I think it's
Restore.
the union discussion.
Yeah, so we did have to see if it's still in the contract. It has to stop
yeah,
there.
I'm not,
Yeah, I'll just have to check the county.
There's
Yeah.
another value that wasn't propagated to the change on, so, anyway,
We'll have to think about that and then-
finance,
yeah.
familiar with it, because I know we,
I don't, it was before my time actually, so.
Yeah.
This is
Well, Mike, I would,
the relic.
I would rather check with the union because I don't want to enter into any type of negotiation if it is a union.
Okay, I mean, we have a meeting with the union on Monday, so we can talk about it and check.
Yeah, I just called up one of the older budgets and I'm seeing FY 17 for FY 20 and I don't see it. But it's just a quick check. This is-
I think that was something that went away with water. There was that question with what, this was a long time ago. Water was on call, but had a stipend removed. It had to do with the union.
The union.
When the union came in
I think,
around that, it's been a while,
as I
at least
recollect,
6 years.
it came out of the recognition that in that position, that step level, whatever, Roger's a little bit different because he is on call. You know, as far as I understand, the other positions weren't on call, so that's why we added that.
Yeah, because
There were a lot of things that changed when it went from everybody being on a contract to people,
Union,
it was a long time ago, meaning,
So I would rather check with the union first before we continue on with the
Okay.
conversation on that. We shouldn't be having conversations in regards to.
yeah.
Yeah, it is, but I just based
Yeah.
upon what I'm hearing, I'd rather let the union be notified and we'll handle it that way.
Okay.
John, I also want to say on the energy line, you have an increase of $702.
Yeah.
We did, we, the Board of Selectmen, had reached an aggregation, a municipal aggregation, so
Right.
they might see a number going down. If you could kind of let Roger know to let us know if he's seeing a substantial drop in his energy costs, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
We
Yeah.
just want to make sure that we're keeping an eye out on that.
All righty, we'll do that.
Any other questions from the board?
I have none, Mr. Chair.
I'm glad I brought my calculator for you.
Yeah. Yeah, the consistency across the wages.
The wages that we talked about.
Yeah. And then, the groundskeeping supplies and the particular supplies. I was wondering if those needed to, if you guys saw, if those needed to be increased, if you guys saw, after the mowing was switched, and
Roger, we went over it with Roger and Pam, you know, and Roger keeps a pretty sharp pencil, you know, I think he,
And a lawn mowing blade.
yeah, so. Yeah,
I did make a little bit of a comment earlier, like this fall, that this summer probably was not the best judge of how much mowing.
Because of the drought, yeah.
Of the
Yeah.
of the lack of rain. So it was, you know, we were able to do it, there wasn't a problem, but not sure this was the best year of the judge because of the lack of
Okay.
rain.
so I'm wondering if those two
Yeah.
line items need to have an,
Have an increase.
that's
Yeah.
all.
So when I talked to Roger about the mowing specifically at the end of the season, he said that they were actually going to be under budget this year, that the money that he gave, that was allocated to him for that by the board last year, he wasn't going to spend it all because of the drought conditions.
So
Okay.
we'll leave it in and watch it for another year.
So I think maybe if
I
we,
think so.
yeah,
All right.
yeah, I think that's
We
probably
can
the best.
see.
That was according to, I mean, he seemed to think that he was gonna have leftover money from that, so.
Yeah, thank you for asking, though.
Anything from finance?
No, that's like the only thing I said. Mark.
Yeah, no, good.
Just another question in general, the land, in regards to the, to put in the new,
remains.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Is there, if we could see some kind of forecasting for that? Is there any kind of forecasting for that?
I know Roger's working on kind of the plans for that. I mean, it's basically back of a napkin type of thing right now.
Okay.
You know, he's pretty inventive about how to try to, you know, lay things out and everything, but, you know, just have a basic concept of a spur road going into that area with sort of branching out like a tree almost for allowing the, placement of cremains in that area,
Can
so.
I make a statement on that? There's an annual town meeting article, 5821, capital program, cemetery, column, blah, 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 blah. Barium or whatever, up 15,000, that is unspent. And is that intended for what you're just talking about?
Not really. We had looked into doing a columbarium that would have been placed over on the eastern side of Hillside Cemetery. And it doesn't seem like there's a demand for it, right? Yeah.
Well, it's kind of, because of the virus, it kind of got put on the back burner. I think it's something, he's playing around with. I don't think he's come to any decision.
Yeah,
That money is actually from the sale of lot fund, so that's not a town appropriation.
Yeah, it is. It's an annual town meeting, Article 11.
Right, but we took the.
It could have been a warrant article transferring them, although
It was-
they usually transfer them to a specific line item.
Uh,
But they might have
this-
transferred it
This
to a
is
warrant.
not a
is
general
that
budget.
up for this? Not up for this, is it last year?
It was not the past town meeting, the town meeting prior.
Right, but we were told we had to put it on that way, and it was a transfer from the sale of lots to be.
I'd have to look at the article to see where the money came from, but it's reserved in an article, so there's 15K
Right,
there
yeah.
for that purpose. And I think maybe, I don't know how specific it was, but maybe it could be transferred to the new land, the cemetery and park stuff we see.
Yeah.
Yeah, all I wanted to know was that there's 15,000 there for cremains somehow.
Yeah.
Well,
I think probably would take town meeting vote to transfer it.
Yeah.
to change the purpose.
Reallocate
The
it.
purpose, I think, but, I'll ask.
It depends on how it's written, I think. Because whether it's cremains and Hillside or cremains in the new piece of property, may not make it.
Right, no, right, it's pretty close to the same
Yeah,
intent.
yeah. There was also the article on the special town meeting that we never had this fall and winter. That was to transfer 12,000 from sale of lots into that we could expend for this new area too.
Okay.
That's still,
There again, it's not any like general cash, it's from
Right.
the sale of lots.
Right,
that's still gonna be on the
yeah.
special.
So I just wanted you guys to.
Right, thank you.
Okay, John, thank you very much. I just want you to extend our thanks for Roger, because I know Roger bends over backwards and he helps other departments and all of that kind of stuff. And I know the board appreciates his work for us.
And in that vein, I would suggest to you, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. As far as the DPW. All right, and Roger would have been here, but he had he teaches archery class up at the Rod and Gun Club, and this is when he was gonna be there, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Treasurer's office is next.
No, I think that's it for I think right now we have a break.
We do?
Yeah,
Services,
yeah.
including info, yep.
Then we
We finished it. That was our supposed to end at 11:20.
Right, yeah.
So only half an hour late.
Not bad. Last year we were like an hour and a half.
But then I think it'd be a 5-minute break and then we'd start with the last group.
I'd say 5 minute break.
5-minute bathroom break.
Because it's,
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order, please. And we are working with the treasurer's department. I'm Melissa.
Do you have any questions?
no, it looks perfect.
I believe that certain members of both boards might have some similar questions, especially about the personnel portion of the treasurer's budget. There was quite simply an error in the FY23 budget for the amount for the salary lines for both the treasurer collector and for the staff. I went back and pulled the employee action forms for the staff, reviewed the treasurer collector's contract. And so the number you see in FY24 is the accurate number as to what their step and grade will be as of FY24 and reflective of the collector's personal services contract.
If I may, basically FY22 was incorrect as budget, and then I submitted the actuals, but at the end of the day, somehow only 3% was put on the budget, 3% from FY22. I have documentation that I didn't submit it that way. So.
The FY22 budget was for the previous treasurer collector, wasn't for you. But I went back and pulled the contract and did my best. I don't have the current wage and class scale, so I did my own rough. And I know that the treasurer collector line is within dollars of what I did when I went from the contract to this number. Because you can't go from the FY22.
Right.
That's just not valid for Melissa. So, but I didn't have, so my question was, what was the error for the operating staff? Because I can't do that same calculation. So
when,
because I don't have the.
So I've been here 5 days and I've had the budget was due 5 days after I started. So I've done budgets, 25 years of it on the school side. So I did it, and I went and I checked and did the calculations for my staff. And based on FY22, that FY22 was incorrect. So I put in the correct numbers for FY23, but somehow at the end of the day, it got lost in translation.
There were so many.
Yeah.
I think I think there was a placeholder that Ross had put in of just adding 3% to the FY22 budget, and that the substitute number never came in.
Okay.
So I just didn't want there to be these employees are not getting these raises. The raises that it looks like they're getting in this accounts. This was an accounting error in a prior fiscal year.
So there are salary adjustments.
No,
It's just budget adjustment.
just not reflected in the budget.
Yeah, the budget for FY23 was wrong, and so we were rather than
Salaries are correct.
Can I go down to expenses? Because I have two questions.
Sure.
All right, the obvious question is why the increase in printing, advertising, postage? And then the other one is, I don't see a line here. And I know that one of the things in the personal services contract is for education and training. And so I was wondering where that sort of thing comes out of here.
That's a really good question. So I'm going to give you, is it okay to hand this out? It just gives the explanation of the
sure.
Thank you very much.
visual. I'm visual. Okay.
Thank you.
But I think I did miss the training parts. You go, sir? Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so if we go line by line, you can see on the comment side where I based things off of actual contracts. So what was the first question?
The printing, advertising, postage, that increase there, which is a significant increase.
Yeah, so where I'm coming from, I didn't like where things were being coded. So I didn't like that we as the department and previous treasurers were coding, printing, and advertising and postage to professional and technical services down below. I'm sorry, where's the one where I reduced it to 4,000?
Other services.
Other services. But I didn't like that. I think it was more accurate to say that these things should be coming out of advertising, printing and postage. So I kind of switched things around in terms of where the budget, where we were coding or charging items.
So there's
it-
4,000 you took out of other services and put it in that, in the
Yes,
postage.
and as well as communications, phone, radio.
Okay,
I moved, if you see, I moved the 21,500 budget to advertising, printing and postage. And then I listed what I considered advertising, printing and postage. I don't know why there were two lines. One communications and one advertising. Advertising, we don't do a lot of advertising, so we do printing, the postage meter, the quadrant was being charged to communications, and I thought that should come out of advertising, printing and postage.
mhm.
The Boston Globe, I probably should come out of advertising again instead of communication. That's all I did. So I took 21,500 from communications, put it into advertising, printing, postage, and I think there was, I thought I put 4,000
From other.
from other, yeah, sorry. So that's why that looks that way. So the bottom line didn't increase, for example, $28,335. Just a switching of budget.
Cleaning up. actually.
And to me, it was, yeah.
And you'll see in the main budget that you'll see, what we did was actually just retitle the communications line into printing, advertising and postage,
Oh, no.
and then added in the increase, the $4,000 from other services, along with an increase based on the actual cost of services that the treasurer was anticipating.
Okay, and I think I see.
Oh, travel, that's
Education
where I
and
put it.
training came from travel,
Sorry, I did put it in.
so that's where it is.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep, you're right, there's my notes.
okay, yeah.
So we didn't
All
really have
right,
a
so we
professional
don't
development
need
line.
professional, an education and training, it's rolled in.
Yeah, I consider that travel as like professional development, mileage, mileage
I
reimbursement,
see.
travel, and costs of PD. We can.
Okay, as
I
long
can-
as
I
it's
can-
there, I'm good.
Thank you for, yeah.
So there's two things that we could possibly do. Number one is we could rename, to include training, or we could pull out the training piece as a separate line. I know we've done that for other departments.
Yeah, I was gonna say, other departments have training in a separate line, so that way, if you can, I'm sure it'll be in the same numbering sequence, and it'll be easy to pull out.
I agree.
As long as it's there.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
I think
there,
we
it's
should
just
do
another
that.
line for the treasurer to, enter into the system.
So I can pull that additional $700 out. Or,
But I'll give you the dollar amount.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
I'll give you.
I can
the dollar.
divide up that $1,300 into two accounts.
Yeah.
One for travel, one for training.
Yeah.
Those are my.
Thank you for
my
noticing.
only-
Any other questions?
No, Mr. Chair?
Finance?
No, I'm all set with, those were the lines that I have my question, but.
That's it?
Actually, no, that's not. It's just We've got a couple other sections later on.
Oh, yeah, okay.
In the budget. So, our, insurance.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
Oh, that, yeah. Start at the end and go inward, I think is easier. Yeah, so it's the last two pages, it's retirement and, unemployment, health insurance, life insurance, Medicare.
And the long-term debt.
Why don't we go backwards, yeah?
Two pages.
Yeah, literally the last two pages of the packet. So we should probably start with retirement, which is, that's good news.
So with retirement, we get the invoice, in January for the coming fiscal year. It's an, assessment. It's not like, so they assess us in advance for retirement, so we know the actual bill in January of this year for fiscal year 24. So the actual invoice, and I have copies, went from 991,000 to 891. So a decrease of 100. I know.
Do we have a reason?
No, I think it's not actuals, it's an assessment. So they take all of the retirement board takes, I don't know how they calculate it. I don't know what to tell you, but I have it already here.
Might be less, but I have to ask. And we also signed for the COLA for, Middlesex County or whatever it is. How does that roll into this, or does it not until next year?
I think it won't until next year.
Okay,
Um,
okay. All the rolls in next year.
cause they're still, I think they're still, I'm not sure all the votes are even in yet on the COLA, so. So that's actually good news.
Say that's a-
Let's stop here.
Well, I want to start with that. My question would be, I know in the past, we've had, when somebody does retire, they go off and check their records again, and then we've received, invoices for additional monies to go into retirement funds. And so that's, the question sort of goes, why is our number going down? Are we going to be hit with these, with the potential future bills?
Yeah, a couple of years.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
No, you get a bill once a year and it's calculated, and you get it in January of like, I got it in January of this year, and if you don't get any more,
Okay,
bills.
we had people retire, and when they were evaluating their retirement and what has been paid in for them, we received additional bills to pay into that service because they thought there was funds missing.
If that was for life insurance, if I remember correctly, it was
Yeah,
someone who had paid into life insurance or some such thing, and the town hadn't
And
paid
then
for
a
it.
Oh,
Okay,
that
life insurance.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
That's not
Okay.
retirement. Even though it is for a retiree.
Yeah, okay, it was checking
Yeah.
the retiree at the time, okay.
So what, if it helps? They do, it's an actuarial
Actuarial
evaluation. So it's not that it's,
They're
What
just
you
judging
said,
us all by when they're
Right,
gonna
yeah,
retire.
it's, they take our total salary and
Yeah.
it's based on what's going in.
but yeah, we do not get any further bills. And we get a discount if we pay it all at once in the first month of January. If we do two payments, we lose,
Medicare?
no.
But in the.
They're talking about something.
Oh,
Yeah, okay.
Oh, I see.
I'm good. It's
Okay.
kinda like- So if it's better to pay it up front, then
Yeah, so I make sure that I have that $1 million or whatever
Yeah.
upfront, otherwise we lose, I think, it's like 15% or something. It's a good deal of money.
Okay,
So,
perfect.
So unemployment is level funded.
Health insurance,
50.
oh,
So health insurance, that's the estimate that we got.
Yeah.
From Maya. We still haven't put the screws to them yet, but we might be able to get a lower rate if there's a possibility.
Yeah.
So this is the Maya.
this is, and is this the one that we were looking to go with another agent or?
No, that's for our general insurance that we went out to bid for. Maya is the health insurance that we switched to
Oh,
last
yes, yes,
year.
okay.
yeah. Health
Um,
insurance, dental insurance, and vision insurance.
Yeah, and so So vision is level.
Yeah.
Our dental insurance rate went down and our health insurance rate went up, but we haven't, these are preliminary. And I'm gonna be pushing to try and get us a little bit lower on the health insurance.
So my understanding is that these rates are based on the number of employees that we have in the system. Have we accounted for any additional position, like the highway position and the highway admin? That's another fit in. I know that we were planning to do the one position for fire through ARPA, and we should have added that last year in our count, and I don't know if it was there or not. So I guess my question is just to confirm count and make sure that we have enough
We will do
for
that.
what we are anticipating.
Absolutely.
Didn't we pay something last year?
At the end of the year, there was a lot of money left over in the health insurance
Mm-hmm.
because we had, the accountant was contract and brought back in, it wasn't on salary and not getting health, and there were some other positions. So at the end of the year, we transferred a lot of money out of health. to pay some of the other.
It saved us.
I thought that we had to pay, there was a health insurance bill that came in.
That was general liability.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Was it? Okay, yeah.
That was what increased.
Yeah.
Was general
Yeah.
liability. by
But I
United.
thought we missed an employee.
Yeah, that was a surprise, though.
Right.
So the other things are relatively minor. I mean, Medicare is just our share of I mean, that's just a number that we're provided. That's not kind of an optional. The life insurance town share, again, it's a very minor number.
And general insurance.
The general insurance isn't really something that Melissa has to do with, but that's the one that we're going out to bid.
We have 3 people.
We have 3 different agents that are reviewing our policies. So my hope is they'll get in and under what our rate was last year. So I budgeted for our rate last year with the increase, the unanticipated
That
increase.
was my question. So we're just basing it upon our,
But yeah, it's just based on last year with the hope that one of these 3 entities will come back with a lower rate, lower rates than that.
And that 331 includes the amount that we were billed additionally after the end of the month. Perfect.
71,000 or 78,000 or whatever it was.
And then there's one other thing that I wanted, our debt. That's the last piece.
Yeah.
To discuss with, yeah, so there's 2, it is the second page from the end.
What about her?
I mean, just the, as you can see, the long-term debt principal non-exempt, that includes the fire,
Yep.
all of our new debt that we took
Warrant
on.
articles that you voted on.
That's the fire equipment and
The
plow
dump truck and
and
the fire truck, yeah, and then the one other vehicle that was borrowed for, so that, we got lucky in this year because our reduction in the health insurance costs offset the increase in our debt service, so that allowed us more flexibility elsewhere in the budget for this year. As we've talked about, the fire equipment that we're borrowing for going forward is not anticipated to be funded out of the general fund. We anticipate, well, we're going to show transfers in from the. Well, no, we anticipate that ambulance receipts will be funding for the new ambulance and for the new fire truck.
And the fire truck.
Both of
I
them.
knew the ambulance, I didn't know the fire truck, so that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
wouldn't it?
Because if we can pay off the ambulance, so we've got the ambulance lease that this is the last year for, I believe. Then we'll have 2 years of setting aside $100,000 to pay for the new ambulance, which is about 300 and change. And then we'll have an excess that we're building up in the ambulance receipts to finish paying off that ambulance when it gets delivered. And then from there on out, we can use $100,000. It's only going to be 50 a year for the fire truck. So we'll still have an extra $50,000. I think for purposes of fire equipment, we are, which is a significant portion of our kind of capital expenses. For that debt, we will even be able to start maybe even backfilling and paying off some of the current fire truck and the new fire truck with that 100,000.
That's a good plan.
Because the current fire truck payment is like $50,000 a year plus interest, I believe.
Probably right. You're a good memory.
Something like that. Yeah, because we've already over 15 years. So
Yeah, 50, yeah.
so if we do them both for $50,000 a year, and we have $100,000 in ambulance receipts we can dedicate towards that, that's it. Then this will actually go down once we start paying for the new fire truck and once the ambulances are paid for.
Okay, that's good news.
So I think it's actually really good news for purposes of our debt position, because that allows us to have some flexibility. Because as I mentioned, we do have another $100,000 worth of debt that's dropping off in FY25. So that, along with being able to cover $100,000 of this debt with $50,000 of this existing debt with the ambulance receipts, we'll have a lot of kind of debt capacity to take on for capital projects.
Okay. Anything else?
That was all I had the treasury for. Right?
Righty. Thank you very much. Library is next.
I'm gonna come a little closer, just so the owl can catch you.
Yeah, I'll go with you. I'm not even gonna give her. I like it here. Right?
Where is the line? It's at the end, right? It's near the end. Like 4 pages in, starts 4 pages in.
Eric, we just realized there might be an issue.
There you go.
Yeah, so when you pulled out,
Can we keep all of the conversations in regards to what we're gonna be doing here? Because it is a board discussion and we'll be talking to, if we need any other comments, then we'll ask directly.
it was an issue with the budget that we did. There's a mistake. It was a mistake based on our conversation from yesterday.
We will address it. Okay, Stace, do you wanna give just a general on yours?
So, I mean, as far as changes,
Yeah, well, just in general, is the major increases or decreases or whatever?
so the increases in staff, we added, 4 hours to the young adult librarian position. And 1 hour to the, pool of, library techs that kind of share from a pool of hours. That kind of will help me over the year with coverage, that 1 hour, believe it or not, because 4 of us now have 5 weeks vacation. So having coverage and, that pool of librarians kind of fills in for everybody. The young adult librarian, well, actually, if we add 4 hours onto that position, we'll be able to stay open until 8 o'clock on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. We've had a lot of people, including some town boards and like the Energy Commission, have wanted to use our space at 7 o'clock at night, and we are not. We close at 7 o'clock on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So that we felt like that would be the best way to be able to, increase without getting another staff member or anything, just to make those little increases. The other thing is, we plan to change the children's librarian position to assistant director / technology coordinator. And so she has a new job description, which I did give to, oh my gosh.
Kelly?
No, I forgot. Don, oh my gosh, I'm like, I get so nervous in situations like
Don and I have it, but, well, I don't, because I'm not sure that,
Yes, we have to review job description.
okay.
right.
Whereas I know that's happened in the past.
It wouldn't start until,
Union or non,
Yeah,
it doesn't
it
matter.
wouldn't start until the beginning of, fiscal, it's July.
Right,
So
yeah.
we have some time to
Yeah,
review that.
okay.
Part of the changes in the job description have to do with technology. So, she would be kind of like the liaison to CW Mars, and when we purchase new equipment, she would be the person, or, they would be the person to, figure out what equipment we're going to purchase, and, unbox it, set it up, everything like that, and contact CW Mars. And all, anything that's associated with any kind of new type of technology that we're putting into the building.
Okay, so that would be the assistant library you're talking about, and what was the other position? The tech coordinator?
Same position.
It's one person. So that position would actually, still oversee the children's department, the same way that I oversee the adult department. I do all of the ordering for the adult department. I do all of the program organization. She would still oversee the ordering and the, children's programming.
Yeah.
But she wouldn't be really doing the programming. The other library techs would be doing, the assistant children's librarians would be doing those, in the young adult librarian.
Right, so it's not really a new
So,
position, it's more of like a refined one.
It's just an increase in hourly rate. It's not an increase in hours. That's actually a salaried position. So it's 40 hours a week salaried. So the salary would go up.
the mistake that Valerie was referring to before is actually when I met with Eric the other day. He took that position out. Oops.
I took that, so this is a math error on my part. If you look at, yeah, I don't want, this is not, doesn't have anything to do with the library, this is me.
Yeah.
So if you look at the line that says library wages, assistant library director.
Yeah.
The 55,557 in the fourth line is right. But it looks like what I did was I put in her wages for FY 23 on that line, but I didn't take them out of the library tech line. So
For last year. So
the
the
library,
yeah, it's just too much money. FY 23, that's not correct FY 23 number.
so the library tech line from last year should be $49,317 less. It doesn't affect our budget that we're talking about.
Yeah.
But it affects the difference between the FY 23 and FY 24 library budget.
Gotcha, so on
So I
your
apologize.
sheet, the negative 41,783,
It's not gonna be a negative.
it's not gonna be a negative.
Right.
So let's see. 49. So
Saw the matrix somehow there, I was like, that's the problem.
I have a question
No, I just
too.
thought that.
And wait till they.
So- the line that says library wages, library techs for FY 23 should read $179,529. Okay,
100,
179,529.
And the, fiscal year 24, the 187,063 is correct?
Is correct, but the change, the difference should be 186,063. It's actually, instead of a decrease of 41,000, it's an increase in 7,534.
That's my question.
plus how much? 7,000.
7,534.
Okay, so can I ask a question? Is the assistant library director tech coordinator the one that you're adding 4 hours to?
No, that's a salary position. So that's a 40.
The 4 hours are going to the
It's
general.
40 hours to begin with.
It's 40 hours to begin with.
Okay, so where is the 4 hours to the young adult librarian
actually- so-
reflected?
It's in that library text line, which I tend to do it out. And then in the past, the town administrators always clump it together at town meeting. So I have it, done out, so myself, the children's librarian at the time, the young adult librarian, senior library tech and senior children's library tech all have like regular hours and a 30 hours. The rest of them are floaters. There's 6 others who are all to get kind of lumped in like one other
I
clump.
remembered it from putting
Yeah,
everybody on Collins and how long it took to understand how that
So-
works.
So Veronica, if you're looking for it on the chart, that's $7,534
Includes the
includes
4.
those 4 hours.
And does it also include the additional 1 hour to tech?
Mhm.
And why isn't the additional 1 hour 2 hours if you're staying open an hour later on both Tuesday and Thursday?
Well, I guess because originally I was putting 5 hours onto the text, and then I realized it would make more sense to put 4 hours on the young adult librarian position, because that person can work. I need the hours during the day, and a lot of my part-time tech people have other jobs or are not available during the day. So I realized that it made a lot more sense. And then I thought, well, I could use 2 more, I could use more hours than this, obviously. We close Saturdays in the summertime so that I can conserve hours, so that I can redistribute them throughout the year. And so
All
I
right,
have
so I'll go
coverage
with
for all
that.
of the vacations that everybody goes on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Stacy came with a whole matrix. Looking at the
Yeah.
matrix, That's what Stacy has.
I showed
So
John, I said, it's like, not pretty insane.
So we've seen it. We've seen it.
I'm sorry to figure out how it was
Yeah.
working
But-
out the right amount.
I have a spreadsheet that Don really shields and it has some formulas.
But it's in that $7,500. That's where it's all,
Right.
that's where the
Alright,
magic
thank you.
happens.
I just wanted to know if maybe the assistant library director, there needed to be a bigger increase, but not. I've got it.
And so that throws off again, if you look on the next page, the line, the personnel line, and then the library total line, those are thrown off because of my error.
Okay, which is my other question there, so.
So it looks like we're spending less on the library when we're not.
So
Um,
what's that bottom change number? Do you have that?
So let me.
Or maybe, well, maybe we
It
just
should be-
want the bottom.
So
personnel number.
The 369, 910 for FY 23.
Yep.
I mean, I have it here.
Is 325.93. The same as in the request.
Wait. What's that for?
So that's that.
Okay, oh, FY 23, I was like, wait, what?
So-
Sorry.
Yeah, so it's the same as the requested, which means that the bottom line library total should be same as the requested. So the 405, 494, that number should carry over into FY 23. So I apologize for the
Oh, and then
confusion.
I can subtract.
And then
get
that
those
shows you the
changes.
difference between
And
the,
that makes sense.
so I apologize for
That
that.
makes sense, okay.
I was doing something too quickly, obviously.
Struck me, yeah, 2 days ago to separate out the assistant director, so it was a recent thing.
And plus, all the numbers are 3, 6s, and 9s, so it's like 3, 9, 3, 6.
Put them in any order you want.
So I wanted to, the one other thing about the library budget I wanted to mention, and Chaz is aware of this, but I'm not sure everybody else is. In January, at the beginning of January, the library became kind of a self-contained unit for purposes of internet and IT. So they have, you know, a dedicated Comcast line to the library, and CW Mars perform, you know, they have a contract, a new contract with CW Mars for all their IT services to be performed by CW Mars. So they're no longer using Guardian services as of January. So the increase in other purchase services under expenses, the third line down, that comprises the Comcast, the cost for the dedicated Comcast line, and the cost for CW Mars tech services for the year.
Pretty good deal.
And there was,
Yeah, so that's just so folks are aware, that's the major jump in their expenses. It comes from that there.
I have a general question.
Okay.
Ceiling fans, what's up with that? What is your thoughts on that?
Rob discussed things with me, says things in passing a lot of times, like, hey, I think we should get some big fans for up here. I'm not opposed to it necessarily, but I'd like to know exactly like what the proposal is and
So would I.
yeah. Even, you know, we were talking about the $10,000 for the roof, you know, with Dawn the other day, and we were as surprised that the $10,000 on the roof was on there as Dawn was. So, I think there needs to be a little more communication between the facilities department and maybe the library trustees as to what the suggestions are for building improvements, because then we can support, and, you know, and that is part of the library trustees' role is to, you know, be the overseers of the building, and they should be told what, you know, what the suggestions are through the facility department. We trust him to be the expert, and I've been trying to bridge that communication, but it hasn't gone well for me.
So what I have proposed, and I agree, this is part of something that you and I talked about a year and a half ago. But I would like to, we're trying to get all municipal buildings, we need to know their current repair, what needs to be repaired, the future repairs. I'd like to see a 3, 5, and a 10-year plan for each one of these repairs. so that if an item like this comes up, we only see a dollar figure on
Right.
that. And I ask you and you have no idea what it
Okay,
is.
so that was put in there. I had no idea that that was a request. There's
You
been
have
no,
facility request.
there's been no communication with the library.
Okay, so
staff.
I think we need to open up that conversation. So if you see things like that, I would say communicate that with the town administrator, and then we can deal with those accordingly, so that we can make sure that there are probably some needed repairs that you guys have that never got to the point where we needed to
Oh, yeah.
to hear about.
We're doing a strategic plan right now for the next 5 years.
Yeah.
And that's actually one of our 4 categories is innovation in the building, because that was, the community came back and said that's one of the main reasons they use that facility is the facility itself. So we want to make sure that's going forward.
And I want to make sure that it gets addressed at our level too.
And painting, I
Window
think I
cleaning,
actually was
All of
probably.
that stuff.
July.
I'd like to know,
Yeah,
we need
yeah.
to plan and I'd like to be able to make sure that we have a plan going forward. So if you guys see a grant and you guys want to go for a grant, we have a plan that we can just take that material and throw it in the grant to get it funded, as opposed to having a committee and going through the whole process of writing the grant and all of that, because we need to be a little proactive, especially in our repairs for our
Right.
building.
Because that's, we've been that way with computers all along.
Yeah.
And, the endowment, we've had a replacement plan throughout the years. And, we just received that other grant. So we've got $8,000 or so to put in new computers between the endowment and the grant that we received. So if we can find more things like that to do some more great things and fix some of the stuff that's going on or update, that's definitely part of our plan. And, and this would be another good thing. Having the assistant director position, it's another person that I can rely on to do some of that work. Can you look up something? Out as the children's librarian and the job description of the children's librarian, it's not like, I'm a one man show when it comes to a lot of the, higher up responsibility type of things. So I do need to have somebody else that I can, put some of that stuff onto.
Delegate, yeah.
Yeah, delegate, or when I leave, I have 5 weeks vacation, which this is the first year ever since 2006 that I've taken all of my vacation ever. And I've given back so many, so much vacation time, and I realized that I need to take it because it's important, and I do need somebody who can take over. I tend to work on my vacations as well because, I'm a workaholic, but that's, that's kind of why this position is definitely needed.
Any other questions from the board?
No, Mr. Chair.
Finances?
I am all set. Any,
I'm good.
You're good?
anything else?
I just want to thank you guys for all the work that you do over there. I have gotten so many compliments from the townspeople in regards to everything that you guys do. I think that, Stacy, you in particular don't get the credit that you deserve. And I want to say personally, thank you very much for all the work that you're doing, because it is recognized. I know that our townspeople, especially our younger adults, are utilizing the library, I think, more than I've seen in most communities that are around here. The usage that I'm hearing is quite phenomenal.
Yeah.
The partnership between you and the Council on Aging, I think, is really it sets a caveat for our town that we take care of what we say we're going to take care of. But personally, I just want to thank you for everything that you guys are doing for the town.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank
All
you for
right.
your support too.
Yeah,
Really.
yeah.
And we'll be coming to you with our strategic plan next year, so you can know what our plan is for the 5 years.
Yeah, because
So we can work together.
that's the big
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
If we're working together, we have a better chance of getting what we want than if we're working inside.
And we had 300 respondents in our community survey, so we have a lot of information.
That's
So,
excellent.
Yeah.
And that's data that we can use in our grant writing too.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you.
Thank you.
guys. Best, Board of Selectmen finance committee meeting I've ever attended in my life.
It's only been 2 months. There's more timer. Everybody else.
Yeah. We're saving it all up for Emmy.
All right. Get our frustrations out
Yeah.
now.
Get the heavy bags out. Just around the same one back from the library. Right now.
Oh, there.
Right after that.
Yeah, right after the library.
All right.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. It's no longer good morning.
I know.
Out.
Pretty close to good Lord right
Yeah.
now. Where are we?
Yeah, the library.
4 p.m.
Yes, right at the library, yeah. 3 pages in from the back.
I have the old one, I don't know.
Oh, here we go.
I see.
All righty.
Ooh.
How are ya?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you guys today? Tired?
Actually, no, I think we're buzzing right along. We had sugar in the donuts, so we're all good to go.
My first donut in 3 years.
Yeah, right.
Oh, my God.
So do you want to give us anything in general of where you're at and what changes you have here?
So primary changes, mine is union directed, so that's sort of where the increase is on mine. Went through the numbers for what that increase is supposed to be and what we currently have in place. And I think it shows like in my notes, and I don't know if you guys have that, the 44.2 weeks of the year, I'm at a 32-hour week, and then the 8 weeks of the summer, I'm at a 40-hour week. So that's a bit of a change. It still puts me at like 34 hours a week throughout the year. So it's still in that under 40, but that's sort of that breakdown because I do work those extra hours during the summer. So that is that. I have the numbers there if you wanted those specifically, but that's where, you know, I pulled the numbers from FY23 and added it according to what we had on the books already.
Well, do you want me to talk now or wait?
Yeah.
I have a discrepancy in the numbers from, if I do FY23 and multiply by 4%, I come out with 55,435 as opposed to 57,528. So I just wanted to know why that was.
What do you have in your hourly?
I don't have the hourly. I don't have the wage and class. I'm going by the FY23 approved.
Yeah.
And multiplying times 0.04, I get 2,132.12, and then I add that back into the 53,303, so a 4% increase. So what I see here is roughly an 8% increase.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I did it by the hourly because that's how I'm paid. I'm not on a salary. So I literally broke it down by 3287 with 44.2 weeks.
Yeah, so
8 weeks. I literally broke it down by my hourly wage.
And if I look at the budget to date, and I know there's a difference in hours, the expenditure is right now 59%, 2/3 of the way into the year, as opposed to 67%. So maybe in June it up.
Oh, yeah.
But from this, I figured, okay, so this value here is probably accurate. The 53,303 that's in here in the original budget on the expenditure sheet from so if it just, that value looks wrong to me. That's all.
I'll double check that value and get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure.
And what is the increase on the next line?
So that's the assistant director's position. And we did it last year. It was the break where recreation carries 10,000 of it out of our revolving funds. And then the budget carried the additional 5,000 as a, you know, portioned amount. So that's the same as what we're looking at this time, except that it's got his, whomever's, because we're hiring for that at their rate it would be $19.25 an hour, which is what was agreed upon through the board over the $18.75 from last year. Because again, we actually go off of the Massachusetts minimum wage increase, so that's a 75-cent increase. They actually.
But I thought that position was paid for out of the fees for the program.
$10,000 of it is.
So why did it increase by $11,000?
It should have only been the difference between the 6,805 and the 5,425. I'm sorry.
So
I don't know how that matched.
So the numbers, I have a number discrepancy there as well. Not by a lot on this one. The 16,805, I have a 16,042. And then if you subtract the 10,000, that comes from the revolving, the number here for so the actual is 16,042, subtracting the 10K, we go from 5,425 to 6,042.
So again, I did this by the actual hours. So it would be $19.25 for 46.2 weeks at 15 hours a week. And then for 6 weeks in the summer for 30 hours a week, which is what the job.
And is that how you got the 16,805?
Yes.
So if that's what it is, I mean, I guess talk to Eric and bring that to the board. But what I'm saying is reiterating what Teresa just said, 10K of that comes out of revolving. So whether it's your 6,805 or my 6,042.
Yes, there should be.
10K should be subtracted.
Correct.
That's
Okay. Either that or we could show it as a revenue.
Which is what I did last year, but there was the note in it that 10,000 was from.
That way it's more transparent. It's what we're actually. We did it last week.
That was in the notes. It doesn't show.
I think this is a transposing error for me, but I think the notes demonstrate that part of the salary is being paid. But I was looking at the salary line when I put it into the matrix. So I will put the $10,000 as in the revenue side as a revenue to offset portion of the salary. We'll leave it with the regular number that we're actually going to be paying the individual there. We'll just show it as additional revenue.
So I'm going to ask for two things though, because of the discrepancy in hours. I want to see the job description. So that, because the hours, these numbers, the 53303 and the 15,425 were based on the job description hours. If that is different, I would want to know that.
Okay.
And so I would want to see that reflected somehow.
So what should the bottom line be?
5,861, according to what the $10,000 less, right?
Well, no, we're going to leave the line the same, but I've got a revenue sheet that I'm going to add a different $10,000 in revenue.
Okay, all right.
It does mean we have $10,000 more to elsewhere in the budget, but
Right. Okay.
We'll take it.
we'll take it.
Oh, we're asking for an extra 10 anyway, so. My question sort of comes on the number of hours. How many weeks is the working at 30 hours?
For the AD position,
Yeah.
it's 6 weeks. So it's the 6 active weeks of summer rec program.
Okay. Then I guess my question is, does that trigger anything benefits?
No, it puts it to 7. It would break down to 17 hours.
It's an annual.
Yeah, it's an annual
Take the
average.
total hours, annualize it and bring it. Okay, I just want to make sure that.
And for you, it's 8 weeks and 40 hours,
Because of
and then 32 hours for the remaining.
And how much revenue does the recreation program bring in annually?
Oh, so we're on a revolving. We're currently, I guess I should give you what we're currently at. It's 49,000, and I haven't yet done any purchasing, et cetera, for summer. It's kind of weird for us because we actually do the bulk of our spending in the first 2 months of each fiscal year.
So
it's
of
sort
that
of like
approximately 50,000, how much of that goes to payroll and how much goes to equipment? And
So taking out what I would make and taking out what the assistant director would make, I average about $65,000 a year in payroll. Not for the administrative, right? Last year I did 34,000 for my understaffed, support staff, operating staff. That was that. And then since then, I pay about $1,400 every 2 weeks for payroll.
do you put the approximately 50,000 into general funds and buy your equipment out of that?
No, it goes into
It's in revolving.
In revolving.
Right, and
Thank you.
everything for recreation gets paid out of that, with the exception of the $2,500, which typically goes to things like toilet paper and printing cartridges, light bulb exchanges, that sort of thing.
But the
Cleaning
revolving
supplies.
is for payroll as well? Revolving
Yes,
is for
revolving,
payroll
yeah.
as well? Okay, thank you.
Right, correct. The revolving pays for the staff,
All the staff in the program.
all the staff of the programs, correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
Can I just, I think we talked about this some in BOS. We haven't posted for an assistant director.
Not
Yet
yet.
we're paying out for an assistant director.
You haven't since September. Or you shouldn't.
Current month, total expended, 4,710.94. Maybe this is an accounting error?
I think that's kept from what was in there, because yeah, maybe it's an accounting error, because Bonnie left in September.
Right.
And I haven't had anything.
Well, if they build her full salary for 3 months,
It says current month, total expended for assistant director, 4,700. And this is in the report.
I just mean that if they expended July and August and September and didn't take any from the revolving fund towards her salary.
I think this could possibly be.
Okay, I'll look at the BVA and.
Yeah, look at that, because I can't
I think,
tell.
what did you say the amount was?
4,710.94, and I have no idea what comes out of the revolving.
That sounds like all of my payroll for last 2 weeks.
I'll
funny
I'll
on the
double check.
report, I
I'll double
think.
check.
I think there's something.
Yeah, yeah, 'cause I don't even have that, like, I have my payroll in front of me for the last 2 weeks and the weeks prior. Line item for,
Nothing.
assistant director is not even on there.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think there might be something was inputted incorrectly.
I wonder if they put it in the wrong line, like to fund it out of the wrong line or something.
We're
I'll double
not
check.
sure how to deal with the revolving, the nature of the funding for the employees of the rescue fund. Could be that.
Okay, I'll
But
double, double check.
I looked at this and thought, yeah.
If it was them not dealing with the rec department employees though, we would have a much larger amount off
Well,
somewhere.
are they paying it though out of the assistant director line when it should be being paid out of the?
I will double check and get back to you.
That's my.
I'll double check.
And that's what I would be concerned about, is if they're paying that out of that line instead of the revolving
Yeah,
account.
I just think it would be a much larger amount out of that line.
Because really in the employees of the rec department aren't reflected.
Not
in
on the
these
budget.
Budget at all.
No.
And so to see that for this month was like,
Yeah.
wait.
No,
And
they
because
definitely-
we have the accounting contract that we do,
No,
that little detail may not.
I'll double
be
check.
known.
I'll double check.
yeah, I think that that's actually all of it. Because I have from pay week 205 to 218. I have 3,838.20 plus the the increases that they hadn't updated in the system yet of 383.44.
What is that?
Which is 4,000.
140.
And then if you pull from the, I don't have the one from the 22nd to the,
We can look at, that's, we'll
There's
look
something,
at it.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
not for this, but it's
Yeah.
something that.
We-
needs to
I
be
will- I will
looked at
double
that
check
kind
and-
of jumped
Yeah,
out.
yeah, I
yeah,
can
definitely.
appreciate that.
Like I said, I don't have it on my system, any line.
Yeah, I
items for
didn't
that.
think we were, but
No.
it reflects that we
Yeah.
are.
Yeah, I think the last payroll for Bonnie was that first week of October. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
I guess I only had one other question. I didn't see there's anything expense here. Are there any insurances extra that are required for the service, the programs?
Not as of right now. Currently, we fall under all the general liabilities that the town does. We may be, and obviously I don't know how we're gonna end up handling. I have the run coaching. We're gonna do a run club, and there is insurance through that if we decide to add our club to something like the RRCA. There's, insurance through that, but the board has not made any decisions on whether or not we want to run our own club, which would fall under our general liabilities like normal, or if we want to go ahead and associate with a larger organization.
Which then you'd have additional
So
expenses.
how many programs do you run?
6,000.
Because it goes into a revolving, so all of the funds go through
into
basically all
one
of
fund.
my programs.
So how do you know which ones are more successful than others?
It's how much money comes in and how much money goes out, really.
Is it a count
And
of
numbers.
individual?
Numbers for
I think she,
people.
So, yeah.
I think, Emmy tracks it separately of the fund. The fund doesn't track it, but Emmy tracks it.
Right,
Right,
so
but
it's,
So what's your most successful? program?
so it would be our summer program and our rec kids program, and then we have a myriad of, and size is a big part of it. really, because, you know, obviously 1 week at tennis camp is not in competition with, you know, a school year worth of rec kids versus a 1 week or a 1 day cake decorating class. You know, they're not, it's an apples and oranges. So you can't
Or
really.
a home ec class,
Or
or
home ec
this,
program,
or
or
the
tomorrow,
school,
the wellness event.
the ski
Winter
program.
No program that, is there any adult program in this?
I do, it's hit or miss for me for adult programming, because again, I have to pay my staff out of the programs that I put into play, and I'm a singular person creating every single program for, and including getting instructors and et cetera, et cetera. So, it's really hit or miss on where the interest lies at the time. And yes, I have done adult programming, and once we're up with the Run Club and a few other things that it's looking for next year, there'll be more adult programming. So, but growth comes with funds, which I currently, you know, I'm working in.
Sherry, have a wonderful vacation.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, be safe.
Have fun.
Thank you, have fun.
The last thing I think that I'd like to throw out to you is that, if there is any, repairs that need to be done over there, could you please let me know?
Sure.
Via, email so that we are, I have.
I'll see a couple of emails that I've sent out already.
Yeah, I have requested to have all municipal buildings, to be assessed, but I want to know immediate need. So if you could get that to.
Sure, I will CC you
Eric and
over.
myself, I would appreciate it.
To make a note of that.
Can I add something to that?
You may edit.
This is my ATM article thing.
I thought you meant your card.
Yeah.
That's the pin number.
In 2019, at the annual town meeting, we put aside $28,258 for roof replacement. And if this is a correct, you know, end of February expense, it hasn't been charged.
No, isn't that the one that was that was a
It was
$50,000 line?
reallocated. It was
That's the
50,000
last-
originally.
Yeah, that was $50,000.
It remains in that article, $28,200.
And we have a special town meeting article to reallocate.
To reallocate it for the state.
Yeah, we,
As far as.
yeah, to stairs and to help supplement
Okay, so when
As long
Rob
as
was
it's not hot
saying,
top.
oh, we need
The
the
hot-
stairs
we're
done,
gonna
and
hot
that's
top
what-
the,
No.
yeah.
His facility budget is not for this. This is for the steps, the et cetera, at
Correct.
the rec
That's for the steps at the
Okay.
rec center, and
I just want
Right.
that clear,
Yes.
because he was saying, oh, well, in this budget for the building, it's for the steps, and it's like, no, it's not.
It's that, it's already.
I think
Really?
he may be taking in the article. I think the article moved it. It wasn't specifically for the rec building. I think it was moved into facilities.
I don't think it was moved to the facilities. We reallocated it for the rec building and and maintenance and repair of town hall.
That's right, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, so, and
Yeah.
that is fine, but we also have to account for the other 20K, and then the new 20K
Yes.
that's being asked
Yeah.
for, where is all this
That's
going?
exactly where my concern is. Which had nothing to do with the rec
Right, I'm like,
department.
And they're still, you know, I know those still need to be done, and I know that ceiling tiles are falling down and I need to repair those, and I know my floor needs to be redone, but other than that, I'm golden.
Yeah, and my main concern right now is safety
Yeah, same,
and comfortability.
same,
Okay,
same. I'm right there with you. Is
all righty.
there anything else I can do for you?
Thank you.
You're all set. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll talk next week.
Figure out
Yeah,
Where-
we'll figure out what the numbers are.
where my off is off.
All right, so we
Thanks,
have,
Em.
Thank you.
Right, thank
we
you.
have 2 budgets to look at left.
Oh,
You guys
no,
know,
I was gonna- stuff. All right, let's do it.
This is housing too. So Board of Selectmen, FinCom, and Housing.
Do you know how many budgets we have left to do?
Anyone.
I don't wanna,
Yeah, there's a lot more.
we've got a lot more budgets, but some of them are very simple. And with nobody here, we can blow through them.
Okay. So where are we starting?
Where are we starting?
Well, I was gonna say, let's start at the beginning and go forward, if everybody's okay with that.
So FinCom,
So Board of Selectmen actually is first.
do we really want to do that right now? Okay.
Yes, we do, because I have
I'm
questions.
just,
Is that a surprise?
after all, yeah, right? Jerry, this is the first time all three of us are on the same board again here.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Okay, my first thing is, and this is a general thing, can I just say this? Have we looked through the annual town meeting articles to see if we can grab back any? Because in going through this, there are several more besides what was on.
I
the
saw
special
17,
town
I saw
meeting.
some 2017s and 2018s.
There
on
are
the
things
list.
that I think we can grab back.
I have been looking at them, yeah. To
Okay,
try to grab
good.
back to put into stabilization like we did. That was gonna be my proposal.
I was
Grab
gonna say,
back
Ron,
for stabilization, yeah.
Ron should have left you a spreadsheet with a lot of that work done.
Okay,
Kind of like, we can, I never got a copy of it, but it's kind of like we can.
I'll check it, but yes, that's on my list is going through and grabbing those accounts.
Okay.
I started looking.
The other thing is, I want to set aside, whether it's an award article or wherever, there's MBTA stuff in that expense report, but I want to set aside 40K for the North Bus service somewhere. Yes,
Mark. Yeah.
for March.
Okay,
Even though we don't have a number, we may have one by town meeting. And if we don't have it until the summertime, I don't want to wait until special town meeting next year.
I 100% agree with that.
Okay, so.
park and ride?
And so pickup would be right behind town hall here
Okay.
until we can, we're putting in for a community one-stop grant to redo the field back here and put a bus stop on the lower half on Jeff Street.
And how?
But it would be a mini bus
Yeah.
with a bike rack on the back twice a day, twice in the morning, 2 runs in the late afternoon heat. So that people can get down to Fitchburg it would go just to the intermodal center in Fitchburg is what we're thinking. We don't have a vote on it yet. Transportation.
With the
Right,
train,
yes.
too.
Yeah, Pittsburgh State.
Yeah.
Right down.
People that want to go to Fitchburg State, you go down and walk up. If you want to go to Gardner or the Mount or to Leominster, you could get on the bus, on the train or a bus. And
Well, they have other MART buses you can transfer to as well to
Yeah.
get you more west if
Okay.
you need to go that
Yeah.
way.
So you can get to the train to go into Boston. I mean, we're an MBTA community because we are adjacent to the shoreline.
To something.
But we have no
But we have
transportation.
no way to get there. We can't get there.
Okay, so you'd like to see a reallocation of some funds or some sort of way to find $40,000?
40,000 I agree, because the 40,000 is gonna cover the first year, right? Is that?
And we would run it free for the first year is the idea. We don't have an estimate for Mart yet. We just got admitted to Mart on Wednesday, I think it was a Thursday.
Yeah.
We just
Just
got
happened.
admitted to, accepted by Mart.
Okay, so 40,000 from Mart, if we can, when we can
And
find.
either if we go back through after today, if we have the money, put it in the general fund. If we don't, we're looking at free cash. But there will need to be a warrant article.
For this to time out so that we can move on this as quickly as possible is to find the 40,000,
Okay.
put it in the budget.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
then we can start run it for a year, see if it gets ridership. Right. And then, because this is for the general population, our senior and disabled is handled, right? But
Well, I'm gonna throw in, there has been 3 different studies that I've been involved in. One of them is the opioid epidemic, and the other one had to do with transportation issues in Western Massachusetts. And another one had to kind of dovetailed off of the MBTA, but the housing production.
Right.
But more importantly, on the opioid issue, there are many individuals in town that are reliant on other towns for medication-assisted treatment that they've been going to, and there is no transportation. There were 2 agencies that provided, they'd pick them up, bring them to the place that they needed to, and then bring them back, but they are no longer Lyft. The one is Lyft, and I can't remember what the other name is, but they are not funded. They were not refunded. That kind of cut down a lot of the need in the area. And it also, we think that it may increase the cost on the ambulance and not really getting paid or reimbursed for the receipts and all of this. So think of it as more of a proactive measure to be able to help them. So you have, and then you have an aging population that's kind of in between, not quite the senior center, but as we know, the medical appointments tend to increase as we get older. So this provides an opportunity for somebody to be able to do that. In 2 of the surveys that I've worked on, transportation was always number 1.
Okay, all right. So, those are my general things. So if you want my more specific for BOS.
Why are you asking? Just tell us.
Okay, here we go.
Is that Robert's rule? Can I say that?
Yeah. You can tell me to shut up.
That Robert.
It's okay.
I'll reserve that.
All right, I would like the community outreach coordinator to be changed to community services coordinator, because that's what we're using. It's outreach coordinator because that was the original name before we posted.
Okay.
So that's just a nit, kind of. But so that we know that we're talking about the same thing.
No problem.
And then I would like to see the 10K that we took out of COA reflected in here. So
It is,
how?
because this doesn't say 56, it says 66. It said 56 and there was 10 in the council on aging before. And then I took it out, I took 10,000 out and put it up.
And so that we are taking
I can put a note next to it that says,
56 from ARPA, 10K general fund or something like that.
although it's actually 20K general fund this year.
It's 20K, that's perfect. Okay, and then same for human resources.
Yeah, I'll put, I'll make sure the notes reflect that.
All right, and then the grant administrator has poof from this whole thing, gone. And I know we added hours to the land use coordinator, and so when we go to land use, my question there is, are those hours reflected in the salary that's there?
Yeah.
But, how are we doing grant administration as a town? It's kind of a general question that we can bring up at a board of selectmen, I mean, we don't have to discuss now.
Sure.
So I have a concern on that.
Yes, me too.
And then going down to expenses, the ed and training, I think that seems low. I think there should be an increase there. So for people to be able, I feel like education and training is important. And we level funded that, and I know that maybe we didn't spend all that. Let me get back up there.
Yeah, I mean, so understand that, that education and training doesn't include me.
Well, but.
My education and training is in a different line.
Which line?
I think it would be in that dues and memberships line.
Okay, so as long as that is in there, because I don't think you did you didn't go to the conference this year, not yet, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I went to the MMA conference. I did training for my procurement. I did procurement training.
But there was like a planning conference or something else conference, anyway.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure that.
multiple trainings that I need to go to, yeah.
Okay, and so that's why I said the educate, but if you're under dues and membership.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Yeah, so I think that's that. So that
sounds like what Melissa did, kind of. She put it into travel, you put it into dues.
Yeah, well, I think that's where it was contemplated from when the contract was created.
Maybe so. Having written the contract.
And I just didn't change it from last year because I
Okay,
kept
so
it
where we
from
had
last
that
year.
last year was up under the town administrator. It was 135. And so I know that we put 5K in there because you were not paid 135 last year. So even though this is a decrease, it's actually an increase because 5K of that in there was intended for the education and training for you. Because when we signed your contract, it was so late based on budget time and when we had to publish stuff that I already had a 135 in there. Are you following me?
No, I thought the 5K that was in that 135 was for my
Travel.
for my vehicle allowance.
I thought we had that somewhere.
Either way.
In any event, it all works out.
Yeah.
So, I just wanted to make sure that that was the case. So that was all I had. Oh, and here's the other question for you. I saw that minus 42,050 down at the bottom.
Yeah.
You know, so we dropped that much. Can we actually afford the HR and,
Well, you know why? Because we lost $152,000 from not having to pay.
That's what I'd
Mr.
like to
Kreider.
talk about. That's what I would like to talk
okay,
about.
yeah.
So that number is gone because we don't have to pay him. Remember, that budget was not came out of free cash. So this $40,000 doesn't exist
Okay, so
anywhere.
it's
It was
there.
just
All right,
air.
so we can't pick it up.
No, we can't stick it somewhere else.
Okay, all right, so.
Wishful thinking.
Yes. Oh, believe you me, I wish I could pick that up.
Yeah, kind of like that's hard on the.
Next fiscal year will be the first year that this town is not paying out contracts. The former employees.
Well, let's keep it that way.
Yeah, that's the plan.
3 years to get there. High five.
But we are good, and everything is, I feel, leveling out. Not quite there, but pretty level. So,
So,
anything else I should have asked?
well, no, I mean, the only large change is $5,000. We ran past it earlier. There was put in, professional services for, land transfer. So that would be, we talked about creating a separate line for the property committee to do it, but I think it's more appropriate in the board of selectmen because I think the board needs to decide if they want to do what the property committee suggests. And then the board can direct me to go and obtain a survey or do whatever I need to do and spend the money out of that.
And some of that will come back, although we can't, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Put it
It's kind of
here.
like the example was, the land use coordinator, when we had one last year, came to properties to look at a property and wanted to sell it, thought there was the opportunity. So we said, okay, go get it surveyed or whatever you need to do. He said, I don't know where the money is. So when I read.
That's what everybody says.
Right,
That's
when I read the charter for the properties committee, it says properties committee is supposed to prepare a budget and submit it to select people every year. We haven't really done a full budget, but this is the start of, if we have 1 or 2 properties next year that we want to survey and we recommend. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like.
That have already come from property.
Yeah.
Right, and now we can say, this is here, and you've got a place in the budget that you can.
This is where I said, when I said to the assessor, when she was here, I said, there's gonna be more, and I know that there's gonna be more, so we definitely need that.
Yeah, so
in the budget.
it's a start, it's a measure, and now that way people are not questioning where's the money coming from.
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's clearly been defined, and it's an opportunity to use that money, sell property and get some money back. And a piece of property back on the tax rolls.
Yep.
It's kind of, it's
That's
a
the
win-win.
goal, instead of just sitting there rotting.
From the state, if it's wet and goes to 15 days.
The FinCom, I just dropping down real quick.
Yeah.
We talked about increasing the reserve fund to $50,000.
Why?
Just numbers wise, we're increasing it less than 0.1% of the budget. The requests that are coming in, if we go back to January of this year, we would have had a request for 14,000 out of the 40. So you're running into where we usually come with high requests as much as 25 or 30,000 at the end of it, and we wouldn't have enough money to cover it. This is just keeping with the budget to get to 0.01% of the budget to have as reserve fund.
So here's my take on this. I'm not opposed to including this, if this is truly the emergency fund, like when the boilers at the library break. This is where that should come from, not from facilities, fairy.
Well, so the problem is you can't spend something from the reserve fund unless that expenditure would overdraw the account. So we couldn't do it for the library because the expenditure for the boilers would not overdraw the facilities account. You can only expend from the reserve fund, which is going to make your account go negative, and it doesn't. That's the
Okay, so
what we run
my
into.
thought then is that what comes in facilities should be a true budget. In other words, yeah, we have it now because we put 30,000. We're going to put 36,000 next year. We have that, 18K or whatever he was saying he needed because we have over budgeted that. that where that should actually come from is the reserve fund.
Correct.
The place where we put for unexpected emergencies? Or is that not what the reserve fund is for? Is the reserve fund only for things that, oh geez, I overspent my budget this year, so now I have to go to the FinCom? In my mind, it should be for the emergencies, the unexpected things. If it's not for that, then I'm opposed to increasing it by 10K. If it is for that, I wouldn't mind increasing this by 20K.
Well,
And then subtracting from the facilities budget to make it a true budget. This is the maintenance I anticipate. This covers the unanticipated maintenance.
if that's gonna be the case, then we need to do that with all the other facilities that are putting maintenance in their budget, so it would be a much larger increase.
Correct, and that's why I think
Right.
we need to know what's going on.
What's going, it's kind of like it was the police department alarm system
Right,
was needed repair.
right.
It's kind of like, so that's.
You never know.
Or
I mean,
the elevator
The
that
elevator,
we couldn't have.
right.
Well, that-
Or the cameras could go down in town hall that we need, that we, you know what I mean?
Right.
There's,
So what is this for?
So from my perspective, the increase in $10,000 would, in my mind, give the FinCom greater latitude to feel like they can respond to things earlier in the year. Because I think there've been a couple of things that we brought to the FinCom, and there's a concern that, like, if we spend this now, we're not gonna have any money later in the year. Even though I think they were kind of emergency things that nobody had any money for. The FinCom was, I think, looking at the big picture, trying to say, we have to worry about May and June, when everybody's running out of money.
And
But increasing it to 50,000, I think, allows a little bit more latitude to the FinCom to say, okay, we can now, there's another project that we can support a year,
Well-
another project that we can support at the time it's asked for, instead of saying, wait until the spring and we'll see how we're doing.
All right, so from what I've seen, the things that come to FinCom at the end of the year are municipal relief transfers. They
That's
are
not-
not reserve fund transfers.
not all.
Unless, like the fire department 2 years ago, they needed maintenance. That would be a fair use of a reserve fund. There were maintenance
Mhm.
things that were not budgeted for at all.
Right. Yeah.
Fair use of reserve fund. Everything else is, okay, we're gonna take from insurance to cover what got, over amount here.
Municipal
where,
transfers.
you know,
different than
it's
the reserve.
Yeah, that's very
And
different,
that
yeah.
is
right.
different from this.
Yes,
It
absolutely.
is, and the problem with the municipal transfers, you can only do them the last 2 weeks, so the first 2 weeks.
right,
So,
which turns it into a flea market.
which,
Right.
yeah, it's kind of like, and we scurry to do all that, so, this is your ability to have a little bit of cash on hand that you can cover these emergent, the unexpected, unplanned pieces for, and it allows you a little bit more. And again, with emergency call-outs and things, and the price of things is kind of like $40,000 doesn't go as far as it used to.
Well, right now, not a single penny has come out of that reserve fund for this year.
I understand, and it's not that it hasn't.
Well, the elevator,
The elevator,
But
the elevator
that's
has been
on
approved, but
hold
they
for
haven't,
3 years.
they haven't expended.
They haven't
Three
expended
months.
it.
Right, it's kind of like, so we have approved it, it's out of our mind, but you're right, it hasn't hit because they haven't come in to do the work.
Yeah.
Right,
Why the
But I
elevator?
haven't come in to do the work.
you
Right.
are, so just
Yeah,
get stuck in it, we're gonna be pulling you up.
We'll get you out.
But Jerry, it's okay because the telephone in there works. The $8,000 works there. It goes right to the police department.
Trying to wrap my mind around what Mrs. Blakeway just said relative to the legality of it, of not having it previously budgeted. I can tell you from my perspective that I think it would serve the town much better to do it the way that you're advancing, where I know what I would have available for emergency funds. Thus, it would de-incentivize me padding my maintenance at my department.
Mhm.
Knowing what that is and when it could be used, and if there is proper oversight of it to ensure you're not doing it for management and not understanding your own building, that's a whole different thing. But if I know in the back of my mind, my fire alarm goes down, I don't have to scramble for $4 or $5 grand because there is this relief valve then that would actually make it so that I could get better and more efficient with my actual maintenance budget. It's very similar to my vehicle maintenance thing. I spent my entire career trying to find out, it costs a certain amount of money to run the fleet, and then there's the unanticipated. The more I can define what it costs to run the fleet, the less I can have to pad, because it's a guess game, it's a gamble, my unanticipated mechanic. So over time, I've gotten better at, I know what it costs. I know how many oil changes, I know brakes, I know tires, I know all of those things, and I can keep my guess game down. It would help a lot if I knew that this fund existed, exactly what the parameters were, that everybody was playing from the same book, and that way there, I didn't need to build in the extra couple grand. I could not believe when I walked in here the expense of an elevator. I am not joking with you that if I charged it by the ride, it would be $125 a ride in that thing.
Yeah.
Minimum.
Yeah.
I mean, it is ridiculous. It is an $8,000 or $9,000 a year expense. I think I budget $5,000, and I'm not sure I've ever come in under budget with it. It is ridiculous. But that's a great, I think, incentive for me to be able to say, I can now spend more time on predictable maintenance, because when I come to you and I say, yeah, the roof, well, what did we talk about, Jay? Well, I had 12 years, it was installed here, it was here. So we're tracking, but it is what it is. We had a squirrel, we had whatever it is, these things happen. But you would know that I am thinking of it in those two different ways. One, maintaining the current state of the building, but then the things that just happened, my catastrophic failure of a generator. Well, gosh, I'm getting the thing maintained every year. I can't plan that, but I don't want to work in on a $20,000 budget at $2,000 of fluff. For what? It incentivizes for fiscal management.
I think the only problem with it, the only problem is the requirement that it has to tap out your line before you can use it.
Almost impossible to run.
So the problem is, you budgeted right for your building. What happens when it's August and your generator goes and it's a $5,000 generator, but your budget for maintenance has still got more than $5,000 in it?
Right.
And this is where I think we need to, for instance, facilities repair and maintain building. If we cut that down 10,000 and put it into this fund, that lowers that. So if it does have, if there is something, we need to put it in a line item that's going to deplete that account.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, is that a legal requirement, or is it a requirement somehow of how that line, what drives that rule?
That is my understanding is.
I was gonna say, I mean.
That is a requirement of the reserve fund for the FinCom reserve fund and town budget.
Who builds that? That's a general law.
That's a statutory requirement. That's my understanding. I haven't looked.
I'm internally
have to look it up.
I'm internally discussing.
No, I think I did look it up when Andrea first said it. I was like, I'm gonna double check.
I'm internally discussing within our building that, our fiscal team, that, listen, we cannot just look at the percentage of how we spent the line as opposed to the calendar, right? 1,200 divided by 12 is 8.3 or whatever it is. I can't use that, because if I spent all of my big ticket items at the beginning of the year, it looks like I've spent more than I should. If those things are due towards the end of the year, it looks like I've spent less than I could. So when Eric and I had this discussion, and he said, you've got a significant amount left in your maintenance account. Yes, but I know I've got some big ticket items still to come. So the percentage really can't be 50% in the 6-month mark all the time. Payroll, yes.
Yeah.
Overtime, a little this, a little that. I got to look a little because I got vacations in summer, but generally, yes, good guide. Not a good guide for some of my other lines. My lease payment, 100% expensive. Oh my God, Jay, it's only the second month. Yeah, but I'm done. I'm not spending another dime on it.
Right.
So that type of argument, I wonder if we could get more granular about it, because if we could, whether or not I spent all my money allocated to an elevator, oh, yes, I have, 100%. That's a different conversation than I've spent that line, particularly because my maintenance line covers everything in my building and all of my equipment. It's not just my building, which makes it even more difficult.
Right.
So would it make sense to have your elevator on its own separate line? And then when it gets depleted, then being able to use emergency funds? So our elevator here is the thing.
I wonder how firm the rule or law is, whether or not it's a CMR with some wiggle room, or is it general law? What drives that rule, I think, is what I would like to know.
So
I appreciate that.
why did the elevator have to come out of emergency funds when there's so much in maintenance and facilities still left?
And it's still not repaired.
Well, that's a
They waiting on
timing
parts.
thing, that's a.
That's because our vendor.
That's why it's not yet be repaired, but why is it coming out of an emergency fund transfer? Why isn't it coming out of building
The
maintenance?
state says you have to have it fixed, our vendor says. we're
No,
not.
no, I,
No,
yeah, but,
Oh, right.
but what I'm talking
If there
about
was
is.
money
why-
available.
If there, if what, the chief just said is true, and he still has money in his maintenance, there is still money in building maintenance, like 27,000 or something. So why is the elevator, why is there a reserve fund?
My understanding was that it was, the elevator repair would be paid from a contract line or professional services. He had a contract for repair, but this is an
There's a
upgrade.
professional service on
Hmm.
it.
I think it was, because we were looking at the repair, maintain equipment.
Crazy. I am more of a budget like this,
Yeah.
and it makes me crazy.
Yeah, and
That's all I have.
me too, I'm the same way too.
Guys, I hate to break this up. I'm gonna have to leave at 1:30. I have a birthday party.
Yeah, okay.
My 90-year-old father-in-law will not be with me, so.
I don't, well, yeah.
And I'd hate to get a speeding ticket going abroad.
So what else do we have to go through?
So there's the accounting. Now, I have described the accounting in detail to both the board of selectmen and to the FinCom as to why the accounting lines line up the way they do, which is our plan to try and build our own town account.
One of the things that I came up with this, my concern right now is the preparation of the account, the audit files and reports and things that we paid so much extra money for last year with Melanson. Would that be expected from the new accountant position or from the $40,000 Melanson account? Would they be generating?
Is that in their contract?
Is that in, would that be part of the contract? Are they going to generate reports? So last year the accountant left in
Late May.
late May. So June, Melanson took over. They estimated how much it was going to be.
35,000.
And that was also included the generating of the audit reports. Then.
And yeah, it cost them 50.
It cost them 50.
Yep.
So we had a total. So now with that in my mind, what and who is responsible for what part of that piece? And if,
The generating of the audit reports are going to be as part of Melanson's contract as long as it's a town account.
Okay, so that would, I just want to make sure it doesn't fall in the cracks.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but that's going to be one of the things that's going to be part of their contract as long as we have them as a town account. As long as we don't have a town accountant in this building that's ours, that's going to be part of the whatever contract that we have.
So is that how the Lampton company, are they going to be supervising the account? Are they training her? Or is that something more than?
No, that's going to be part of what Melanson is going to be doing.
How long is that going to?
Well, our anticipated contract for the assistant town accountant is 3 years.
Yeah.
It takes a very long time to go for certified
And
municipal
then to be
accountant.
capable to take over and Melanson can then leave.
And then they'll leave.
We'll see.
Right, and hopefully she stays as being trained.
Yeah.
All right. Our auditor for FY 23 is Roselli. Has anybody heard from Roselli or contacted Roselli, and whose job is it to do that?
I would imagine it's the audit committee.
No, it was left with the town treasurer
And the accountant,
and then
the town
Okay.
accountant should be setting this up with Roselli
Okay.
to have the audit done. Our job was to, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it was to find the audit, go out and find the auditor, contract with the auditor, and then meet with the auditor once they've got the audit done to present it to the town.
or meet
I'm
with.
sorry, everybody, I gotta go.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it was also there was going to be a meeting where
Right by the door
audit
there.
committee, treasurer and accountant were there, so that with Roselli, so that
I think we
at
need
the
to get
beginning.
that rolling. So maybe,
But that's 23, so that's not till.
yeah, but
Or
there's
22.
stuff that gets set up. Oh, wait, are they 22?
I think they're 20,
They're 22.
22, 23,
22,
24.
23, 24. So our 22 audit hasn't even started, and we are almost done with FY 23. I thought they were starting in September and I thought it was the accountant that
I'll
was,
double check.
gonna get that.
We had
rolling.
we had requested it, but yeah, it's kind of.
I think someone needs to call them. All right, so. Next,
So that's the accounting. Let's see,
Legal?
yeah, legal, I level funded. It seemed to me that we were doing,
we were doing well.
we were doing well
Yeah,
with our
it's-
legal budget, knock on wood, yeah.
This is the first year that we do not need.
Extra, yeah, it was about half, right? It was-
Yeah, I think we're
it was
doing
less
very
than
well. The last time I
37.
checked, we were
I
doing
think it was
fine
about 37.
with the budget.
Yeah, we have used 50% of the legal budget.
So,
And so we're doing great with that. So level funding has been increased.
the next is MIS.
Well, okay, so my next question is on the MIS salary technician. Why do we have the 3120 there when we have only used $240 of the budgeted 3,000 this year?
Because we weren't really sure of what the stipend was gonna be.
No, I think the accounting officers, and I thought that's supposed to have been corrected. I think they were taking the money from the wrong account.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anthony's getting his money.
Okay, I don't know where he's getting the money from. So then that makes me wonder about the differences in the treasurer professional staff line. May not be, maybe totally different, but if the money for that is not coming out of here.
No, I think it's coming out of a Board of Selectmen law. It was coming out of the Board of Selectmen temporary help.
Temporary help. All right. Just-
And I thought that was corrected, so I apologize. I'll double check.
Do we have a contract for MIS professional service?
We have a contract with Guardian.
Could that come forward to the Board of Selectmen? Because I don't know, have I seen it? Am I just misremembering?
Oh,
Yeah,
I-
we had it.
Yeah,
We had it in front of the board.
Did we?
Yeah, because we discussed.
I know we talked about it a lot, but I don't remember actually seeing the fund.
Yeah, we had a discussion in regards to, them coming here once a month.
yeah,
open
Yeah, we
it.
did
the 50 hours,
We did discuss.
and then
thought
I
we
don't,
did discuss. I think
it may have been that you authorized me to sign the
yeah,
contract
I
without seeing
think
the
that,
document.
I just like to see. the contract.
Yeah, okay.
And then rolling on with our, please give me a list of what is gonna be when. What equipment do we expect to replace? There's MIS, replacement equipment up by 7,000. I think I looked at what we have spent so far on this. And so it becomes the question of what do we expect to need to replace? What is the plan?
Yeah,
That is,
so-
that, a lot of it actually is TBD because that's when I was talking to the Council on Aging. We've got to upgrade their,
Okay.
it's still in public meeting.
But, so,
There's parts of their infrastructure that needs to be updated on.
and plus, we're trying to update, a certain number of our computers every year,
Yes. Which
just
we should.
to make sure that they're not getting, and it's on a 5-year cycle. So we should be updating a fifth of our computers every year. We haven't.
Right.
We've upgraded 5 this year.
Yeah.
But this increase is to understand the fact that we haven't been doing that. So we probably have to do 15 computers next year, keep us on the 5-year pay.
So this is for replacement computers.
Yes, and yeah,
Impossible monitors and.
yeah. And those computer setups they've been replacing us with have included double monitors, PCs and double monitors, along with new laptops and mics.
And part of this contract is also paying for all the licenses from Microsoft Office. So I think
I thought that was part of the contracted.
that's the
service.
contracted piece, that's the.
Right.
And so
Yeah, that's not part of the
that's part of the
replacement
contract.
equipment.
That's kind of
And
why I
the first
wanted
line.
to see the contract, yeah, okay.
When we replace equipment, do they take it and remove it, or do we be responsible with disposal?
No, they don't remove it. Then we'd have to then You'll surplus it.
Yeah.
And then, well, if you go upstairs, there's a whole flea market of computer parts upstairs. There's a lot that's here that needs to.
Well, that's a piece. It's,
Well, we were hoping that Harrison would be able to help us inventory that stuff, but that poor kid's been running around every time he's here, so.
Yeah, well, he's gonna, I hope to have Harrison in for more hours next year.
Where is that?
In the temporary helpline. in the Board of
Okay. Well, this is normal, sorry.
No, I wouldn't have done it if I didn't.
how fashion.
Yeah.
So we did town clerk, we did elections, okay, so conservation,
Okay, can I say something there?
sure. Okay,
There's an additional 5 hours for the agent that's coming out of ARPA.
yes.
Where is that reflected?
Um,
And then,
actually, you know what? That isn't reflected on here, so I need to put that and then the ARPA line. It won't change the budget. It'll just change this number for the conservation agent. And then there'll be a corresponding amount on revenue from ARPA. I'll do that.
and that was approved for the entire life of ARPA.
Yes.
So at some point it will need to be rolled back in, but everything's in flux. So
Yeah. This whole little house of cards could, well, no, there may be some significant changes in the conservation setup coming soon. The rest of that, I mean, they we added for supplies because they do need some supplies.
Their support is okay.
Yeah.
there's a difference in hours. The agent here is only reflected as 15. The support is 19.
Yeah.
So that's why the numbers are so close. But then we funded the extra 5 hours. We restored that with ARPA funds last year.
Right.
And we restored it, we voted to keep it for all the remaining 4 hours.
However, yeah, for the rest of the time we can spend our. On to the next page with the plan. So the MRPC membership, that's a placeholder. I haven't gotten the exact number from MRPC yet, but that should be relatively similar. The planning board, they have longevity for the first time. That's that plus just a salary is driving the only change in the planning board.
So on that, I was looking for an education and training line. I don't know if that's needed. Maybe not.
I mean, I think it might, what might make sense is to try to drop an education and training line in the land use section, so it could be used for all the staff and not,
Yeah.
but that, if we're gonna do that, that would be
Yeah, that makes sense.
so I can certainly. Zoning Board of Appeals, again, the only change is it's just personnel, so that's just the salary. The land use coordinator, the number you see in the budget is the 40-hour land use coordinator with the new job description.
This is 40 hours with an increase?
Yeah.
With the 4%, the COLA and the step?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, because they didn't get, I wasn't starting that at what Mike was getting. I would drop them back to what Mike started at.
Okay.
So their step is going to put them, they'll still be, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like they were starting back at where Mike started.
Okay.
They wouldn't be at step 3, they would be step 1 or step 2.
In line 206, the land use, it says land use administrator. That should be land use administrative assistant.
Yeah.
Because I think we added 4 hours for the land use administrator last year. Of administrative assistant help.
Yeah.
So, which has not been used according to the, if you look at the expense report.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll check with Beth. I know that Beth also got authorized to bill funds to the land use administrator line and be the acting land use administrator for 4 hours a week. So she is billing, I think, so instead of billing to the admin line, she's billing to the land use coordinator line.
Okay, all right. We did vote on
Yes.
that. Okay, let me just, that was that,
So you were talking about putting a training line in, so I can add something down
Yeah, that would
around
be
212.
I really, really, really would like to see the grant administrator left, that's that. I'm not gonna, my days are numbered, so.
Talk.
That's right.
Facilities we've done, police we've done.
While we're on police, you do me a favor and check, I'm seeing a line that says salary deputy police chief. Not on your expense report, Veronica. The charges on your computer, the charges.
The expense report?
The expense report,
You want me to go to the police?
police. Because this is where I started to have a little question, but it's perfectly straight here. I think it's just an accounting line issue.
All right.
So if you're doing accounting lines, I wanted to.
When I fixed the accounting line, you need to check that one.
There was the situation where, last year, it was funky. We had, the extra lieutenant, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, was, sort of in the budget under deputy police chief, but we weren't, there was something.
It was a crossover at some point, I think that how it was made, not consistent with the new fiscal year.
Yeah.
So it'll drop off if not now.
Yeah, but
But
it says expended this month.
Total expended, so
Right.
someone is
So I think-
charging to that line.
I think it's
And I think it's our new accountant who, Laurie wasn't doing this when it was Laurie as our
And what
Melanson.
is it,
$8,004.41
I
for
will
this month.
I'll put Trish on that first thing.
Okay, Tyler, talk to me if you have any questions.
Yes. Normally how that works is we ship down on payroll. This is where I go back to my scheduling software, get rid of human error. But what we do is we send out a written document that gives a number where these funds are supposed to be withdrew from. Fat fingers, bad thumb, whatever happens, sometimes they get pulled out of the wrong line. We do journal entries fairly frequently to address some of these things, but payroll not usually. So I'll make sure that.
And yeah,
I mean,
it's negative in the report.
Right.
I mean,
There was
it's
no
like-
receipt.
Because we don't fund it.
Right.
That was you, right?
Yeah.
It will just be gone. And so I think it's
And I-
a change in
Talk to Lori
contract.
before about the logistics behind it, and she can actually make it so that the line still exists, but you can't do anything with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so put in all your reports for historical reasons, but if you try to charge something to it, it would kind of be like, oh, we can't do that.
Yeah, deep phone.
Yeah, but this is active, this is actually showing active, so yeah, we
Yeah,
gotta look at that.
There are, and that's the same with rec.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same kind of thing.
I'll double check. We can talk to Trish. I'll double
Yeah,
check.
I just, when
Thank
things were
you.
being mentioned, it's kind of like.
That's why we have everybody's
And we
eyes
said
on it.
police, so we were back there. I'm sorry.
All right,
You can
no,
go
that's
back.
okay. Question,
The building department,
I think I had any questions there.
they're all very
Believe it or
straightforward.
not,
We
Dennis.
do emergency management,
Building,
Oh, Timo?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
sorry,
I skipped over Timo. Timo,
I just left
Just
that
level
as
funded?
is, because it's, no, I thought that was just part of fire EMS and.
Yeah,
that's
I
my
mean-
question, are we gonna be moving it to the fire department?
Yep.
Okay,
We're taking that over?
Well,
fire department.
yeah, Tima's gonna report directly to the fire chief.
Okay.
And I think we're probably gonna technically make it the fire chief or designee is going to be the director of Tima. So the fire chief could designate someone to be that person.
That way, if they need extra equipment or whatever, they can utilize what the fire department has, so. that-
Yeah, the fire department can just go in and like do it. The kind of like random inspectors, animal inspector, animal control, tree warden, those were all,
Well, now we gotta go to the building department.
oh, yeah, so the building department, I thought somebody said I had no questions. Anyway,
That was me. I don't.
if anybody has any questions about the building department there,
I only had one in his submitted spreadsheet to get $500 for training. And I don't see a training line here.
Oh, submitted to you.
Well, it was submitted, it was the spreadsheet, no, not necessarily submitted to me. I got a copy of what was submitted to Eric for all the departments, and on his line, he had training listed twice, once under salary, once under expenses, but now with this, I don't see training,
Okay.
$100 training line. So I just didn't know if he,
I always like training.
Okay, I'll
Yeah,
double
I think
check.
it's
and his note was, I
important
haven't
thing.
been able to train for the last 2 years, so he.
We should have a training line. I'll put that in.
Put that in, okay. I have a question, this is just a, and again, it's a consistency thing. The plumbing inspector and the electrical inspector, both have mileage at $1,200. The plumbing inspector level funded, the electric inspector didn't. And my question is, why? And I'm assuming that they are the two inspectors who run around town more than anybody else, and that's why they have such big travel budgets compared to the other folks who are inspectors. But in any event, gas inspector doesn't even have a travel budget. So,
The gas inspector and the plumbing inspector are the same person, same guy.
are they the same guy? Okay.
So that's why there's no salary for the gas inspector. It's all the same person.
Okay, so maybe we should call it the gas and plumbing inspector. In any event.
In theory, it could be a different person.
Yeah.
The level fund, and the gas guy gets no mileage, if that's the case, but in any event, he level funded his, but the electrical inspector went up like $36. So that's a 3% increase.
Yeah. Well, it looks like, what Eric did was he went through and gave every line a 3% increase except for those lines for the plumbing inspector.
Yeah, he's on the outs with the plumbing.
I was just gonna say.
I was about to say, maybe it's
On paper, that's what it looks like.
I don't know, but anyway.
Well, we can fund that consistently. I'll change
So
that.
it's a consistency thing, that's all.
Gotcha.
And I, also on the building inspector, I just put it in the question, with the, water plant that's going to be built, the things, is there anything that's gonna increase in his budget that he needs the budget for inspecting the new facility, as it's? Okay.
I wouldn't imagine
it wouldn't,
Well,
no.
I mean,
No, I think
when we did the high school, it's a whole different technology.
no, I think, and I'll double check with water, but I think they built in the cost price of third-party inspections into the estimate for the.
Okay.
So it doesn't burden the town inspectors. They're gonna have electrical inspectors,
Okay.
plumbing inspectors.
But it's required, it's in there, I forget what it's, SCCSO or something around, one of those acronyms.
The FCC.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's not even done.
And it's built into what their budget is, so it has to be outside inspector or something.
Animal control, animal inspector, tree warden, they all just got the stipend increase.
Only for their salary, so to speak, not
Yes.
for the mileage or anything like that.
Correct.
Okay.
The schools. So to talk about the not the first NMRSD assessment, which we all know about, is going to be higher than that. But the exempted debt went up slightly. We've got a $60,000 increase in assessment from the TAC. But their debt went down slightly. So, all in all, that's kind of, I mean, there's not a whole lot of, these are just numbers that were provided by the schools. So
Right.
we don't really have any insight into what the driving force is
details
about
behind
that. I just want to say this out loud to everyone. We are likely to see a very large increase in our tech assessment next year because of 20 extra kids that are from Townsend that are going to the tech.
Can we talk about it? I think, no.
What I said to the tech was stop accepting Townsend kids. That's probably not the best idea.
I do. The program that Harrison's in, I was sort of this leading edge of that one is
Nice.
47 years ago.
So we saw a $60,000 increase for 4 kids.
Yeah. That's a
I am concerned that we're gonna have a significant increase for 20 kids next year. Now, some of this $60,000 is an increase that we would have had even if there were 0 kids.
Yeah.
Right? Like some of it's just an increase. But some percentage of this increase is because of an increase in enrollment. So we're gonna have 5 times whatever that increase was. So if it's half, we're gonna have $150,000. You know, so I'm gonna try to dig down with the folks, figure out how much of this increase is based on enrollment, like what was the increase based on enrollment, just so we'll know. But we just have to know. That's just something that keeping everybody's mind for next year. We talked about highway. We talked about solid waste. We talked about sanitary parks. Did we talk about the housing authority?
No, let's talk about housing. Housing authority has been funded in the past year. Housing trust has not been. So this is an addition. And so I put numbers in based on what I saw in doing a 4% increase. I must have made a mistake or just done but it should be for hours. It should be funded the same as for housing authority. So the 4505 can be 4460.
So before we even get into the numbers, my question is, housing authority historically was not on the budget, and we had to go through hoops to get housing authority on the budget. And how does the housing trust just automatically appear on the budget when we had to get a town vote to get the housing authority, the meager $5,000 that we did when we had asked for it?
The housing trust has already been approved by the town in the town vote.
But the budget for budget purposes, the housing authority was around for.
This is the vote. This is part of, if the town votes down the housing trust budget, well, then there it goes, but it's funded through ARPA in its entirety.
Yes.
Which is why we did the amendment to the declaration of trust so that we could spend more than 5%.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the housing trust is appearing on the budget. Was there a vote to say that you've been approved for the budget? We had to go in front of, I had to jump through hoops with Mr. Kreidler to be able to get a budget period for the housing authority. Then we were told we had to go in front of the town. We went in front of the town, we got approved to be able to be on the budget.
And is that would you like Eric to set up some hoops for the housing trust to jump through? I don't know what.
No. I'm saying that I just don't understand how, and it says THA. Is it part of the housing authority?
It's separate from.
Why does it say THA wages support?
No, that's my fault. That's my fault. That's okay.
So I
was
just
supposed to say.
TAHT,
Yes.
but it's under housing trust. So, or we could just roll it right into the housing authority and make it part of that.
That's what I'm thinking.
So just increase the wages?
Yeah.
Or do you want it separate?
Does it need to be separate?
The thing is, we don't have funding. We, the town, don't have funding once the ARPA funds have been expended. There is no self-sustaining way to fund the housing trust.
Correct.
So in other words, it was put in place without a funding source, kind of the town's unfunded mandate to itself. So seriously, and so we can fund it for 2 years. And I'm trying to think of what else doesn't get popped in here. I mean, the Recreation Commission, that got funded through the budget. The discussions were through the budget discussion to add that in several years ago. It wasn't through any other way. I'm sorry, Kreidler had you jump through hoops, but.
Well, no,
So there's 2 things I can do. I can check with Adam and see if there's something, if the Board of Selectmen wants to fund something for the housing trust, is there a is there a mechanism that we have to go through to get that done, absent just putting it on a budget and having the town vote? So that's the first thing I can ask.
Right, because here's the thing, if the trust, which they have some important things to do, and they may not have the funds to do it or whatever, then the Board of Selectmen should be able to assist with that funding, correct? How is that process happening? Is it under just the trust, or is it under the housing authority, or how does that actually work? Am I clear on what I'm asking?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. These are definitely Adam questions. They're definitely Adam questions about, you know, is this funding source? Understand that we're backstopping it with ARPA revenue.
Right.
But what if we weren't? What if we just said we wanted to, as the Board of Selectmen, we wanted to give the trust money?
Yes,
Is this how we do it?
yes,
Is this the right way to do it?
yes, that's my question.
So I will check with Adam and
Go
find
right
out.
ahead. I have talked to Adam about this, just know that. But go right ahead. And we can do it however. But without this, the trust needs town support. If the trust doesn't have town support, then, you know, I think we're dead in the water.
So I think the important piece for purposes of budgeting, if it's possible to put this in here and where we put it, is the plan is to offset that entire $47,605 with ARPA money.
Correct. And there will be another, next year, we have the funds to do that as well. And there's a 5-year budget. The 5-year plan is being worked on by MRPC. So I have a 5-year budget that the trust has voted, and we have a timeline for work that the trust has voted. You know, it'll be changed around after the joint meeting, after we meet with Karen again at MRPC.
Sure.
And whether or not the affordable housing trust can be supported in town, it really is unclear at this time.
Yeah.
You know, we've got 2 years, we can do the best that we can in the 2 years with the ARPA money we have, and then that's that. It's either self-sustaining, the town votes for the Community Preservation Act, or some other method of funding it.
Right.
Or we don't do affordable housing.
Right, and this is part of the conversation that we will have in a joint meeting, that I think both together, we should be able to work this out.
And I do think it should be separated. So there's CHA and TAHT.
Yeah, I apologize for missing
Whether
that.
you do
I
it.
thought it was the same, that's why I was like.
No, it's different.
That's my,
And I also, the numbers are slightly different as far as training, office and general supplies, mileage in state, those sorts of things. Those numbers are different based on what we saw as needed, but in any event.
so I'll check with Adam, and I'll let both the trust and the housing authority know if this is copacetic. And then for purposes of the budget, you know, that money's not affecting our bottom line for purposes of the budget because it's an ARPA allocation.
But they are two separate things. There's the housing authority and then there's the affordable housing trust.
Correct, but
So-
my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, but when you put something on the budget, then it's gonna be, I thought you could only put something on the budget if it was something that's going to continue. Am I wrong in thinking that?
Yeah. I think you're wrong. I mean, look at TEMA. We're talking about moving that up under fire. It's gonna disappear. We don't need a town vote to disappear that. The Board of Selectmen just needs to vote on the budget.
All right, so
I'll need to get some clarification from Adam.
yeah,
That's
because there's,
But that said, that's the budget that we're looking at, and it's totally funded out of the ARPA fund for the housing trust.
So the next one that we haven't looked at is veterans agent. It's a couple of pages down the
Council on Aging.
yeah, right under council on aging. This just includes the increase in the stipend for the veterans agent. There's no other changes to them. So that's.
How long is the veteran agent, man? How many hours is that?
It's technically it's as needed. It's only really like a couple of hours a week.
And I know she's just getting started.
Yeah, she's getting started getting trained, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, that was the thing I wondered. I know we had cut the benefit service a couple of years ago.
I
But
think,
it's been hard. I mean, it's hard to tell what the need has been this year
Right.
because we haven't had a veteranization, so.
there's a value that comes in from the state for
Right.
what you're gonna get for your veteran amount,
Yeah.
and I think that's
We have,
different.
and we give more than the
Right.
value we get from the state.
Yeah,
Okay, so this is the difference between what the state funds.
No, this is the entirety. The state, it's on the cherry sheet, it comes in as an extra source of like, we get money for pilots, we get money for,
Yeah.
for veterans.
Right.
And that's, I think it's like 36,
yeah,
30, something like that.
Yeah.
So that goes into that 75. So the town bolsters it with extra money.
Well, when we were looking at veterans housing too, that was misinformed with the town. There are certain, there's money that's paid out and there's money that we get reimbursed for. And with veterans housing, if we have additional veterans coming in town in housing, yes, that number goes up. The reimbursement also goes up as well. And it was misrepresented in town meeting that year to think that we were gonna have this huge increase in the veterans benefit and we would have to pay for it, but indeed our reimbursements would have gone up as well.
And the next one is the band concerts.
Well, I guess the questions are. What are the professional, what is the professional service? I mean, what is?
Let's see.
It says Memorial Day, I get that, professional services, band services and other supplies. I don't know, what is that? Thank you. Next.
Yeah, so I'll be honest with you, we talked about the lines that she wanted increased. We didn't do deep dive into the pre-existing lines.
It might be the guy that runs the audio out in West Townsend. There's usually someone with AV equipment or whatever to
Oh, you know what else it is? It also, the professional services cover details.
What?
The
Police
details.
detail and.
Okay, all right. And, okay.
The band services both increased because the cost of players.
Well, you know,
They get a little bit more
some towns don't get the budget at all.
who doesn't?
Some towns don't get a budget at all.
And they have to raise it on their own.
Yeah.
Well,
There's there are, believe it or not, there are union band players who have a union rate,
oh, that's not even.
and the union rate went up. So anyway, so we did a minor increase on those two things and then increased other supplies just because, Betty May had been seeing, the cost of things going up and the $300 has been actually short for the last couple of years. So we increased that to 4.
So did we also there was some money that was taken out, some money that was put back in.
I
Did
think
that
it-
all get straightened
I think it's
out?
all straightened out now, yeah.
That came out and like that.
And it went right back in and we're all set and
It went
everybody's
back
happy?
in, yeah.
Right. So,
And then what I think is the last one is the flag committee, which is level funded. $1,500.
I should look and see, what's it
Don't
called
look,
this year?
don't look.
Yeah.
I don't know what they spent this year. I
Don't
didn't
look.
look at that. Okay, nothing.
We're gonna take that $1,500 and put it
Well,
towards,
They did cut down
MIS.
500 last year when we asked everybody what they could cut.
and they did.
The flag committee is one of the committees that came back and said, we'll cut 500, because they used to be 2,000 and now they. And yeah, you have to pay people to put them up or take them down. Sometimes, not always, sometimes it's volunteers, but there if they need it, and then we have flags.
All right. Anything else?
So I obviously have a lot of work to do. I will go back to the drawing board.
Not all the way back, you know, it's not that.
He makes it like he's gonna be.
Nose to the grindstone to
Yeah,
come back to it. No,
Pickaxing the rocks and.
yes. You know, what was that song?
Take this job.
Another day older and burn. I do, I am encouraged because I think during the course of this that we did actually find some extra money.
I think so too.
That I think
Not a
we'll be
lot,
able to,
but-
not a lot, but it's better than the opposite, which is realizing that you would, if you needed
The
to
other
stick
way.
extra money either way.
Yeah.
Much rather find a few, $10, $20, $30,000. And like I said, I do anticipate some additional revenue, unaccounted for revenue to come in, to be able for us to have a little bit of play. And as you know, as folks could tell who looked at that paving line, the paving line is where I'm balancing the budget. That's why it's such a random
Yeah,
number.
Yeah.
$227,393 for paving. And so, you know, we can, you know, if we need to put that in a different place or determine what amount we're going to spend on paving in a different way, we can certainly do it.
We have to start funding them.
Yes, I agree.
Right, it's kind of,
About that over 3 years ago, they were gonna put, wasn't it $50,000 a
And
year?
then add
And then
50 to it, and
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But we have to recognize it.
So if we do it now, we're making a commitment and it's in the budget. And that's, I think, a good thing. It's one of, you know, I will say as a town administrator, you want to know what I get complaints about? I get complaints about roads. Like, that's the reality. I don't get complaints about the police department. I don't get complaints about the fire department. I don't get complaints about very many things except for roads and schools.
Well, thank you.
We can control the roads.
Yeah.
Focus on that.
Yeah, so if we can put some more money towards the roads, and quite frankly, that's why I felt like if we are committing ourselves to a new position, the thing that I hear is that the roads need help. And so that's why I was suggesting that a new
But-
position go into the highway department.
But
Try to,
it's not the highway department that does the paving. Someone needs to schedule the paving and we need the money to
they
pay.
do the repairs though, if you have a
They
whole.
do the
Yeah.
the
potholes.
potholes
but
and the
those get done.
and
They
the
get
berms
done.
and the, you know, and the cutting and the limbs like that.
That, yeah, but that's just like.
Anyway, I just wanted you to know where I'm thinking of. That's obviously that the board of selectmen can make different decisions.
We still in a meeting.
I think we should
Yeah,
adjourn the,
yeah,
yeah, I think we should
yeah.
adjourn the meeting and stop the recording.
Okay.
I'm entertaining a motion.
I move that we adjourn at 2:10 PM.
And I will second that.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Yeah, we have to do it for. FinCom. You have to make.
Section Duranian and I.
Don't go.
2:10. Yeah. The second,
And you're closing.
all in favor? Yeah, we're closing at 2:10 also.
Okay, and I'm here, although you can write your own minute, or find the minute.